So, our boy Lloyd Frontera is striking a pose like he just conquered the world with a shovel, but actually, he's just staring at a glowing blue grid that's covering his entire property, which is totally turning his world upside down, because this average civil engineering student is about to shake up an entire fantasy world. Of course, Javier, his ever-loyal knight, can only agree with Master Lloyd's assessment. Our protagonist is just cackling maniacally about all the money he's about to make, and Javier naturally can only wonder if the boss has finally lost his mind. But while Lloyd is rolling around on the ground, a blue notification window pops up to congratulate him. Confused, Lloyd realizes this isn't just any book. It's Knight of Blood and Iron, the web novel he was reading last night, and the system informs him he's now a character in it. In his head, this is one of those web novel tropes where he's possessed someone from a different world, and he can't believe he's really in this strange new place, especially since he's shivering on a cold dirt road in the middle of nowhere. He's clutching his face, still reeling from the sudden realization, but when the system tries to pop up again, he just furiously smacks it away. Lloyd just wonders if this is a dream, or if it's all real, and if so, who the heck he's taken over. He's trying to figure out what's going on when Javier appears out of nowhere, telling him he's been looking everywhere for him. Javier is just as cool and collected as he was in the novel, his silver hair shining under the moonlight. The legendary swordsman looks perfectly at home at the manor, but for Lloyd, it's a shocking realization that he knows exactly who this person is. The renowned swordsman Javier, which means our boy is the absolute hooligan, Lloyd Frontera, the worst character in the whole story. Sadly, Javier just stands there seemingly unfazed by Lloyd's dramatic outburst. He assures Lloyd that while he may have called his name, he never called him a hooligan, then snarks that it's at least good that Lloyd is self-aware. Back at the manor, Javier tells Lloyd that he was sent by his worried father, since even if Lloyd is a hooligan, he's still his son, and it would make him sad if he died with his jaw out of place. Lloyd, still shivering and complaining about the cold, wishes the floor had a heated ondel system like in Korea, but then remembers this is a medieval fantasy novel. As Javier prepares to leave, Lloyd tries to make him stay, but Javier insists he must report everything to his lordship tomorrow. Lloyd, suddenly nervous, calls out to Javier again, who politely responds, "Yes, Master Lloyd." Our boy, sweating like he just ran a marathon, asks about the massive debt his family has accumulated. Javier, looking troubled, finds this a strange question from the usual Lloyd. Lloyd sits on his bed contemplating his terrible situation because in his head, he knows everything that happens in his story. He knows exactly how the Baron and Baroness fall prey to an evil con man, lose all their land and fortune, and then commit suicide. And for our Lloyd, it gets even worse. He becomes a miserable beggar, drinking all day long, then he just coughs up blood and dies, leaving Lloyd with zero hope. So, our civil engineer hero shouts in frustration, wondering what the point of being an aristocrat is if his life is just as miserable as it was in Korea. He asked himself what kind of terrible wish he made to end up in the body of someone with such a tragic ending. The next day, Lloyd's mother, Marbella, is already worried. She's walking with Javier, asking if he broke things at the pub last night. Lloyd, looking down in shame, offers the pathetic excuse that he was just reading a book. His mother, with a pleading and concerned expression, tells him to go apologize to the pub owner. Lloyd scratches his head, resigned to cleaning up the mess the spotty made, and agrees to go, but both Javier and Marbella look at him with utter confusion, utterly shocked by his sudden display of responsibility. Later, as Lloyd and Javier walk through the village, a man loading hay onto a cart notices them, and looks absolutely terrified. Everyone else in the village reacts the same way. Lloyd just looks down at the scared man. People literally scurry and dash away as Lloyd and Javier walk through the courtyard. Lloyd, of course, is completely confused by this reaction. A young boy peers out from a window, only to be pulled away by two people who frantically warn him not to make eye contact with Lloyd. Then a wooden window slams shut in their face. Lloyd finally asks Javier why he's following him, knowing he already got the message about his apology. He asks if Javier is his escort. Lloyd, looking stressed, contemplates his terrible reputation and how he's supposed to survive. He dreams of living a sweet, comfortable life as the heir to a country baron, if only he can sort out his family's massive debt before everything goes south. But then, he suddenly exclaims that he does have a skill, as a system window reveals his skills: human scum, which causes others to furrow their brows, and rowdy drunkard, which just turns him into an absolute ass. Javier watches Lloyd trying to scurry away in a panic, asking what's going on. He confronts Lloyd, asking if he was lying about apologizing, but Lloyd frantically denies it, claiming he was just thinking. Javier just stares at him with a stern and cold expression. Lloyd looks utterly shocked and confused by Javier's intense gaze. Javier simply tells him to go inside the pub. Lloyd walks through the wooden door, Javier right behind him. Javier looks into the room with suspicion, noting that something has seemed off about Lloyd since last night. The interior of the pub is completely wrecked, with smashed furniture scattered everywhere. Even a skull is mounted crookedly on a damaged wall, adding to the general chaos. Lloyd leans over a table, begging the terrified pub owner for forgiveness, admitting everything that happened last night was his fault. The pub owner, holding up his hands defensively, looks absolutely horrified. He begs Master Lloyd not to do whatever he's about to do, making Lloyd realize that the guy is even more terrified because this scumbag is suddenly being polite. So Lloyd, with a smug swagger, decides he'll be a little ruder and offers a less than genuine apology, asking what else he's supposed to do. The pub owner, still sweating nervously, insists Lloyd doesn't have to apologize. Lloyd looks back at the owner with a neutral, slightly awkward expression. Later, as they walk over a bridge, Lloyd admits that even when he apologized, the owner didn't seem happy, and Javier tells him that's to be expected. Javier, looking serious, explains that the owner likely won't be happy. Lloyd, annoyed and stressed, wonders how he'll ever fix his financial situation. He comments on the cold, and Javier agrees, then adds that it combines with Lloyd's general nastiness. Lloyd notes how chilly the pub was, realizing a single fireplace isn't enough to heat an entire building. He pauses mid-sentence, silence, a thought sparking in his head. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. He looks absolutely stunned, struck by a sudden realization. A literal light bulb appears, flickering to illustrate his bright idea. With wide, intense eyes, Lloyd shouts, "I've got it." It's like a light bulb just went off in his head. A streak of green light zips across the background. Green energy lines trace a grid, mapping out a complex 3D labyrinth structure in his mind. Lloyd realizes that there are no ondel floors in this world, and the original hooligan Lloyd Frontera would never dream of such advanced stuff. But the real him, Suho Kim, can, because he's a civil engineer. He majored in civil engineering in school and even constructed a house all by himself as a military engineer in the army. He's worked day and night at construction sites, so he knows his stuff. With a confident, greedy grin, he clenches his fist, knowing this is how he'll settle all the Baron's debts. He strides forward, telling Javier to go back to the pub, and Javier asks why. Lloyd, with an excited, intense expression, declares he's going to get his first order. So, our boy Lloyd is ready to launch his grand plan to save his barony, and it all starts with a seemingly simple contract for a new pub. He tries to push the pub owner into signing it, claiming property damage, but the owner is completely deadpan, barely reacting to our young master's antics. The problem is the owner has a skill called Stonewall Heart, which means he just doesn't trust Lloyd one bit. And honestly, who can blame him, given Lloyd's reputation? Our boy is dejected, realizing his big plan is about to fail before it even starts. Luckily, Lloyd quickly turns it around, getting the owner to nervously sign after all. He shoves the contract forward with a triumphant cunning grin, thinking to himself that he got his first order, no matter how he had to do it. With Javier silently watching, Lloyd reassures the owner that he won't let him down, even as he gives off pure scammer energy. From there, we jump straight to Lloyd with a shovel, declaring he won't need to be too precise with his measurements. But of course Javier, ever the stoic realist, immediately calls him out. Javier asks if our young master is actively trying to stir up trouble. Lloyd just looks away, probably already plotting his next move. Javier, utterly baffled, asks Lloyd if he's trying to explain something called cognitive distortion, as Lloyd tries to simplify the concept with hand gestures. Javier listens intently, a serious look on his face, though he's clearly trying to make sense of the new Lloyd. Lloyd then drops a bombshell, questioning whether all experience and statistics always have to be from the past. Javier just watches him, holding back a gasp, wondering if Lloyd was always this smooth of a talker. It's clear our knight is starting to get suspicious, and maybe a little impressed. Lloyd, meanwhile, is already digging a trench, muttering about how he'll make the pub owner and his mother smile for sure, because those smiles he thinks will be the foundation of his money-making scheme. And so, Lloyd works incredibly hard, digging the ground as Javier observes his boss from the sidelines, still skeptical but intrigued. Our young master then starts building a wooden frame, hammering and clanging away. Finally, the structure is finished, and Lloyd collapses on the ground in total exhaustion, crying out how incredibly weak this new body is. Javier observes that it didn't take long, only about a week, but Lloyd's body certainly isn't up to the task. Javier is impressed, but also completely puzzled, wondering where Lloyd learned all this, and if this really is the same master he knew. Lloyd is trembling as he tries to keep working, muttering that there's no time to rest. He struggles to lift a heavy axe, shaking from pure fatigue. With a mighty roar, he raises the large axe over his head, his body pushed to its absolute limit. He staggers, sweat beading on his forehead, barely able to swing the heavy weapon. Suddenly, a gloved hand reaches out and firmly grabs the axe handle, stopping Lloyd mid-swing. It's Javier asking Lloyd what he needs him to do, as our young master gestures wildly, explaining he needs thin pieces of wood of specific dimensions. Javier just watches stoically as logs fall through the air, probably wondering if Lloyd has finally lost it. But then, with incredible speed and focus, Javier swings his axe, slicing through multiple wooden planks in midair with a faint blue aura. The perfectly cut planks clatter to the ground, a testament to his raw power. Lloyd's eyes are comically wide, utterly surprised by Javier's absurd strength. Suddenly, the narrator points out that we're looking at someone who's about to become a master swordsman. Javier, you truly are something else, Lloyd thinks, as he places a hand on his knight's shoulder. He then casually asks Javier to help him with the digging once he's done with the wood. Javier's eye twitches, completely annoyed that instead of thanks, he's getting more manual labor from this madman. Lloyd leans in, prying at Javier, knowing his knight is helping because he's curious to see how this ridiculous scheme will unfold. With a terrifyingly evil scammer grin, Lloyd declares that they'll do it together. Javier can only think about hurrying up to see what bizarre outcome Lloyd is planning. And so, Javier sweats profusely, putting immense effort into shoveling, probably regretting all his life choices. But Lloyd is also flinging dirt with his shovel, looking just as determined and sweaty. Both of them continued to strike the earth, working quickly, until Lloyd finally slammed his shovel down with a triumphant thud. Both Lloyd and Javier stand before the completed building, looking up at it in satisfaction. Lloyd raises a fist in triumph, declaring the construction complete. Javier then asks if the strange markings are letters, as Lloyd proudly explains it's his brand's logo. After that, Lloyd sends Javier to go find out something important, as our young master smirks, already concocting his next scheme. Javier, meanwhile, just looks down, a serious and contemplative expression on his face, probably wondering what fresh hell awaits him. A few days later, a cozy house stands complete with a warm fireplace burning inside and smoke gently rising from its chimney. Inside, the elderly pub owner and his mother react with utter relief and astonishment, exclaiming how lovely and good it feels. The elderly woman lies down, feeling her stiff joints relax from the comfortable warmth. The older man, still on his knees, looks completely shocked, asking how this can even be possible. Lloyd just smirks, knowing this must be astounding to them. The elderly woman calls the warmth of the ondel floor pure magic, like something out of a fairy tale. The pub owner, deeply grateful, thanks our young master master, admitting it's been so long since he's seen his mother smile like this. Javier observes the pub owner and his mother smiling, just as Lloyd had promised. He can't believe what he's seeing, especially after Lloyd's strange changes in speech and manners. Javier, in utter disbelief, wonders if Lloyd truly did all of this just to make these two people happy, but instantly dismisses the thought. Still, the elderly couple genuinely smiles together, and Javier can't help but crack a soft smile himself, seeing them happy. Lloyd, however, is busy with a sly smile on his face, noting that he's earned 36 relationship points for slightly improving his ties with a key character, and Javier's approval rating has gone up by 2 points. Javier, of course, teases Lloyd, claiming to know exactly what Lloyd is thinking. Wow, this guy isn't total garbage after all, but Lloyd quickly shuts him down, insisting that's not it. Our young master then reveals that just with the cost of the timber, this entire endeavor was a total loss, financially, because this house is merely his model house, meant only for show. A few days later, a huge line of people stretches outside the model house, meant only for show. Inside, villagers are marveling at the warmth, surprised by how much relief they feel from the heat. Lloyd enthusiastically pitches the Ondal floor, asking if they want a room like this at home too. He aggressively offers 2 construction styles, an annex or a remodel, probably with a discount. Problem is, the villagers still don't trust him, and one of them flat out refuses. Even as Lloyd insists they'll see each other often, Lloyd can't believe they still don't trust him, as a mysterious figure watches the entire scene unfold from afar. Then someone calls out Lloyd's name, signaling a new challenge for our ambitious civil engineer. Lloyd's just trying to eat his meal, but his father Baron Arcos is already laying into him, saying he won't tolerate any more lies, which Lloyd just shrugs off, looking totally unbothered. After a quick meal, Lloyd stands up, telling his father he's finished and will take his leave, but not before he overhears his dad trying to reassure a worried visitor about their family's dire situation, promising everything will be fine and warning them not to get too involved. Our boy Lloyd, however, is listening closely, remembering his father's false assurances that everything will be fine and he should just study, knowing full well that things are far from okay. Still, our boy Lloyd walks towards his father, telling him not to give up, remembering a time he wished he had said those very words before. As he walks through the hall, Lloyd is already busy counting up the insane number of orders he secured, when he suddenly spots 2 familiar figures strolling down the hall. These are none other than the moneylenders, Meatloaf and Shiloh, probably here to collect. Meatloaf, being the absolute clown he is, whines about Lloyd not greeting him, completely unaware that our boy is actually recognizing them. They immediately corner the Baron, demanding payment because 5 days have passed since the agreed date, making the Baron anxious as they threaten action. Luckily, Shiloh spots Lloyd peeking through the door, looking shocked, and our boy Lloyd just grins, knowing this timing is absolutely perfect. See, Lloyd had just earned some RP for boosting Javier's approval rating, and he was wondering what to do with it. Suddenly, a system window pops up, and honestly, Lloyd is shocked that it can actually explain things clearly, as Lloyd stands immersed in the magical array of the interface, detecting all of his civil engineering skills, from soil mechanics to structural mechanics, and even more advanced stuff like steel structure dynamic, and even more advanced stuff like steel structure design and concrete design. Naturally, the system has to add a sarcastic comment which instantly annoys Lloyd, reminding it that he has a scholarship for crying out loud. So, with enough RP in hand, he decides to just click a skill and see what happens. The skill activates with a bright flash, causing our boy Lloyd to scream from the sheer intensity. A powerful energy burst emanates from him, and now, he can literally see a glowing digital grid projected in front of him, turning him into a human GPS surveyor, which is way better than working his butt off scribbling down plans for the model house like he used to. He then starts pondering if Javier alone will be enough to cover all the future construction, half-jokingly wishing he could just summon some heavy machinery with his knowledge. And then, as if on cue, a strange blue system interface appears by his bed, startling him, announcing a random summon game, promising unique personalities and a wide range of skills. Lloyd immediately dismisses it as some premium game ad, especially since he only has 1 RP left. But then he imagines summoning powerful beasts, like a dragon emerging from dust, or a menacing horned creature, quickly realizing a summon could actually be as useful as heavy machinery. So with renewed determination, he promises himself he must get more RP. Back in the Baron's office, one of the corrupt nobles slams his hand on the table, suggesting the Baron pay a hefty sum if he has no money, their sinister faces gloating. The Baron looks utterly appalled at the suggestion, but suddenly, Lloyd appears behind him, putting an arm around his shoulder, making the noble jump back in surprise, demanding to know who Lloyd is. The corrupt noble quickly recognizes Lloyd, but our boy cuts him off, demanding to see their warrant. The 2 idiots look completely confused, as Lloyd calmly recites the Royal Family and Nobility Act, Article 3, Clause 6. He stares directly at the corrupt nobles with a cold, focused expression, while they, utterly shocked, claim they'd never even heard of such a law. But Lloyd, with a chilling calmness, just offers to go find out together. Then Lloyd shouts towards the go find out together. Then Lloyd shouts towards the door, summoning Javier, and with a single step, our stoic knight enters the room, looking completely unbothered by the chaos. Our boy Lloyd then, with an evil smile, orders Javier to cut off the trespasser's arm. The corrupt nobles instantly panic, screaming in terror, as Javier draws his sword, light glinting off the blade, ready to comply. The 2 idiots are left sweating and absolutely terrified, quickly realizing they'll regret messing with Lloyd, and fleeing in a panic. Lloyd slams the door shut, holding a heavy bag of money, dismissing the whole ordeal as absurd. He and Javier stand in the room, observed by another man, as Lloyd drops the money on the table, looking stressed because it's still not enough to stave off their overall debt. The man watches the money clank onto the table, and Lloyd smiles, talking about new orders, but the other man is horrified, accusing our boy Lloyd of taking money and extorting their people. Javier stands nearby, eyes closed, appearing calm amidst the commotion. Javier looks stoic and determined, determined, and the other man can see the complete trust placed in him. Lloyd and Javier then prepared to leave, with Lloyd playfully asking Javier if he knew about such a law, even jokingly calling him the ignorant type. It turns out Javier picked it up from a book after the Baroness Lloyd's mother committed suicide, and loan sharks actually came to dig up her body and sell it. That's when Javier, standing stoic in the rain, cited that very law, the Royal Family and Nobility Act Article 3 Clause 6, saying all nobles may exercise their right to protect their interests, and after he said that, it was off with their heads, making a huge impression. Knowing the content of this story gives Lloyd a huge advantage, as Javier was found not guilty when brought before a judge. And sure enough, Lloyd is already smiling cunningly, knowing he'll get a system pop-up any second now. Just as planned, a notification confirms his father's approval rating has increased by 6 points, earning him 60 RP, bringing his total to a cool 61. Lloyd is about to spend his hard-earned system RP, wondering what incredible skill or summon he'll get, but when the magic circle finally appears, it's so tiny and annoyingly noisy that he can't help but be disappointed. Then, with a bright flash, Peepodong, a giant hamster, materializes, leaving Lloyd with a deadpan expression, absolutely unimpressed. The hamster flops to the ground, then springs up happily, and our boy Lloyd just stares, trying to figure out if this is a dud. Honestly, in his head, this is a complete waste of RP. Peepodong tries to introduce himself, but Lloyd dismisses him, wondering if Peepodong's only skill is shooting acorns. He challenges the hamster to show him what it can do, and Peepodong starts chewing on something, then spits out the item with disgust. Lloyd inspects the strange spit-out bits, while Peepodong cutely rubs his face. What Lloyd finds are colorful sunflower seeds, and he quickly calculates that one set costs 1 RP, but the red seeds make Peepodong grow gigantic for 12 hours, while the blue ones shrink him back down. Curious, Lloyd asks just how big Peepodong can get, like human-sized or something, and then, deciding this might actually be helpful, he offers a seed to the eager hamster. Peepodong enthusiastically munches it down, and a bright flash surrounds him, sending Lloyd reeling from the impact, slammed violently onto the ground. He looks up in shock and confusion, because Peepodong is now towering over him, easily over 30 feet high. Our boy Lloyd just got taken out by his own summon, but Peepodong immediately starts digging into the ground frantically, then rolls swiftly, showing off his new, enormous capabilities. Peepodong opens its massive mouth to spit out a huge muddy lump of clay, revealing its new cheek pocket skill, which lands with a wet thud right beside Javier. Honestly, Lloyd is absolutely ecstatic, grinning intensely, despite being covered in mud. Problem is, a gigantic hamster is pretty hard to explain if someone suddenly sees him with it, so he smugly plans to just carry a book on summoning and pretend to be a master. From there, we jump straight to Lloyd's next big scheme. Figuring out the labor for his construction project, he stands before a large group of workers by the riverbank, ordering them to repeat after him. Lloyd shouts, "Safety first," at his confused laborers, thinking to himself how frustrating it is that these soldiers are getting paid to do nothing, especially with the Baron's debt. Then a sly, villainous smirk spreads across his face, as he realizes his father's idle soldiers just became free labor. So, Lloyd dramatically declares that they are all his army, and the point of an army is to do work. He points to a massive pile of clay, claiming he spent all night digging it up. Honestly, Peepodong did all that in 30 minutes, but still, Lloyd, shovel in hand, declares they are breaking ground on the estate's renaissance with the Ondo construction business, ordering everyone to move the clay to the site. The workers all look incredibly depressed, glumly anticipating the hard labor ahead, but Lloyd is already thinking about his next move. As he walks away, Senior Knight Newman confronts him at the construction site, which Lloyd expected him to do. Newman stands with his solemn subordinate, Bayern, while Javier draws his glowing sword, ready to defend Lloyd. Javier stands with Bayern, staring with an intense expression, but Lloyd just thinks it won't do for Neumann to be the land's foremost knight. Cheekily, Lloyd asks Neumann what it looks like he is doing, and Neumann expresses his disapproval of the men being made to cover themselves in dirt, stating he won't tolerate it as their commander. Lloyd leans on his shovel, tells Neumann that's bull, and says he has his father's permission to make money and pay off debts. Newman confronts Lloyd, insisting on respect, and expresses his suspicion that Lloyd is only using his men for personal gain. Lloyd, looking completely relaxed, asks if he's wrong, then opens one eye with a smug smile, taunting Newman that it sounds right if he wants a beatdown. In Lloyd's head, he's watching this fragile little man break down, thinking if Newman ever played an online game, his fingers would be flying across the keyboard right now. Lloyd slams his shovel into the ground, then swings it at Neumann, creating a bright impact explosion as he presses his buttons. Onlookers watch the fight in total shock and terror, as Neumann braces his arms to absorb the impact of the shovel strike. Lloyd smiles confidently, debris swirling around him, standing his ground. Neumann, absolutely enraged and insulted by the attack, curses Lloyd, asking if he just insulted a knight's honor. Lloyd mocks him, cupping his ear, and suggesting they forget about ranks and fight this out instead. He twirls the handle of his shovel, preparing for combat, then points it down at Neumann, ready to duel. With a confident smile, Lloyd formally invites Neumann to do this thing, a duel. Lloyd can't shake the feeling that Javier's recent actions, including getting the Baron to separate them, are all part of some elaborate calculated scheme, which honestly makes Lloyd want to cut the guy down. So Lloyd, with a mischievous smile, asks Javier to do him a quick favor. Naturally, the knight flat out refuses, not even letting Lloyd finish, which sends Lloyd into an immediate, overly dramatic despair. Javier, for his part, can only glare and call Lloyd human trash. Getting past the insults, Lloyd just wants to confirm if Javier is truly refusing to teach him. Before, with a smug smirk, Lloyd drops a bombshell. He knows all about Javier's insomnia. This stops Javier cold, making him wonder how on earth Lloyd knows his his deepest secret. Our boy Lloyd, of course, just smirks like he's holding all the cards. See, Lloyd has read the novel, so he knows Javier is on the verge of becoming a sword master, and the sleeplessness is a known side effect of that intense power. Lloyd then lays it all out, saying there's no point pretending when Javier's insomnia is so obvious, and offers a deal to cure it, which Javier, surprised, agrees to try, warning Lloyd, "Oh, really? No take-backs." Javier smirks back, listing all the countless remedies he's tried over the years. Therapy, herbs, Eastern medicine, all in his head, convinced Lloyd will fail too. But then, to Javier's utter shock, he suddenly just falls asleep, laughing deliriously. Lloyd watches his knight snoring away, utterly smug, knowing he'd already figured out how to cure Javier's stubborn insomnia. Our madman Lloyd laughs triumphantly, ready to exploit his new swordsmanship teacher, and for some reason this system is listing the properties of reinforced concrete. Javier, now awake and clearly annoyed, cuts straight to the chase, ordering Lloyd to run 50 laps around the perimeter. Lloyd looks completely bewildered and exhausted by this sudden, brutal command. Javier just watches him go, muttering to himself in disbelief, but our boy Lloyd is already off running. Javier watches Lloyd running laps in the distance, then is utterly shocked when Lloyd, sweating and frustrated, starts yelling back at him. Our boy mocks Javier, accusing him of thinking Lloyd would refuse just so he could back out of teaching. Lloyd keeps running, panting heavily but still managing to gloat. He says Javier wanted to use that as an excuse to claim Lloyd didn't have what it takes. Javier, completely caught, admits Lloyd hit the bullseye. Lloyd, now full of renewed confidence, declares he's going to finish these laps no matter what. But then the system pops up, announcing Lloyd's annoying brat skill has leveled up, making him instantly shout at it to buzz off, knowing it's just making things up. Lloyd sprints desperately, huffing and puffing, admitting to himself that this really is hard work. For Suho, Lloyd's past self, this physical exhaustion is nothing compared to the lonely, tiny room where he'd wake up in Korea, without any family to welcome him home. He'd spend his days carrying heavy bricks up to the roof of a 4-story building, and then his nights loading and unloading delivery trucks. All this just to survive, clinging to the hope that one day, things would get better. Even as he panted and struggled up countless stairs, an inner voice kept telling him to hold on, that it would get better. It was that desperate effort, that tiny sliver of light, that pushed him to keep going. Just a little more. Then we jump back to his deepest despair, kneeling on the ground amidst rubble, having lost everything. Compared to that pain and absolute despair, this measly run is absolutely nothing to him now. Javier watches Lloyd, who is now running with surprising energy, and a flicker of respect crosses his face. He looks almost calm, ready to finally teach Lloyd his sword fighting energy, and a flicker of respect crosses his face. He looks almost calm, ready to finally teach Lloyd, still sweating profusely, just shouts out the last word of the agreement, looking absolutely wrecked. Surprisingly, Javier's approval rating for Lloyd just went up a point, showing that even the grumpy knight is slowly falling for Lloyd's mad methods. Meanwhile, we cut to an older noble, likely Lloyd's grandfather, instructing Lloyd to be harsh in his duel, but not so harsh that he actually kills his opponent. He just needs to pull him back to his senses. Lloyd bows respectfully, agreeing to the request, but then the noble, with a sinister mustache twitch, admits that duels don't always go as planned. What this idiot noble doesn't know is that he's plotting to cut off the cocky hooligan's head and disguise it as a suicide. He walks away, laughing to himself, convinced that thanks to this hooligan, his plans are speeding up perfectly. A whole month later, the day of the duel arrives, and Lloyd is finally facing his opponent in the arena. Noble onlookers watch intently from a covered viewing area. His opponent, a young master with a sword, asks if Lloyd is ready. Our boy Lloyd, standing before a shovel stuck upright in the dirt, kicks some dust. Then, with a confident smile and a flourish, he swings his trusty shovel, replying, "Oh, course!" Javier, our knight with a permanent look of exhaustion, notes that Lloyd is dead serious about this shovel duel. And just like that, the announcer kicks off the bizarre showdown between Lloyd Frontera and Sir Neumann. Sir Neumann stands ready with a massive, gleaming sword, while Lloyd grips his trusty shovel in a stance so awkward, even Javier can help but wonder what the hell he's doing. Sir Neumann leaps into the air for an overhead strike, demanding to know if Lloyd is playing games. But our boy Lloyd simply points his shovel forward to meet the blow, and their weapons clash with a force that shocks everyone, especially Javier, who stares wide-eyed at the impossible parry. The knight swings again, confidently declaring that luck won't strike twice, but Lloyd just as easily blocks his sword with the broad head of his shovel, leaving Javier impressed by the sheer efficiency of the technique. As they struggle, locked in a brutal contest, Lloyd just grins, asking Sir Neumann why he's so surprised, because any Korean man would know exactly how to do this. See, this is the essence of modern hand-to-hand combat, all that grueling bayonet training. Then, Lloyd swings his shovel in a wide arc, surprising Sir Neumann, uses its wide surface in a wide arc, surprising Sir Neumann, uses its wide surface to parry another strike, and even jabs the knight with the shovel's handle. Next, he plants his shovel firmly in the ground and starts bouncing on it like a pogo stick, taunting his opponent to come at him. Javier is completely baffled, wondering if this whole duel was just a joke, while Lloyd laughs like a madman fully committed to his bizarre fighting style. But then Javier realizes, or maybe not, Sir Neumann yells in frustration, preparing to charge again, as Lloyd holds his shovel high, declaring it his first weapon prepared to destroy the knight. He unleashes a flurry of shovel strikes that overwhelm Sir Neumann, who, distressed, questions where Lloyd is getting all this strength from. The catch is that his third weapon is a skill expansion, granting him shoveling level 1, which makes him one with his shovel, and honestly, it's all thanks to the +2 and +3 system approval points he got from his parents, who were secretly watching their son work hard for the first time in his life. That approval gave him the sweetest skill ever, making him even stronger with his shovel, and he takes a ready stance against Sir Neumann, who is now forced to focus intently, exhaling before his next attack. Sir Neumann reluctantly swings his sword, feeling humiliated fighting a commoner with a shovel, and then, in a rush of blue aura, he conjures the monoheart. Javier looks on, his expression focused and surprised. A glowing aura envelops Sir Neumann's arm, and a vortex of monoheart. Javier looks on, his expression focused and surprised. A glowing aura envelops Sir Neumann's Nomen's arm, and a vortex of Hanhui. Lloyd looks intently at his opponent, realizing he's actually summoning a mana heart, a powerful core of magical energy. Sir Norman grips his sword hilt, taunting Lloyd, telling the hooligan they're only just getting started. Our boy Lloyd looks down, his expression serious and calculating. Suddenly, two silhouettes battle in a massive surge of mana, and Javier's internal monologue reveals that summoning a mana heart takes 5 to 10 years for even a regular person, making it impossible for Lloyd to block such an attack. Sir Norman swings his massive blade down, certain of his victory, while Lloyd prepares to defend with his shovel, bringing it down with a determined, almost blank-eyed expression. The knight attacks furiously, yelling, as a woman in the crowd watches in complete shock, covering her mouth. Another man reacts with extreme panic, but then Lloyd powerfully slams his shovel downward, and Sir Norman looks up in sudden panic as it approaches, staggering as all the strength drains from his body. Lloyd grins evilly, preparing another move, while Javier reflects on the mana conjuring skill, the Azrahan core technique, that made him the strongest man in this story. That's right, Lloyd is using the Azrahan core technique, glowing with blue mana, to counter his opponent. Sir Norman screams in shock, realizing Lloyd has absorbed his mana. Our boy Lloyd swings his shovel in a powerful counterattack, striking Sir Norman hard across the face, and sending a tooth flying against the bright blue sky. The knight is punched so hard his tooth literally flies out, leaving him disoriented. He stumbles, wondering if that was his tooth. Lloyd raises his shovel high, a look of pure determination on his face. Sir Norman is struck again and sent flying through the air, slamming hard into the ground from the impact. The crowd of onlookers stares in shock and disbelief, trying to process what they just saw, and Javier, from his elevated perch, observes the duel with a mix of surprise and understanding. Lloyd stands victorious with his shovel, as the spectators whisper in utter confusion, unable to believe that Master Lloyd actually won. A nervous official reluctantly declares Lloyd Frontera the winner of this duel, while Sir Norman, the defeated sword expert, lies on the ground in shock, unable to comprehend how he lost to that lowlife. Lloyd stands over him, asserting his victory and asking if he heard correctly, then poses confidently with his shovel resting on his shoulder. Next, our boy raises his shovel high, menacingly declaring it's time for his opponent to take a pounding, and the defeated knight lies prone on the ground, absolutely terrified. A man screams in sheer panic as he watches Lloyd, who, with his infamous scammer face, ruthlessly pummels the defeated knight with his shovel, leaving him screaming in pain. Lloyd is still beating the snot out of Sir Norman, hitting him precisely to hurt every single part of his body, while Javier watches with a tense, suspicious look, as if he's already guessed what's going to happen next. Suddenly, Lloyd stands over Neumann, sword in hand, demanding Javier teach him the Azrahan core technique right now. Naturally, this makes Javier jump, wondering how the hell he even knows about that secret unfinished skill. Javier emphasizes it's a technique he hasn't even told anyone about, and it's still unfinished. Lloyd just grins like the scammer he is, shamelessly revealing he knows all about it because Javier talks in his sleep. This leaves Javier completely dumbfounded and internally questioning if he's just imagining Lloyd's strangely brazen face. Javier initially refuses, claiming the technique isn't finished yet, but Lloyd, with a confident smile, quickly offers a deal. He'll help Javier perfect it if Javier teaches him. Javier Tadari, utterly confused by Lloyd's overflowing confidence, cautiously agrees. Javier Tadari, utterly confused by Lloyd's overflowing confidence, cautiously agrees. So Javier drives his sword into the ground ready to demonstrate the technique, telling Lloyd to listen closely. Lloyd immediately cuts him off, explaining his theory that Javier is trying to take outside mana and combine it with his mana heart, which just makes it bounce off like a ball. The problem is, from your mana heart's point of view, it's a foreign object. So Lloyd suggests changing the way Javier is looking at it, not by mixing the absorbed mana into the mana heart, but by condensing it separately nearby, and then using it around the body, on the outside. It's like an auxiliary engine next to the main one, separate but working as one, and Lloyd wants to know what Javier thinks of the idea. Javier considers this, finding it plausible despite admitting he has no idea what an engine is, while Lloyd claps enthusiastically, practically radiating glee. Javier's approval rating quietly ticks up, but the mood instantly sours for Lloyd when he realizes this might involve learning full mana heart techniques, making him yell in frustration that he doesn't need all that. He just wants the absorbing bit and nothing else. Then we jump forward a bit, and our boy Lloyd is easily winning more fights with his trusty shovel. Elsewhere, a formal-looking man nervously deals with scattered, sealed letters. Someone nearby questions the nature of knightly honor. The man looks down nervously. He's got his hands on some letters, and he stares in shock at what he's found. Turns out, Lloyd found forged documents detailing a real estate fraud scheme, telling the defeated man that he was the one who defrauded them. The man reads the forged documents with growing distress. Lloyd casually mentions that Javier finds him later in the book, and that Pipodong, his adorable giant hamster, helped scamper around for the evidence last night. The man slumps in exhaustion. Lloyd concludes that the man really is a kind person, as described in the book, with a somber look on his face. Lloyd then suggests a merciful punishment for the defrauder to the gathered group, proposing they drop a vicious mouse on the man's head. If he's hurt, he's exiled, otherwise, demoted to a foot soldier to repent. The crowd murmurs in confusion about this bizarre suggestion. Someone tries to clarify that Lloyd is offering a chance to repent. Naturally, Sir Neumann, still recovering from Lloyd's previous beating, has no objections and expresses immense gratitude for such a merciful outcome, while Lloyd just watches, deep in thought. The problem is, if you offer a guilty party a merciful outcome, they don't repent. They just grow more stubborn and cunning, thinking of ways to rise above you. And sure enough, the defeated Sir Norman, despite his pleas, fiercely threatens Baron Frontera, convinced he'll regret this. Lloyd, however, just grins back, telling Sir Norman that it's nice to see him smile, because it'll be for the last time. Sir Norman looks intensely worried. Then, with a serious face, Lloyd flings Pipodobong into the air. He declares that the best way to ask for forgiveness is to remember there is none. And in a flash of bright light, Pipodogong grows giant. Onlookers watch with shocked expressions. Others stare in tense disbelief. The crowd stares, stunned by the spectacle. The giant hamster plummets from the sky. Lloyd himself looks up with an intensely shocked expression, his mouth agape. Podicon crashes down with a massive shockwave. Javier stands firm, shovel in hand. The now defeated giant pea Podicon lies motionless on the cracked ground, leaving someone to lament what a shame it is. Our boy Lloyd is absolutely obsessed with roads, talking about how the ancients built these massive ones, and how his own will put their land on the map. But Javier, naturally, is looking at him like he's grown a second head, asking where he keeps getting all this crazy unheard of knowledge from, and demanding to know if Lloyd is really who he says he is. Lloyd, of course, is sweating bullets, because Javier's eyes are razor sharp. In his head, Javier is totally onto him and his character, and if he finds out Lloyd has stolen the body of his lord's son, that sword is going straight through him. So, Lloyd snaps into action, realizing he needs to deflect. He turns the interrogation around, asking Javier why he's looking, when all he ever does is drink. Javier, utterly ignoring the drinking part, just fires back, asking how Lloyd explains his complex summoning, which even a skilled mage with 2 decades of training would struggle with. Lloyd, exasperated, just shouts that he was born with the gift of summoning. So what? Javier is clearly not convinced, but Lloyd, thinking fast, just yells that he has things to do and strides off, hoping his flimsy excuse actually stuck. He gives Sir Byron instructions to manage the road project, but Javier, ever the loyal watchdog, insists on coming along because it's his job to keep an eye on his lord. Lloyd explains they're heading somewhere far to retrieve some money that was stolen from them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, some loser named Torters is panicking, slamming his fist on a table, because he's lost his whole fortune gambling on real estate. His associate casually points out that he blew a fortune that way. Then his protector, a mercenary, gives him a stern warning. If Torters can't pay him, he's out. Torts pleads, promising to come up with the rest, but the protector makes it clear he'll be gone the moment he defaults. Lloyd, looking stressed, finally reveals that Torters the source of the stolen money. He then casually walks into Torters' room. Our boy Lloyd gives the most evil, scheming grin, introducing himself as Lloyd Frontera, and asking if that name rings any bells. Tords looks absolutely petrified, and then screams at his protector to run because Lloyd will kill them both. But the protector, without hesitation, pins Tords to the ground instead, then smashes through a window, making his escape with the terrified man. He flies through an alleyway carrying the now unconscious Tords, his face completely stoic. Javier, seeing this, immediately grips his sword hilt, then swings it in a blur. He stands in the alley, sword drawn, warning the protector to leave Tortain's wars and walk away quietly, or he'll be seen as a co-conspirator. Javier realizes Lloyd's information was spot on. The protector faces Javier, with Tords cringing in the background. The protector just gives Javier a grim look, questioning his youth. Then shockingly, he summons dark red energy. Javier watches the dark magic unfold from the broken building. Problem is, this is Javier's first time facing a dark enchanter. He struggles against the immense pressure of the gravitational magic. Lloyd, watching from afar, comments, "In the novel, the dark enchanter unleashes a powerful beam of red energy." Javier somehow blocks the blast with his sword, but he's clearly surprised as the dark magic engulfs him. He stands encased in a glowing pink magical dome. The enchanter confidently extends his hand, then clenches his fist, muttering for Javier to die. But Javier starts emitting an intense aura, preparing to counterattack, and the enchanter looks absolutely shocked as Javier's power intensifies. What this guy doesn't know is that Javier is now equipped with a triple circle mana heart, all thanks to Lloyd. Javier slashes forward with his enhanced power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the consequences of fraud are hitting other people, like a man with a mohawk preparing to throw a punch. Another man leaps away, declaring their contract is no longer valid. A noble in a formal blue coat confronts a terrified man, reminding him how serious a crime fraud against a noble family is. The terrified man crashes backward into wooden barrels. The noble points his sword down, ordering the man to crawl to the courthouse. But surprisingly, another man steps in to block the sword, protecting the fraudster. He yells in a panic, calling the noble out of control, saying the court will have the man's head. The noble is stunned by this intervention. He wonders if this man is actually showing pity for another person. Turns out Lloyd isn't done with Tords just yet, because the tied-up gambler, sweating bullets, pleads for forgiveness, promising to do whatever Lloyd commands. So, our boy slides a contract across the table, casually telling the man it's just a normal employment agreement with a paid salary, of course. But here's the catch: 80% of his wages will be withheld as repayment for the money he defrauded them. The man looks absolutely floored, because Lloyd cheerfully announces he'll be all paid up in just 20 years. Honestly, that's just sadistic. Javier, who's been watching this whole thing, realizes Lloyd was never actually going to forgive this guy. In Lloyd's head, killing someone who owes you a debt is a waste, and he'd much rather suck him dry for the rest of his life. The poor man screams about the shamefully unjust contract, but he signs it through his tears anyway. After that, the two are back on the road in a horse-drawn carriage, and Javier confirms they now have enough money to cover a few months' interest. Lloyd, however, is annoyed, because his new public image as a benevolent lord means he's getting way too much unwanted attention, especially from all the villagers who previously hated him. Javier explains that delivering affordable Ondal systems on time and taking care of the trader made the difference. Turns out, people love a lord who actually fixes their problems. Lloyd is genuinely surprised by the paperwork, especially as a villager gushes his thanks, explaining that his child used to suffer from severe colds every winter, but the Ondal system changed everything. Lloyd tries to act embarrassed, claiming he was just trying to satisfy his greed, but he probably loved every second of it, especially when the villager mentions a relative in the neighboring Lacona land. Naturally, Lloyd's eyes light up as he hears about a potential new order. He laughs maniacally, realizing he didn't build all those Ondals at a loss for nothing, and now he can use travel expenses as an excuse to jack up the cost and clean up. He's clearly having the time of his life thinking about all the losses he's endured. Javier watches the construction site, deep in thought, as Lloyd announces that the local trees won't be enough to fuel all these new Ondal systems. Problem is, Lloyd already knew this would happen. He reveals he's building a massive road, the Appian Way, that will lead them straight to a black coal mine, because of course, once you get used to an Ondal, there's no going back. He plans to give his people a very small discount on the coal, which just cements Javier's suspicion that he's incredibly sneaky and devious. Lloyd, fully aware of Javier's thoughts, even asks him if he thinks he's sneaky and devious. Javier remains silent, clearly struggling for an answer, though he seems to trust Lloyd's plan for Nezde. Lloyd confirms he knows all about the mine, and with modern excavation technology, there's so much for them to do. Javier, at least for the moment, decides to trust their lord, convinced he's a new man with a plan. The Abian Way soon leads to a cave entrance, a promising source of black coal, but as they venture inside, a sharp limb scrapes along the cave wall, followed by the shuffling of spidery legs. Suddenly, glowing red eyes appear in the darkness. Insect-like creature emerges from the shadows, ready to loom over them. Our boy Lloyd is back at it, knee-deep in dust and blueprints, using his magic to draw up plans faster than anyone could by hand, and honestly, he thinks this is how he'll be doing things forever. He's getting pretty frustrated by the sheer amount of work, longing for a world with endless free labor, but when some unknown helper sarcastically offers him the old-fashioned way, he quickly admits this skill is the best. Now, standing before rock-blocked cave entrance, Lloyd thinks about all the other skills he's been picking up, and instantly activates his scanning ability to map out the area. This cool power lets him see 5 meters deep into the rock, helping him find a safe path through the mine. But the problem is, they need to dig this out fast and human power alone will take too long and tire everyone out. Sadly, his main excavator, P-Podon, is still sick in bed from all the long-distance road construction, and even if the giant hamster recovered, he'd be too big to fit safely in the tunnel. Suddenly, a determined spark ignites in Lloyd's eyes as he realizes exactly what he has to do. He immediately plops down and activates his random summon game, ready to blow all his RP. A glowing egg with a ribbon appears in the magical circle, and with a burst of light, it hatches into the happiest little pink creature you ever saw. This adorable new friend, Bangle, immediately starts chirping his name, leaving Lloyd a little puzzled, but still intrigued. He asks the creature if it wants seeds, to which Bangle happily nods, and then Lloyd, with a knowing smile, asks to see its special skills. Bangle just beams back, ready to show off. A few weeks later, with the tunnel entrance now a busy construction site, we find an enlarged Bangle at the front of a tunneling machine, happily digging and devouring dirt like a giant pink earthworm. Apparently Bangle's skill is literally chomping dirt at level 1 of course, and Lloyd is already yelling at Javier to get ready because Bangle also has accelerated dirt digestion at level 1, meaning Javier, shirtless and sweating, has to stand ready with his sword, because Bangle is about to launch some steel dung out of its rear. Javier, the Aura Master, is furiously slicing through what are essentially massive steel hard, while other workers are already forging thus process materials into segments to support the earth. Honestly, it's enough to make Javier openly question his life choices, wondering, I am a knight, so why am I underground, slashing at a giant snake's turds? But Lloyd, ever the taskmaster, just yells at him to keep moving forward, and then forward again, turning the whole operation into a continuous, grueling loop. Even Lloyd himself is wiping sweat from his brow, putting in the same hard labor as everyone else, leading Javier to suggest he head out for a break, like the other men, but Lloyd firmly states that as the one in charge, he needs to be on site. In his head, he's reflecting on how many Korean bosses just sat in their offices, flaunting their titles, and never showing up to the actual work, when suddenly, his eyes glow intensely green as he realizes something important. His system scanner has detected a significant block of rock just ahead, and Lloyd yells for everyone to push through just a little longer, driving the workers into a cheering frenzy. Luckily, P-Podong has recovered and is now back on Lloyd's shoulder, getting a thankful scratch for making the tunnel 10 times faster. And Lloyd is already explaining to Javier that once they reach the coal layer, they'll dismantle the shield and enlarge the mining space. He sternly warns them all not to get complacent because it's still dangerous. But just as he says it, a strange sound makes him look back nervously. The stone wall behind them starts to crumble, sending a shower of rocks everywhere. Lloyd is utterly confused, knowing the rock here is solid, with no reason to cave, and immediately reactivates his scanner, desperate to understand what's happening. The system detects an unknown hole in the rock wall that definitely wasn't there before. Then, with a terrifying crack, the hole bursts open, covered in strange symbols. As a monstrous claw smashes through the tunnel wall, Lloyd is instantly thrown backward by the sheer force of the attack, and Javier screams in panic as the tunnel is engulfed in chaos. But Lloyd, ever the resourceful madman, quickly swings his shovel defensively as the monster charges, while Javier, ever the knight, instinctively readies his sword for combat. His blade slashes through the air, hitting something solid, as Javier faces off against the dark, armored monstrous ant. Lloyd, still clinging to his shovel, yells out a battle cry and charges, managing to dodge a huge insectoid attack by mere inches, and actually drives his shovel right into the head of the giant ant. But as he pants, fighting off the exhaustion, he realizes this creature isn't even in the book he read, wondering what the hell is going on. Javier looks toward the tunnel enclosure with his sword ready, and realizes, wait a minute, why are we just sitting here? Ants live in colonies. Sure enough, Lloyd and Javier are barely fending off the first giant ant, when several more mantis-like monsters burst from the darkness, screaming as they attack. Lloyd immediately yells for everyone to get out, panicking as the workers flee, while Javier slashes wildly through the incoming monsters, sending sliced monster segments flying everywhere. Lloyd, completely stressed out, realizes if these monsters make it outside, their entire Barney is finished. Javier is struggling, sweat pouring down his face, as Lloyd knows it's impossible for him to hold them back much longer with the limited oxygen in the tunnel. The workers, still rushing through the dark mine shaft, realize that without dynamite, the tunnel won't collapse, meaning there's no easy escape. Then Javier slaps Lloyd clean across the face, knocking him back with Pipo Dong looking shocked on his shoulder, yelling, "My lord, get a hold of yourself. Don't let yourself be consumed by panic." Javier parries another giant ant monster, as Lloyd screams back at him to think quickly. With a sweaty, panicked expression, Javier fights for his life, while Lloyd frantically looks around, spotting some black hole. A mental light bulb suddenly flickers on in the darkness, and Lloyd has a eureka moment, realizing what to do. He quickly grabs a flaming torch and yells for Javier to grab one too, declaring they'll face them head on and dive straight into the ant nest. Javier looks back at his lord with a frustrated, annoyed expression, completely speechless, but despite everything, he continues slashing at multiple ant monsters, knowing Lloyd must have his reasons. With the crazy plan set, Lloyd and Javier charge forward into the monster-infested darkness, ready for anything. After the tunnel collapsed, our man Lloyd Frontera is stuck in the dark, fighting a monstrous bug swarm and screaming at someone to stop talking, because he's clearly got his hands full with the giant ants and mantises. Even Javier, who's usually unshakable, is completely exhausted and sweating buckets in the hot airless cave. But Lloyd, ever the pragmatist, is frantically searching for something specific with glowing green eyes, convinced he has no time to waste. He's yelling for Javier to push forward, because if he can just find it, he'll be able to blow up the entire bug colony. And sure enough, just when things look dire, his system scanner lights up, revealing the methane layer they need. He immediately gets to work, shovel in hand, ordering Javier to keep slicing up the ants while he digs. Our poor lord is screaming in frustration as he shovels furiously, narrowly dodging monstrous insects as he goes, while Javier stands guard, ready for anything. The two of them continue to slash through the endless swarm, fending off bubs left and right, when suddenly, the ground rumbles beneath their feet. The worst part is that the rumbling means only one thing. The colossal queen monster has arrived, and Lloyd can barely manage to ask if that ginormous thing is the actual queen. This monstrous red queen towers over them, and Lloyd suggests they run, but Javier, grim and determined, asks if they even have a choice at this point. Naturally, the queen lunges forward with malevolent glowing eyes, but Javier is already ready, preparing a powerful, energy-charged sword strike. He delivers a massive blow right to the giant monster, which surprises her for a second, but she quickly counterattacks, forcing Javier to deflect it with intense effort, screaming as he holds his ground. Problem is, Lloyd is still focused on his mission, frantically digging and ignoring the battle around him, while Javier swings his sword with multiple strikes against the colossal queen. Lloyd keeps digging furiously, but then he lifts up in sudden shock, sweat covering his face. The two of them make a break for it, fleeing from the monstrous queen, who crashes down behind them, barely missing. Luckily, Lloyd spots a tunnel entrance, screaming at Javier to go through, and they jump across a chasm to reach safety. Lloyd, covered in dirt and sweat, looks back with an intense gaze, torch in hand, then flings the flaming torch into the dark cavern entrance, shouting for the bugs to feast on this. The torch hits a giant insect, causing it to ping, then bounces off the ground, making giant ant-like creatures pop up. A massive insect crashes nearby, and a vortex of fire erupts, engulfing several ant-like monsters in a massive whoosh. Javier, the ever-loyal knight, shields Lloyd from a crashing monster in the fiery explosion, while a swarm of giant ants gathers near a glowing exit. After the dust settles, Lloyd and Javier lie on the ground, defeated and exhausted, as the mine shaft rumbles ominously. They lie motionless on the ground, until Lloyd regains consciousness with a buzz, clutching his head in pain. He looks at a defeated giant monster, and realizes his plan actually succeeded. He then checks on an unconscious Javier, realizing he was shielding him from the blast, and then sees poor Pipadong injured, feeling the weight of his responsibility. But his relief is short-lived, because he discovers the cave side has completely collapsed, trapping them inside. Lloyd feels dizzy and nauseous, barely able to hold his shovel, but his eyes glow green with urgency. As a warning flashes, he's running out of oxygen. He identifies a path through a glowing green holographic cube, but he needs to dig for more than 15 feet to escape. There's nothing else to do but dig furiously, knowing time is running out. He looks at Javier and Pipadong, still unconscious, and shovels with intense determination, vowing to get them out of there together, no matter what. He screams that he's responsible for both of them, pushing himself to the limit, while Javier remains slumped on the ground. Lloyd pants heavily, utterly exhausted from the desperate digging, but then he commands his invisible assistant to find any skill that can be upgraded, realizing it's all or nothing if they want to survive. Trapped and running out of air, our boy Lloyd, ever the pragmatist, decides his only way out is to master an advanced combat technique, the Azrahan core technique, and channel its power into his shovel. A small blue flash of magical light appears in the dark, with a streak of energy curving through the air. Even without a proper mana heart, he can definitely feel the raw power of the spinning mana circle forming inside his chest, but he knows this basic skill level won't be enough. Luckily, he's got RP and lots of it, meaning he can blow this technique up to huge levels in no time at all, so he goes all in, furiously tapping the upgrade button. He stands surrounded by a swirling blue aura while holding his shovel, but as the levels rapidly increase, he starts to worry if the RP cost will rise exponentially, realizing he has no other choice right now but to push it to the max. Finally, with a glowing magical object spinning rapidly, the skill upgrades, and Lloyd, body steaming from exertion, grips his shovel, ready to break through. With a determined shout, he imbues his shovel with crackling energy, transforming it into a makeshift jackhammer. He digs furiously, creating massive dust clouds, yelling with every strike, and begging the universe for a way out as their oxygen levels plummet to critical lows. He smashes against the glowing green rock, desperate for just a tiny hole to appear, swinging his shovel with immense force, continuing to strike rhythmically against the earth wall until he finally spots a tiny gap. Seeing the end of the tunnel, Lloyd yells, shoveling debris away rapidly, pushing through the last 3 meters of wall, but his body gives out, collapsing onto the ground near a small pink doll. He desperately tries to gather strength, letting out strained huffs, house, pulling on metal structures with extreme effort, but he finally drops to his knees, utterly defeated. With 2 shovels lying crossed on the cracked ground, Lloyd kneels, exhausted and covered in dirt, the darkness of the cave closing in as the oxygen warning flashes relentlessly. He grips his shovel tightly with extreme determination and focus still etched on his face, yelling furiously as he swings one last time to break through the rock, only to find a tiny 30-centimeter hole, causing him to shout in frustration. As his world closes in, he thinks about how all he ever wanted was to live the nice sweet life, the simple existence of the son of a country aristocrat, not this constant, desperate struggle for survival. Just as all hope seems lost and Lloyd lies motionless on the ground, he pushes himself up one last time, causing rocks to crumble around him. Suddenly, his giant hamster Peepodong bursts through the cave wall like a fluffy, adorable wrecking ball, bringing with him a rush of life-giving oxygen, causing Lloyd to look up with wide, crazed eyes. He gasps for air, whispering, "Oxygen." Flashbacks hit him of his relentless, torturous digging, and a taunting voice reminding him of the sweet, noble life that supposedly awaits. Then memories of nights under a full moon, and the blaze of a torch illuminating dark, stony cave walls. He remembers Javier and others walking in a dark cave with Lloyd himself ordering them to turn back, his expression determined to keep going to the very end. As he trudges through a dark, narrow, cavernous tunnel, he recalls Javier carrying his exhausted body through the cave, a desperate knight shouting his name, and Javier embracing an exhausted Lloyd, trying to support him. He even recalls a man holding his panicked and grieving companions. Meanwhile, back in the village under the peaceful full moon, the townsfolk are buzzing with rumors. They discuss how they thought Lloyd was just some troublesome drunk, but now they realize they had him all wrong. The rumors, apparently, were true, with one saying his nephew saw Lloyd and Javier venture into the ant colony themselves and managed to get rid of all the ants. Honestly, everyone agrees he's completely changed from the Lord Lloyd they knew. He's now safely sleeping in his bed, looking peaceful, with Javier sitting nearby, looking concerned and attentive. Lloyd wakes up dazed, only to find a system window congratulating him, saying all of Baron Frontera's subjects were deeply moved by his heroic courage and send their praises. He lies in bed looking blankly at the message, then grins widely, thinking, who cares about being a hero? But 500 RP, sweet. Lloyd and Javier are back in the ant tunnels, and for a greedy lord, every solved problem means more money, so he insists he must find even the smallest hazards and resolve them, as they continue searching the ant tunnels again. But Javier, ever the cautious knight, then cuts Lloyd off, asking his lord to be brief due to the thin air, then questions why he's doing such dangerous work in person, thinking Lloyd could just get the workers to do it, and wondering if his young master is actually worried about the workers' safety. What this idiot Javier doesn't know is that Lloyd has a very specific reason for being on the front lines, insisting he must be on the front line, because that way, no one can say anything when he gets the most money. They finally reach what Javier thinks is the end of the line, but Lloyd's eyes glow with a peculiar intensity, sensing something more to find, so our determined lord starts wildly whacking the rock wall with his shovel, with Javier cautioning Lloyd, asking if they really must keep digging, because this place could be full of ant eggs, which would definitely be an issue if they hatched. Luckily, what they find is not ants, but a huge green-skinned humanoid, hanging from the cave ceiling like a giant cocoon, completely tied up in webs and awaiting its gruesome fate. Javier, recognizing the danger, immediately places a hand on Lloyd's shoulder, preparing to draw his weapon and insisting he'll take care of it, as it looks dangerous. Lloyd, however, far from being scared, immediately identifies it as an orc, and when Javier explains that wild ants typically paralyze their prey, storing them for food, our boy Lloyd gives a wide mischievous grin, his face illuminated by a fiery glow, as he realizes what an amazing new item he's found. Soon enough, Arash, son of the Sand and Steel tribe chief, recovers thanks to the Baron's physician, and back at the estate, he pledges his gratitude Lloyd for saving his life, promising to never forget his deed. Oink. Our pragmatic lord, of course, can't help but ask if he's saying oink on purpose, just to help his character stand out, but Arash insists he has no idea what Lloyd is talking about. Arash, son of the Sand and Steel tribe chief, makes it clear he never forgets acts of kindness, and for that exact reason, Lloyd touches his chin with a smug smile, radiating confidence, knowing exactly why he saved this guy. With a knowing smile, Lloyd gets ready to ask for his reward, a laugh escaping him, as Arash had recovered in no time, but Arash immediately declares Lloyd's request impossible. Oink. He explains that orcs are all warriors and will only follow a warrior's orders. Lloyd, impatient, demands why Arash can't just do it, but Arash counters, accusing him of clicking his tongue like a bad man. Oink. So Lloyd, not being a warrior, cannot give them orders, which Lloyd quickly denies, insisting it's just a habit, like Arash's oink. Problem is, Lloyd has a way around everything, even orc warrior code, and our cunning lord begins to scheme, licking his lips, as he begins his playful smacking, confusing Arash with his strange noises. What Lloyd is really doing is convincing a bewildered Arash that they both caught the weakened wild ant from the tunnel, reassuring the worried orc that his memory must have been affected when he was paralyzed, and he starts talking a mile a minute about wild ants, which Arash, oddly enough, seems to believe can talk. Javier, the silver-haired knight, implicitly supports the story by expressing gratitude to Lloyd for easily striking down the weakened wild ant. So with Javier as his unwitting accomplice, Lloyd presses the point, emphasizing that the wild ant was caught by both of them, asking Arash if he remembers him being there too. The angry orc yells, "You shall have them, oink." Soon Lloyd and Javier arrive at the orc village, where the chief, Akush, sits on his throne. Lloyd, after his earlier success, is surprised when Chief Akush again refuses refuses his request, so he addresses His Highness Akush, the great chief of Sand and Steel tribes, asking flat out for the reason behind his refusal. Akush, with bulging muscles, explains his tribe eats a lot of meat to build up their strength, as he flexes, stating they hunt every day in 3 shifts to avoid muscle loss. He clarifies that meat spoils after 1 day, so reducing the number of warriors on the hunt would mean the end of their tribe. Lloyd, realizing it's all about protein and muscles for these guys, sarcastically suggests they just give up, but a glint in his eye shows he's already found a loophole. He touches his chin in thought. Then the good part is, our genius lord quickly proposes a system, suggesting a plan where they wouldn't have to go hunting 3 times a day, and could instead lend them worker orcs. Akush, catching on, asks for clarification. Is Lloyd saying that if he solves their hunting problem, they can lend him their worker orcs? Akush, while acknowledging their desire to repay kindness, still looks concerned, clearly weighing the logistics. But after a moment of thought, Akush believes Lloyd's impossible plan might actually be possible. Our boy Lloyd is already thinking about his next big score, and in his head, he's seeing a massive workforce of orcs doing all the heavy lifting, giving him an enormous profit from their endless energy, especially as they celebrate a kill and cheer for each other. He even sees them squatting and curling gold like it's a grueling leg day at the gym. This is just Lloyd's internal monologue, but honestly, seeing these sweaty orcs happily lifting heavy golden pillars as barbells and coordinating their workouts while even using a sparkling chandelier as a weight, it's clear that Lloyd has already made a contract with the tribe chief to get all the worker orcs and their treasure. He's explaining the contract to Javier, where he, the contractor, will build a soaking go for the client, and Javier, naturally, asks what the hell a soaking go is. Lloyd explains it's like those royal palace buildings that use ice magic to preserve food. When Javier asks where he learned such an advanced concept, Lloyd nonchalantly says he picked it up at a student society, then cuts him off with an exasperated sigh, wondering how Javier can be so clueless about so many things. But here's the catch. To build this Seiyuken go, they need incredibly strong granite from a nearby mountain, which Javier immediately points out does not look like it will come loose easily. Lloyd sighs, agreeing that it's hard to break, and admits they don't have dynamite around. But our boy Lloyd, ever the pragmatist, already has a plan B forming in his head. He turns to Javier with a mischievous smirk, and announces, dynamite. Turns out, Lloyd wants Javier to replicate the technique he used to blast through Namaran's wall, a magical fortress that had refugees staring in fear at its evil force field. Back then, even Javier was shocked and helpless, determined to save everyone helpless. He protected his mana heart with 1 circle, and then smashed the remaining 3 circles together, leaping down with a glowing fiery sword, releasing a powerful beam of energy, and descending into a magical vortex as a light beam struck the castle, which completely tore across the fortification wall. Now Lloyd, wearing a mysterious metal mask, is instructing Javier on how to replicate that power, gesturing exactly how to do it. He claims Javier's eyes look like an extremely annoying liar's, then laughs, knowing Javier is doing this because he wants to evolve his skills, and Javier, recognizing the benefit for himself, agrees to try, even if it means doing Lloyd's bidding. So Javier concentrates, pointing his sword at the rocky wall, mobilizing 2 mana circles while protecting his mana heart, and strikes the granite, causing a powerful impact. A massive, blinding flash of light erupts, and Lloyd is genuinely shocked that Javier got it on the first try. As the dust and smoke swirl, a muscular silhouette emerges, revealing a shirtless Javier, his clothes tattered from the sheer force. Lloyd asks if he anticipated this outcome, but Javier sighs, saying he absolutely did not. Javier then resignedly asks if it's time for him to do some construction work for his lord. He grumbles that he's a knight who trains with a sword to protect his master, not to use it for construction, but Lloyd just offers a smug smile. Javier shouts defensively that he's not a construction worker at all, and even Peepodong looms nearby. Funnily enough, while Javier is busy complaining, Lloyd watches as the orcs happily take up the job, seeing it as a killer workout, lifting heavy stone blocks like gym addicts. An orc even flexes proudly with a block, clearly enjoying the manual labor. Now, all they need for the Sokbengo is some ice and some insulation, and Lloyd asks Javier how long it's been since they sent 5 men to fetch the insulation. Javier replies it's been exactly 3 weeks to the day. Lloyd, looking concerned, wonders if that's more than enough time for a round trip. Javier explains that one of 2 things may have happened. Either the men are being lazy and taking their sweet time, or something truly bad has happened. Seeing Lloyd's determined, Javier tells him they should go look for them. Javier blocks Lloyd's path, insisting that as an heir, Lloyd shouldn't be rushing into unknown dangers. But Lloyd, ever the responsible employer, looks nonchalantly to the side, and states firmly that he is responsible for all his workers. Javier closes his eyes thoughtfully, accepting Lloyd's resolve. They eventually find themselves in a desolate rocky desert, where a discarded glove and boots lie on the dirt ground. Lloyd kneels to examine the glove, asking Javier what he's thinking. Javier points toward the Proja Gorge, saying something seems off, explaining that the flow of mana there seems unnaturally turbulent. Lloyd thinks deeply, recalling an episode from the novel, and suddenly he has a shocked realization. He immediately runs urgently across the rocky landscape, telling Javier there's no time to lose. So, Lloyd, true to form, is absolutely livid, because this is not just about missing workers, it's a blatant violation of his property rights, which apparently warrants the death penalty in his book. But before he can act, Javier, ever the knight, draws his sword and steps right onto a glowing magic circle, forcing Lloyd to yank him back by the collar just as it erupts. The entire area blows up, leaving a smoking crater right where Javier's foot was moments ago, and Lloyd, naturally, rounds on his knight, wondering how he could be so reckless and questioning if he's even a real knight. Problem is, our boy Lloyd already knows what's up, because in Javier's original book, the poor guy gets caught on the very first trap and enters the dungeon already covered in wounds. But our Javier, luckily, won't make that mistake again thanks to Lloyd's sage advice. Lloyd, holding a finger up like a seasoned mentor, tells him to focus on sensing the mana in the area, so Javier closes his eyes, trying to tune into that otherworldly sense, and Lloyd explains that any planted traps will have an unnatural cluster of mana. Sure enough, a bright concentrated glow appears, revealing the danger. Javier, now totally dialed in, lifts his hand, and Lloyd's shovel casually slung over his newfound skill, walking ahead as if this was always the plan. Our knight knows Lloyd is always full of excuses, but there's no denying the results of his strange engineering magic. Lloyd, looking ahead with a mysterious smirk, is clearly moving on to the next phase, but Javier can't shake the unsettling thought. How can Lloyd know so much about mana when he has none himself? Still, he resolves to focus, because there's too much at stake to get distracted. Meanwhile, somewhere deeper in this cursed gorge, a hooded figure in a dark laboratory looks up, glowing red eyes turning, realizing someone is probably coming for the men he abducted. The lunatic wonders if they're here to rescue his future sacrifices, casually closing a thick, ancient book. He walks toward a heavy iron-barred door, unlatching it with a clack, convinced this time his experiment will finally succeed. Inside, several bound captives huddle in terror, knowing their time is almost up. The cloaked cultist drags one poor soul by the collar, tossing him onto a glowing red pentagram with a sickening thud. He raises a massive scythe, boasting about a sickle soaked in blood for 100 days, and a young human. In his twisted mind, it's absolutely perfect. The captive screams in sheer terror as the hooded figure looms over him, ready for the ritual. Back on the trail, Javier leads the way through the rocky cavern, Lloyd following close behind with his trusty shovel, having bypassed literally hundreds of magic traps thanks to Lloyd's uncanny knowledge. Then they finally find the cloaked figure, who, genuinely surprised by their arrival, casts a glowing purple magic spell. As the dust settles from the impact, Lloyd and Javier stand ready, but before Javier can charge, Lloyd screams, then puffs out his cheeks, holding his breath. The antagonist, grinning menacingly, gestures toward them, explaining he just released sleeping gas powerful enough to knock out an elephant, and now he'll have 2 more for his sacrifice. But our boy Lloyd, ever the genius, casually activates his energizer technique, his eyes glowing, and starts furiously digging into the ground, claiming he doesn't even need 10 minutes. Javier, rubbing his nose, quickly realizes this isn't allergies, but that Lloyd is completely immune to sleeping gas. Watching as his master digs a perfect trench, our knight looks down, thinking Lloyd is digging just like a mole. Lloyd, looking up from the hole, yells for Javier to get in, so Javier points his own sword towards the trench, ready to defend it, then reaches for the fracturing rock wall, sensing a weakness. A massive golden blade slams into the cavern floor, and a fiery explosion erupts as Lloyd shouts in surprise. The cloaked figure tumbles backward in a panic, leaving a huge crater in the stone floor. From within the smoking hole, a hand reaches up, and Lloyd pulls himself out, coughing. He looks up, genuinely shocked at the destruction Javier just caused. The antagonist, with a deranged smile, conjures magic rings, yelling what kind of monster is this, and casts a massive magic circle downwards, summoning his ultimate weapon. The sorcerer, now smiling maniacally, explains that while his reincarnation spell keeps failing, he has created an extremely strong ghoul as a byproduct, and the 2-headed monstrosity appears, roaring, as the cultist boasts there's no way they'll even scratch its steely skin. Lloyd, surprisingly serious, warns Javier that this one is going to be pretty tough, but Javier just leaps into the air above him, eyeing the ghoul's legs. A massive column of fire erupts upward, and Javier cleaves the 2-headed ghoul in half with a single powerful sword strike. The robed antagonist looks on in sheer terror, mouth agape, while Lloyd is absolutely shocked and confused at how easily his knight just handled the extremely strong monster. Javier lets Lloyd know the men are all worn out, but physically they seem fine, as Lloyd, shovel still in hand, demands to know what the kneeling cultist planned to do with them. The guy, clearly distressed, blurts out that they were dead, and Lloyd, leaning on his shovel with an annoyed look, presses him, asking what he would do if he actually could. The hooded figure, listening intently, then confesses he was just trying to bring back his dead wife and child. Lloyd's expression turns somber as the cultist insists their deaths weren't ordinary, blaming the fiendish lord he used to serve for his tragedy. But Lloyd is hurt enough, angrily shouting for him to stop his soppy story. Looking utterly unimpressed, the cultist reacts in panic, gesturing wildly unimpressed. The cultist reacts in panic, gesturing wildly, but Lloyd just dismisses his pleas, shovel still firmly in hand, asking if he thinks his tragic story excuses everything. Honestly, some people really are. The cultist, now intense, accuses Lloyd of being a serial murderer, crushing the happiness of others who are just like him. Tears stream down his face, but Lloyd maintains a calm, neutral expression. He tells the cultist he'll be back with his men to pick up the tools he needs, and, looking over his shoulder, declares there will be no mercy. The cultist looks utterly shocked and scared. Suddenly, he bows low in gratitude, thanking Lloyd and Javier profusely, but Lloyd is already thinking about the original novel, where the main character forgives Lepellin and just forces him out of his lab. What he doesn't know is that Lepellin, this very cultist, goes on to kill hundreds more, mutates into an annoying villain, and becomes a recurring pain in Javier's side. And that's exactly why our boy Lloyd is walking away from him right now, leaving the shadowy figure behind whose wide red eyes are already burning with intensity. Lloyd continues to walk, shovel on his shoulder, when behind him, the cultist screams and conjures a dark magic spell. He unleashes a powerful blast of dark magic. Lloyd looks up, fear flashing in his eyes, as the cultist presses his attack. Luckily, Javier is right there, slashing in his eyes, as the cultist presses his attack. Luckily, Javier is right there, slashing at the magical energy circle with his sword, his blade cutting straight straight through the attack. From there, we jump straight to a construction site, where an older worker is scolding Lloyd, demanding to know where his manners went. Lloyd looks tense and nervous, and apologetically bows, promising to be more careful, while the old man, hands on hips, tells him to learn some manners. Lloyd continues to bow as the worker walks away, the word manners echoing in his head. Soon after, another worker bows politely, wishing him a good morning. But Lloyd, who's been bottling up his anger, suddenly snaps, yelling, "Hey, you little fecker, why are you shouting? You almost broke my eardrum, you little prick." He glares down at the worker. He clenches his teeth, trying to ignore and forget the whole thing. His frustration building. Our boy tries to remain calm, turning his back to the scene, but the worker's face shows extreme shock and tension. Suddenly, a hand gently places itself on Lloyd's shoulder. That's the last straw. Lloyd winds up for an aggressive punch, delivering a blow that sends out a shockwave. Bystanders scream in shock, wondering what the hell is going on as Lloyd lands another powerful punch to the worker's face. He slams his fist in again, then follows it up with a kick to the chest, making the poor guy cry out in pain. Other workers rush in, pulling Lloyd away and yelling for him to knock it off. The problem is, sometimes violence must be stopped with violence, and standing victorious with his shovel, Lloyd knows it. A news report flashes on a screen showing a man fined for battery, his intoxication and extenuating circumstance, asking if we shouldn't sink to their level when murderers, attackers, and fraudsters, like a medical student with a bright future, often get a mere slap on the wrist. Lloyd is back to his usual self, screaming at his workers while carrying a huge pack, threatening to withhold bonuses if they don't move it, but honestly, these guys probably don't care about the bonus, they just want to make their greedy boss proud. And Javier of course looks on stoically. Our boy Lloyd knows that to these men, only getting the work done matters right now. Suddenly, a system message pops up praising him for moving the rescued soldiers, but Lloyd just glares at it, clearly annoyed, insisting he's absolutely not interested in any more praise. From there, we jump to a desolate rocky landscape, where they've arrived at the Sokbingo stone structure, a giant stone ice house. Inside, Arash the orc, unimpressed, declares this is the Sokbingo. Looking around skeptically, and not seeing what the big deal is, he flat out tells Lloyd he sees a loss, but Lloyd just smiles his usual charming, scheming smile, explaining there's no ice in here yet because the place isn't finished. Arash, however, is not buying it, clearly thinking this whole ice house thing is a bust. Lloyd, still grinning, insists he has a solution, just keeping on smiling confident as ever, while Arash is definitely thinking con man oink. Lloyd's cheerful facade immediately shatters as he furiously denies those thoughts, shouting that they're Arash's, not his, even though the system boxes clearly showed they were Arash's internal monologue. He defensively insists Arash is a very important customer, not a pushover. Arash just shakes his head, clearly still thinking of Lloyd as a bit of a trickster. With Arash waving goodbye, Lloyd and Javier head out, and Javier, utterly confused, asks about the ice. Lloyd, now sweating nervously, wonders aloud what they should do, which is always a great sign. Javier immediately rounds on him, asking if he made a contract without a plan and was actually planning to defraud them. Knowing that desperate look means Lloyd truly has no idea. Lloyd, ever the entrepreneur, launches into a passionate speech about unsuccessful people finding a million reasons not to do something, rather than just trying it. He insists that successful people just start things and somehow figure them out. He clenches his fist, probably more in frustration at his current predicament than triumph, proclaiming that this, right here, is the mind of an entrepreneur. Problem is, Javier just stands there, utterly unimpressed, probably thinking Lloyd is just making things up as he goes. Lloyd, left alone on a rock, finally gets down to business, his first step being a giant ice cube mold. Soon enough, Pipodong and another giant creature are busy filling a mold with water. Lloyd realizes this world has ice magic, which means mages manipulate mana, changing its arrangement at the atomic level to create their effects. He remembers absorbing different types of mana during his training, understanding that magic is just manipulating mana into a fireball, or, in this case, ice. Lloyd sits under the moon, a cunning grin spreading across his face as he formulates his plan. He calls Pipodong and the other creature over, ready to experiment. He dips his hand into a water trough, realizing he can do something similar with his Ashrakor technique. He channels the Ashrakor technique, focusing intently, his goal to absorb only the warm mana and leave behind the cold, effectively freezing the water. Sadly, he immediately screws it up, absorbing the cold instead, realizing it's not as easy as it sounded. Javier watches him from the background, a critical and slightly concerned expression on his face, probably wondering if Lloyd will actually pull this off. But our boy Lloyd, ever the tenacious one, is already figuring out a way. There's truly no stopping him when he puts his mind to it. And a few days later, a system message confirms he's developed a new application for the Asran core technique, leveling it up to double circle level 2. Finally, Arash and the ogres stare at a massive ice block, Arash stammering in disbelief. You made ice oink? Lloyd, tapping the ice block with a proud grin, simply says, done. The ogres instantly go wild, celebrating their amazing new ability to preserve meat and not have to hunt every day, declaring it Triceps Day and calling everyone to the square. Lloyd, still grinning, echoes Triceps Day enthusiastically, then points his finger up with an intensely smug, scheming look, while Javier just stands there, resigned and stoic, already exhausted by Lloyd's latest genius idea. After Lloyd's ice-making triumph, the orcs are absolutely hyped, flexing their muscles and loudly declaring their unwavering loyalty, promising to be at his side if anyone should cause him trouble. Lloyd, always the opportunist, basks in their adoration, happily joining their chant of long live the Sand and Steel tribe. But it wasn't always like this. See, when these hulking brutes first arrived, everyone in the village was absolutely terrified, especially as Lloyd and Javier led them through town, leaving our boy Lloyd to smirk with a slightly nervous, cunning expression, remembering how his own parents had almost lost their minds with fear. Now, back in the present, Lloyd is surrounded by magic items that serve as the orcs' exercise equipment, casually reading a book while Javier silently judges him, when suddenly he spots something that makes him gasp and shout, "Huh? Wait!" before rushing off to the mine, leaving his loyal knight to tidy up the mess. He sprints straight into the mine, frantically calling for Tords, who meekly appears asking if Lloyd was looking for him, already looking like he's worked 1,000 years, and Lloyd immediately launches into a speech about that ridiculous 520-year contract, getting Tords to agree it's too much, assuring him it was all a joke and that clause was a bit of a joke, but instead, Lloyd gleefully announces that now Tords Denima all a joke and that clause was a bit of a joke. But instead, Lloyd gleefully announces that now Tords doesn't have to worry anymore, all while holding up a book with a ritualistic circle. The problem is, Lloyd's idea of not worrying means Tords can now work the entire 520 years, an announcement that completely breaks the poor guy, sending him into silent, tearful despair while Lloyd looks on, momentarily stunned by the reaction, before Torch's blank, empty stare confirms his fate. As the tears start streaming, Lloyd still cheerfully tells him to keep up the great work, and even cheers for him, shouting, "You can do it," from further down the tunnel. And of course, the system pops up to offer Lloyd a position from the ruler of the underworld, only for him to immediately shut it down, huffing about what he possibly did wrong. Meanwhile, Lloyd, humming happily to himself, is heading off to sort some things with the Baron, but finds his father's office empty, prompting a maid to inform him that the Baron is in the reception room with guests. Specifically, she adds, Mr. Shiloh and Mr. Meatloaf. Lloyd, putting on his most terrifying scammer face, lets out a delighted, "Ha!" that makes the maid jump, while he likely thinks about what fresh hell these guests have brought. Inside, the Baron is being negotiated with by two smirking creditors who are offering a special arrangement to repay 10% of the principal if he just hands over the rights to his mine. Just then, Lloyd knocks and enters, all smiles and flowers, interrupting the creditors as he mockingly compliments their intellect, already knowing what kind of crappy deal they're trying to pull. Lloyd then couldn't help but overhear their amazing offer and boldly suggests one of his own. The Fronteras will repay their debts in smaller amounts with reduced interest, which naturally infuriates the creditors, making them shout at our audacious boy, leaving Lloyd to smirk, thinking, so you two can spit out crappy offers, but I can't. But then, a massive orc foot steps into the room, followed by the rest of the hulking brute, instantly turning the creditors' anger into abject terror. Lloyd calmly explains to his orc muscle that anyone who causes trouble for the Fronteras will be destroyed with the full force of the Sand and Steel tribe, then turns back to the sweating creditors, asking them again about his offer, with an ominous smile and a warning that refusing it might hurt his feelings. Naturally, the terrified creditors flee, leaving Lloyd and the orc standing proudly with the Baron, our boy looking very pleased with his latest scheme. As an unknown man looks concerned about this development, Lloyd takes the opportunity to calmly remind them that these guys eat 10 times more than a normal human, a fact that sends the poor guy into a fresh wave of terror. Honestly, the orcs just want their bellies full, which is fair enough, but our boy Lloyd has bigger things on his mind than just feeding ogres. He's deep in thought about money, discussing mine profits with a noble colleague, casually dropping that those will never lose money. The problem is, this dude is pushing back on tax increases, and Lloyd is just smiling through it, already knowing he has a much better plan. So when his colleague asks how he's going to raise revenue, Lloyd drops a bombshell. They're going to transform the Maritz wetlands, a long-abandoned area, into prime farmland, and then just give it away to the people. Naturally, Javier, who's been walking through these centuries-old marshy fields with Lloyd, wonders how anyone will actually farm this mess, but our boy insists he has a plan, promising his knight to just wait. What he doesn't know is that the plan in Lloyd's head means he's going to crouch in the mud himself, trying to figure out how to build a proper drainage system for this huge variable terrain, because it's time for the old-fashioned way. And honestly, the old-fashioned way is a lot harder than he thought, as he repeatedly tries and fails to make the mud structures work, getting completely frustrated that nothing is cooperating. He's out there for days, utterly exhausted and mumbling to himself, looking like he's lost his mind. Javier's so worried he asks another noble how many days Lloyd has been at this, even wondering if he should just stop him. The other noble, watching Lloyd work so laboriously and determinedly, reflects that he used to hate Lloyd's father, and wondered when Lloyd would finally give up. But our boy, carrying buckets and sweating intensely, just keeps pushing, keeping his word until the work is done. Finally, after all that grit and sweat, and kneels over his completed irrigation field layout under the moonlight, letting out a triumphant hoot, he raises his scarred arm in victory, rejoicing in his success, and even shouts that tax money will flow in like this water's draining, right before he collapses from pure exhaustion onto the muddy ground. But as he lies there, smiling and reflecting on his hard work, he probably wishes he'd known the system was about to drop a bomb. A system window pops up revealing he has a design skill in a simulation mode. In his head, Lloyd is absolutely fuming, asking the system why it's only telling him about this now, after he worked his butt off for an entire month with his bare hands, only for the system to explain that only knowledge acquired through personal experience gets enhanced with skills. And this is all because of his wish when he first got here. Our boy reflects on his simple past goals of just getting through college, getting his license, and getting into a good company without worrying about money. But the system cuts in, saying those were merely goals, and a wish is something much more intense, transcending all time and space, which just makes Lloyd tell it to stop talking nonsense because he has too much to do. Then, Peepodong and Bangle pop up on his shoulders, startling him, and Lloyd, ever the pragmatist, decides they need some new friends to help reclaim the Maritz wetlands. As the sun rises over the mountain peaks, he announces Stage 1 of the Maritz Wetlands Reclamation Project. He tells Podong and Bangle that they need to remove all this water. When Peepodong looks overwhelmed, Lloyd agrees it's too big a job for just the two of them, so he resolves to use all his RP to summon more friends, pulling up the game screen. It costs 100 RP per summon, and he taps the start button. He starts the summon, complaining about the noisy notification, just wanting something big like Podong to carry water, when a magical green circle activates in the sky. Then, an object blasts right through the air and directly into his face. The new yellow creature lands lands on the ground, shouts hamang, and Lloyd, confused, realizes it's some kind of hippo. Peepodong and Bangle are absolutely thrilled, calling out to their new friend who happily shouts hamang in return. The three small creatures immediately start playing together on the ground. Lloyd, ever pragmatic, leans in and asks for a manual, but the creature just spits out a crumpled piece of blank paper onto the ground. Lloyd holds up the empty sheet, looking completely confused and pretty grumpy, as he wonders if he really just got a dud this time. After all that anticipation, Hamang's skill is revealed as one-shot level 1, which leaves our boy Lloyd pretty confused, especially when Peepodong points to its belly and asks if it's about storage, making Lloyd lament his luck, as he was sure this was going to be the perfect skill. But when Lloyd tells Peepodong to show him what this one-shot skill actually means, the giant hamster just starts slurping up water from a tiny puddle, leaving Lloyd utterly confused as it keeps drinking more and more. And then, surprisingly, Peepodong starts growing exponentially with every gulp, getting bigger and bigger like a water balloon about to burst, gulping down an entire river's worth of water, until Lloyd is absolutely dwarfed by his own summon, making him gasp in bewildered shock, just before Peepodong unleashes a truly massive stream of water, making Lloyd look like a tiny ant next to his colossal pet, and then it roars triumphantly, having irrigated an entire chunk of the wetlands in one go. Seeing a fish flopping on the newly created dry land, Lloyd immediately understands the sheer destructive power of Hamming's ability, realizing they could literally get rid of entire bodies of water, much to the smug satisfaction of his other summons, making him wonder if the system is actually helping him, or if he just keeps getting exactly the right skill at the perfect time, even as he shrugs and asks if he'd been trying with such vague skill descriptions, while Peepodong looks on, confused, and our greedy noble smiles confidently, already plotting his next move. Soon the wetlands are a hive of activity with workers terrified by Hamming's massive water blast, and the team starts by making holes all over the ground, with Javier reluctantly making huge mana explosions with his sword, while Peepodong rolls over the earth to flatten it and put in bamboo stalks. Then Peepodong sips from a bamboo stalk, using its one-shot skill to quickly finish the task, and Lloyd directs his workforce to build a levee, soon completing an entire sector of the wetlands, which glows brightly on his map. Lloyd, shovel in hand, shouts that there's still a lot of work left, but promises a bonus party once it's all done, which gets the workers cheering and jumping with him. Meanwhile, Javier, shirtless and buff, contemplates the vast expanse of the newly cultivated farmland, questioning his life choices, only to have Lloyd sprint over and immediately order him to plant seeds across the entire sector, despite Javier's protest that he's a knight, not a farmer. Sadly, Javier soon finds himself crouched in the dirt, watering the soil and cursing Lloyd in his head, already plotting his escape for next time, as he stares blankly at the new farmland, until Lloyd joins him with another person, admiring their work. Soon the once barren wasteland is transformed into a miracle of cultivated fields, with farmers taking well-deserved breaks after their hard work, watching Lloyd walk across the field edges, who, of course, sports his usual confident, devious smirk. In no time, green sprouts are steadily growing from the soil, making even Javier, still stuck with gardening duty, smile gently as he tends to the plants. Lloyd, ever the planner, informs Javier they just need to build a water wheel, explaining its necessity to truly finish the project, and mentioning that engineers should be arriving shortly. But just as Lloyd is making big plans, he and Javier hear approaching noises and look suspiciously towards the horizon, where a group of riders on horseback are rapidly approaching, led by Viscount Lacona himself, who makes a point to mention the wetlands as he passes. A noble rider confronts them, demanding to know who's in charge of the project, so Lloyd, naturally, steps forward to introduce himself, only for these jerks to immediately claim the land belongs to Viscount Lacona, and then order Lloyd and Javier to leave their newly cultivated home at once. Just as the Maritz wetlands transform into fertile farmland, Viscount Lacona and his noble lackeys roll up on horseback, loudly declaring that His Royal Highness gave them rights to this land, and honestly, they have the audacity to ask Lloyd why a lowlife like him wouldn't keep his mouth shut when noblemen are talking. Naturally, our boy Lloyd just looks utterly bored by their grandstanding, which immediately sends the noble into a tizzy while the peasant workers watch, terrified. The head noble, mustache twirling, just glares down. Lloyd, ever the picture of politeness, bows and formally introduces himself, but the indignant noble completely ignores him and demands to see his father instead. Javier, of course, is just barely hiding his annoyance at the rudeness, but Lloyd just casually asks if they were saying something important, claiming he could hear them quite well. He then blows a dismissive puff of air, explaining that it just sounded like the buzzing of some pesky fly. The old nobleman, unbelievably, actually starts looking around frantically, genuinely searching for the fly, until a servant leans in and whispers the insult, leaving him utterly shocked. Lloyd, meanwhile, begins reciting the Land Act, specifically Clause 1, making it clear that any land uncultivated for over 100 years, without any residential or cultivation activities, can be claimed by those who do cultivate it. As he explains the legal requirements, the worker diligently in the background, a silent testament to their efforts. Lloyd uses his hand to emphasize the different conditions he has already met, and as the aristocrat reacts, Lloyd holds up 3 fingers, listing off the final points. The nobleman on horseback, still sputtering, approaches Lloyd, ready to continue his rant, but Lloyd suddenly grips the newly fertile ground, and with a satisfying pop, yamps a fresh green onion straight out of the soil. This completely infuriates the aristocrat, realizing he's been checkmated by a vegetable, while Javier looks on, quite intrigued by our boy Lloyd's sheer audacity. Lloyd, still playing innocent, instructs one of the workers to plant these seeds way over there, claiming it's to get rid of pests. He then proudly offers the nobleman the freshly pulled onion for free, claiming he's not that harsh, ha. The aristocrat completely loses it, screaming, "Where did this brat come from?" Realizing he's been utterly played, the nobleman shoves the onion back at Lloyd, demanding to know if he planned all this out ahead of time. Lloyd just smiles calmly, having won the exchange without raising his voice. Then, with a serious shift in his tone, he calmly tells the nobleman to please get off his land. This, of course, sends the aristocrat into an even greater fit of explosive anger. sir. And just like that, Lloyd watches as the humiliated horsemen are forced to ride away in defeat. Javier, trying to make sense of it, asks Lloyd if he'd heard a prophecy about the nobles coming, but our boy Lloyd just dismisses them as nothing new, just leeches trying to steal someone else's hard work. He looks out into the distance, already focused on the next problem. Meanwhile, the workers break out in cheers, chanting hooray in celebration of all the progress they've made, their new fields now secure. However, a serious young man looks on in silence, his expression quickly turning to one of shock and anger, for reasons yet unknown. Sadly, their celebration is short-lived, as a brutal storm rolls in, drenching the newly created farmlands, with heavy rain roaring down, turning the fields to mud and overflowing the irrigation trenches. Lloyd is completely soaked and utterly exhausted, crouching in the downpour, barely holding on. Water wheels spin frantically, trying to keep up with the deluge, splashing water everywhere. Our boy Lloyd looks up from under an umbrella, looking incredibly stressed while Javier holds it over him, making an observation about whether the Maritz wetlands can really be of use after all this. Luckily, the storm eventually passes and sunlight breaks through, shimmering on dew-covered leaves. A stone pathway winds through the grassy, now lush fields under the sun. Lloyd and Javier stand side by side, looking out over the transformed landscape. Lloyd is hunched over the grassy, now lush fields under the sun. Lloyd and Javier stand side by side, looking out over the transformed landscape. He looks back at the viewer with his signature confident, scheming smile, clearly already thinking of the next big plan. Meanwhile, at the Grand Lacana Vice County, an elderly nobleman, Viscount Lacana himself, shouts in utter shock about new reclaimed land migration incentives. An official bows before him, explaining that new owners must live there for 5 years in return for a 3-year incentive, which means the land Lloyd just created would actually become theirs. The Viscount clutches his chest, screaming in agony about how jealous he is, realizing the Maritz wetlands would become his golden goose, laying golden eggs. He yells at his administrator, declaring he can't give up this fertile land just like this, and immediately orders him to bring in the supervisor of the dye workshop, clearly already scheming. A few moments later, our boy Lloyd wakes up in bed with a severe headache, groaning in pain. He clutches his head, trying to make sense of it. He struggles to get out of bed, still muttering about district allotments, while Javier, looking just as exhausted, clutches a pillow and admits to never having a headache this severe before. Lloyd looks back at his night with a confused expression, as Javier trails off, clearly in agony. Javier repeats, "This headache is quite severe." Lloyd grips his own head, realizing something is terribly wrong, and his confusion quickly turns to a look of intense shock. Luckily, Lloyd had already expected Viscount Lacona to make a move after losing the wetlands, so he did his homework, digging into their region's economy and discovering their main source of income came from some mysterious dyeing technology. This of course led to a moment of pure fury, with Baron Arcos Frontera cursing Lacona out as a mother fear. Meanwhile, one of Lacona's lackeys, an arrogant noble with a smirk, was in the middle of twisting the knife, openly admitting that this whole situation was blackmail. Our Baron, understandably outraged, asked if he had no fear of the law, but the lackey just gloated, saying that even if the Fronteras managed to win in court, it would take at least 2 years for a verdict. In his head, all the legal fees, plus the cost of new drinking water for the lands, meant the Fronteras couldn't possibly hold out that long, and he left with a smug smile, looking forward to their wise decision. Baron Arcos was left utterly distraught, clutching his stomach in pain and refusing to accept the unfair terms. But just as things were at their absolute worst, the door burst open as Lloyd and Javier made their grand entrance. Lloyd, looking entirely too pleased with himself, announced he had something to say, much to the shock of the blackmailing noble, who was now conveniently pinned behind the door. He screamed in terror, calling Lloyd parasite scum, but then quickly regained his composure, challenging Lloyd to a duel in the name of Cornat, claiming Lloyd had insulted his honor twice. Naturally, Lloyd accepted, immediately summoning his multi-armed shovels and proceeding to whack the noble senseless, who quickly yielded, begging for mercy. Lloyd, panting from the exertion, declared himself satisfied, while the poor noble just sobbed on the ground, completely beaten. Javier could only stare in utter confusion, realizing he'd never seen the Baron so thrilled, laughing up a storm at the spectacle. Back at his own estate, Viscount Lacona, furious at his subordinate's failure, berated him for getting a beating instead of successfully blackmailing the Fronteras. But then, a cunning look crossed the Viscount's face, and he bizarrely praised his subordinate for doing very well, even as the subordinate recounted the legal threats they were now facing. Laughing maniacally, Lacona began plotting his next, even more sinister move against the Fronteras. Turns out, someone else was also quite amused by this new development. Meanwhile, Lloyd, shovel in hand, aggressively declared that the Frontera barony would never do something so wasteful as paying blackmail, and vowed they would find their own water by their own means. He rallied the large crowd of workers, shouting passionately about protecting their land from the evil of greed, which of course brought huge cheers from the crowd. Lloyd's plan was to solve their drinking water problem by building a massive reservoir and use his giant hamster peepo-deed water from upstream. Javier, ever the realist, pointed out that they wouldn't be able to rest for even a day, as Lloyd laid out his ambitious plans to construct an entire water supply system. This massive infrastructure project would draw water all the way from Lake Capua in the eastern mountains, which Javier quickly calculated would involve an enormous distance, huge labor costs, and a massive loss for the barony. But Lloyd, with a confident smile, simply assured a bewildered Javier that he would make sure to secure a huge fee for all that construction, walking forward with his usual unshakable swagger. Elsewhere, a different noble was clearly stressed, muttering in disbelief about how things had gotten so bad when his subordinate announced that a visitor was requesting an audience, belief about how things had gotten so bad. When his subordinate announced that a visitor was requesting an audience, the subordinate explained that this visitor claimed they could help with the noble's mounting issues, and moments later, Lloyd, lounging comfortably on a sofa with Javier standing stoically behind him, smiled slyly, casually asking the tense nobleman what exactly he was so worried about. The noble, gritting his teeth and sweating profusely, found himself staring at Lloyd's infamous scammer face, as our boy leaned in, casually mentioning the noble's crumbling dye workshop. The nobleman reacted with shock and distress, his situation exposed, while Lloyd finalized his scheme with a terrifyingly evil grin. The team building Lloyd's new water supply line from Lake Kapua runs into a massive canyon, which means there's absolutely nothing else they could do but build a massive Roman-style aqueduct right through it. To do this, they had to blast out tons of limestone from the cliffs, covering the valley floor with debris, and that blasting job ended up exposing a huge amount of limestone bedrock as well. Now, the thing is, Lloyd is visiting a noble who's utterly furious about his failing dye workshop, and the noble, confused by Lloyd's talk of geology, demands to know what any of this has to do with his ruined dyes. Lloyd, with a calm, predatory smile, reveals that the very water from that valley flows directly to his workshop, and that lime they just exposed is what's been dyeing all his clothes to crap. Enraged, the noble slams his hand down, threatening to sue Lloyd at the royal court, but Lloyd just casually invites him to, pointing out that a verdict will take at least 2 years to reach, completely deflating the noble's bluster. Seeing the noble fuming and speechless, Lloyd stands to leave, stating he's helped satisfy his queries. Outside, Javier expresses his confusion, wondering why Lloyd would just provoke and infuriate the Viscount, who has many powerful connections in the capital. Javier worries that if a legal battle ensues, it will cost way too much, but Lloyd simply smiles, understanding exactly what his knight is getting at, and hinting at his deeper plan. Apparently, a whole month later, Viscount Lacona himself is groveling on the floor before Lloyd, begging him for help. Lacona, sweating and desperate, declares he's laying down his pride as a Viscount, pleading for salvation. Lloyd, looking entirely dismissive, scoffs at the idea of pride, asking if it's even worth a tenth of a gold piece. Lacona whimpers, saying he'd sell his pride 1,000, no, even 10,000 times over if it meant salvation. Lloyd, ignoring the apology entirely, reaches out with a document, a water supply contract between the Frontera barony and the Viscountcy of Lacona. He explains that if Lacona signs this, they can start supplying water to his workshop within a week. The Viscount reacts in shock, screaming in disbelief at the exorbitant price Lloyd is demanding for water. Naturally, an associate looks at the contract with nervousness and confusion, asking if they're really getting such a large sum every month. Lloyd confirms, saying the Viscount even signed it himself. He claps his hands happily, joking about how generous the Viscount is, all while sporting a dark, plotting grin that clearly says, the Viscount definitely started this fight, but now he almost seems like the devil himself. He's thinking he can't let Lacona get away with just a slap on the wrist, and laughs maniacally, realizing they'll be sucking that bloodline dry for generations. He even muses that if he could exchange the Viscount's blood vessels for money, he'd rip it all right out of him. But an associate quickly interrupts his villainous monologue with some good news. Lloyd quickly shifts to a terrifying expression, causing the associate to panic, then listens with a surprised expression as he learns about the old beat-up treasure he received from the Orc tribe. Our boy looks skeptical and unamused, learning that someone wants to construct a statue with it in Cremo, the city of commerce. Meanwhile, Count Cremo stands alone, looking somber out of a large window. Suddenly, a strange bulge emerges beneath the water's surface, and a man's face twitches with tension, right before a massive wave of water rushes past the city structure. And from the turbulent water, a giant red monster, with glowing eyes and sharp teeth, a Jagataten, rises to reveal a terrifying new threat. Turns out, our loyal knight Javier has always been a softy at heart, remembering words from his lord, the Baron, who he thought was the kindest person he knew. The Baron knew even then that Lloyd was a handful, and probably worried about the future of his eldest son, a man whose only principle, as someone once observed, was money, but back then, the Baron simply asked young Javier to protect Lloyd, the future heir of the land. Javier, ever the stoic, accepted the heavy responsibility, grateful for a purpose, and knowing Lloyd had already revived the family's fortunes. The Baron, playing the good lord, then asked Javier what he wanted to be when he grew up, promising to help with anything. Javier, without hesitation, declared his dream to become a knight and protect his lord. The Baron smiled, proud of the boy's ambition, and even carved him a wooden sword, fueling Javier's dream of knighthood. But of course, a little orphan like Javier couldn't just dream of being a knight in peace, as a bully laughed, as if an orphan son of a bitch like you can back him a K-knight. The bully then broke the wooden sword, crushing young Javier's hope with a cruel demand to try again in his next life. Fast forward to the present, and Javier's hope with a cruel demand to try again in his next life. Fast forward to the present, and Javier, ever the diligent knight, gets ready for his daily duties, even if it means dealing with Lloyd's endless chatter. Our boy Lloyd, true to form, is already messing with Javier, teasing him about being addicted to his services and threatening to suspend them if Javier doesn't do what he says, which, honestly, is probably the most effective leverage anyone has over Javier. See, Lloyd's work ethic, however insane, has become legendary, making him seem like a completely different person from the lazy noble he once was, always digging, building and shouting about red sun and other mysterious engineering principles. His intense focus even earned him some much-needed rest, while Javier, exhausted from Lloyd's demands, finally gets to catch some Z's. Poor Javier, just trying to get some sleep. clutching his pink pillow like his life depends on it. But peace never lasts long in Lloyd Frontera's world. As an assassin slips into the room, ready to strike down Lloyd Frontera in his sleep, grinding his teeth in pure rage. What this idiot doesn't know is he's about to attack the wrong man, plunging his blade down, shouting for his target to die. Luckily, Javier's battle instincts kick in instantly, and he twists away, leaving the pillow to take the hit. The clash of steel rings out as Javier parries the attack, forcing the assassin into a frantic duel. Lloyd naturally wakes up to the chaos, screaming his head off, only to see his terrifyingly competent knight already standing over the defeated assassin. Back to Lloyd's usual chaos, we see him directing his workers, bellowing about safety first, which is probably for the best when you consider the sheer scale of his projects. A worker reports that the captured assassin has been handed over to Viscount Lacona, the guy Lloyd just extorted for water payments, which means the Viscount probably fired the assassin for failing to prevent the exorbitant contracts. Lloyd just scoffs, musing about how small-minded people think, while Javier, slightly miffed, asks if Lloyd was expecting this. The worker, truly impressed, points out that Lloyd thinks about everything in advance. Javier is then cornered by the worker, who with an utterly serious face declares his trust in Javier, finding him incredibly capable, leaving Javier in an incredibly awkward silence. It's so uncomfortable you can practically hear crickets while Javier struggles to process this unexpected sincerity. Luckily, the tension is broken when Lloyd Frontera himself pops up, maniacally laughing at Javier's utterly disgusted reaction, claiming it's a very Javier-like response. He then announces that the waterworks will be finished tomorrow, and apparently, Javier Astrahan is finally letting go of his long-term resentment, earning Lloyd a hefty approval rating from the system. Lloyd is still his usual loud, over-the-top self, even pulling on Javier's saddle while talking his ear off, but thankfully the system lets us know what Javier really thinks, that he admires Lloyd's drive to learn. Our boy Lloyd, utterly annoyed by the constant system pop-ups that translate Javier's real thoughts into saccharine compliments, just wants that nonsense translator to shut up and leave him alone. Javier, however, is just deadpan, asking what's suddenly wrong with Lloyd, probably wondering if he's lost his mind. Apparently the rumors of Lloyd building the continent's first waterworks are spreading like wildfire, and our engineering genius grins widely at the thought, seeing nothing but a golden jackpot awaiting him. As they make their way, winter draws near, eventually bringing them to the snow-covered coastal city of Count Cremo. Count Cremo, the lord of this snowy city of Count Cremo. Count Cremo, the lord of this snowy city of commerce, gives them a surprisingly warm welcome, immediately telling Lloyd he imagined, thinking he looks like royalty, and even asking if he's engaged. Our boy Lloyd, who's used to being mistaken for a scoundrel, is absolutely floored by the sudden marriage proposal, while the narrator can't help but chime in with a snarky jab about Lloyd having a servant's face, much to Lloyd's furious exasperation. After that awkward introduction, Lloyd gets down to business, explaining that he's there to buy jewels to decorate a statue he plans to erect in the sea, which surprises the Count, who then sadly admits that trade in Cremo has been declining ever since a terrifying Gigataton started appearing, a few years ago. While the monster hasn't caused any direct damage, its mere presence has completely stifled all commerce, leaving Count Cremo in a bind, and our boy Lloyd can't help but reflect on how frustratingly vague the original novel was about these later plot points, especially about Javier's unwavering courage. Luckily, Count Cremo has been busy researching ways to drive that monstrous Gigatitan away, discovering that mermaids are the strongest warriors of the sea, which led him to an idea of building a mermaid statue there, but he sadly gave up on the plan, because raising the seabed to support it would make the water too shallow for ships. He still offers to buy Lloyd's jewels out of principle, but our boy Lloyd, with a confident, slightly smug smile, refuses to let the Count simply take a loss, seeing a new opportunity to combine their goals. Count Cremo, still insisting, says he can't let Lloyd just take a loss, but Lloyd is already confident in his plan. Our engineering genius declares he can solve the problem by combining friction piles and box caissons, letting out a whoop of joy, before promptly diving into the frigid water to scan the seabed, which thankfully is nice and flat, with just the right amount of soft sedimentary layers. But when he surfaces, he's screaming in pain, clutching his face, which makes Javier smirk and admit, "It's the first time that watching someone suffer has made me so happy," utterly terrifying Lloyd, who just wants Javier to change the subject and take measurements. Javier can't help but wonder how Lloyd always pulls off these engineering feats, joking that it must be magic, and Lloyd, ever the pragmatist, agrees that the magic of cement is exactly what he needs, now just to figure out how to create Roman-style cement in this world. Certain he can do it if it's Roman-style cement in this world. Certain he can do it if it's Roman-style cement. Back on the dock, after Javier delivers a perfectly sarcastic line about Lloyd watching his step, a mysterious blue-haired noblewoman suddenly approaches, asking if he's Master Lloyd Frontera, and holding out a letter with a heart on it, leaving our boy utterly flustered and confused. Honestly, Javier Astrahan gets handed a mysterious love letter for Lloyd, which he just casually slips into his coat without a second thought. Meanwhile, a noblewoman on the pier is completely losing her mind, screaming with delight that Lloyd accepted it, but Lloyd, completely oblivious, is immediately confronted by an angry man yelling at him to hold it right there. The man then accuses Lloyd of disrespecting the love letter by just taking it and putting it away like it was nothing, to which Lloyd, genuinely confused, asks if he's never received one before in his life. Naturally, the man is visibly distressed, and our boy Javier just watches the whole chaotic scene unfold with quiet amusement. The angry man is so distraught he screams in frustration while frantically gesturing at his system display, rambling about finally getting rich, which is when Lloyd turns around with his infamous ugly scammer face, making Baron Arcos jump and cry out about killer eyes, prompting Lloyd to quickly apologize for giving him a shot. See, the Baron has brought more construction supplies, and Lloyd is deep in thought about the Gigatitan problem, specifically the immense durability needed for his new construction, noting that materials for something so strong would typically require traveling all the way to a volcano. The problem is, the Baron absolutely cannot wait that long. With a determined, scheming smile, Lloyd assures him he'll find another way. He dives into researching Portland cement, convinced that if you haven't got the brains, you've just gotta use brawn. But after tirelessly working, he's frustrated by crumbled stone fragments and is completely exhausted at his desk, deep in thought but clearly getting nowhere on his cement formula, while his small creature companions watch him from the floor. When one of them shakes his cheek, he snaps that he's busy, only to be immediately swarmed by his pets, Peepodong and Bangle, making him scream in annoyance that he already told them he's busy. This sudden outburst triggers a painful memory of his past dog, a cheerful white companion, whom he lost, and Lloyd sits slumped in grief next to the dog's memorial, crying heavily as tears stream down his face, admitting that his dog was the last member of his family and he's truly sorry, wishing he had brushed his fur and played with him one more time. Walking alone at night with his current creatures, Lloyd feels like an awful person, which his confused pets silently acknowledge without knowing why. He then closes his eyes and smiles peacefully while petting his companions, accepting their silent comfort as they sit nearby, deepening their bond. Surprisingly, a system message pops up, confirming the fantastical creatures acknowledge his sincere feelings and consider him a part of their family, and Lloyd reacts in utter surprise at this unexpected bonus in their upgraded relationship level. His cute creatures respond with happy sounds, so Lloyd agrees to let Bangle receive some new skills. As Bangle glows with a bright blue light, activating the fantastical creature upgrade, Lloyd reacts with surprise, and someone in the distance screams as they are blinded by the sudden flash of power. When the light clears, the new skill is revealed, Steel Dung Launcher, level 3, which Lloyd finds absolutely awesome and immediately declares with glee. Boy Lloyd, still obsessing over that super durable cement, finds himself and Javier standing in a winter wonderland, staring at a giant mysterious object, which, to Lloyd's absolute delight, is an unexpected gift. Before Javier can even process it, Lloyd is already screaming about how this is an absolute treasure, because that's real volcanic ash, perfect for his cement. Naturally, Javier is just trying to figure out if he's gone deaf from Lloyd's shouting, asking Lloyd to repeat himself, as Lloyd just keeps going, throwing out playful insults about Javier's face. Lloyd, with Peepadow Kung perched on his head like a crown, declares that the key to construction is speed, marching forward energetically with Javier following, ready to begin stage 1. We then see Peepodong, our giant hamster, positioned over the town square like a massive diaper, complete with 5 layers of mesh carefully installed to catch all that precious volcanic ash. Lloyd covers his ears, giving Peepodong a pat, warning everyone it's gonna blow right before our boy Bangle unleashes his devastating volcanic blast into the sky. The local townspeople and nobles understandably freak out, covering their ears in a panic, as Lloyd calmly plans to give a detailed report to His Majesty the King about his innovative ash collection method. Next, we jump to workers building a massive rectangular structure, then watching as it's carefully lowered into the sea. Then Hamong, another one of Lloyd's trusty summons, uses his one-shot ability to quickly drain all the water from inside the castle. Meanwhile, Javier, ever the loyal knight and unwitting labor, is busy leaping through the air with a giant mallet, slamming it down with immense force, installing countless friction posts across the area, leaving him utterly exhausted. Lloyd, noticing Javier's fatigue and seeing a fresh opportunity for exploitation, gives him a blank, scheming look, which Javier immediately picks up on, prompting him to ask what that particular expression means. Lloyd just smiles back deviously, sparking an awkward moment of silence between them, before he reminds Javier that as his escort knight, he has a duty to help, especially if Lloyd were to faint from exhaustion. Naturally, our madman grabs Javier's hands pleadingly, a tactic that predictably results in Javier slamming his hammer into the ground, right next to Lloyd, sending a clear message. The problem is, Lloyd's plans don't stop there, as he reveals he'll also use Bangle's steel dung launcher to build the entire steel frame. Once his coaching sessions with Javier are done, with the cement poured and hardened, the massive artificial sea platform is finally complete, allowing everyone to observe Lloyd's latest masterpiece from their ships, standing firmly in the water. Naturally, there are discussions about whether the foundation can truly withstand the weight of the statue, but our boy Lloyd just stands there with a calm, closed-eye expression, knowing exactly how well his work will hold, even as a bearded man smiles knowingly off-screen. Soon enough, a large, beautiful mermaid statue rises majestically from the dark ocean waters, surrounded by ships, now a glowing beacon of Lloyd's engineering prowess. From there, we jump to a celebratory social event on a ship, where nobles mingle and Lloyd adjusts his uncomfortable collar, complaining about his formal attire. Javier, ever observant, immediately calls him out, reminding him he's worn these clothes plenty of times before, making Lloyd secretly acknowledge Javier's sharp wit and his own annoyance. Suddenly, a bearded man demands everyone's attention, announcing the young man who made the statue a reality, causing whispers to ripple through the crowd as they look toward Javier. Admirers immediately flock around Javier, praising his perfect face and talents, practically begging to shake his hand, which, honestly, our boy Lloyd totally saw coming and planned for, as he smugly thinks he's smarter than most. Javier, for his part, looks utterly annoyed by the whole ordeal, staring off into the distance, wishing he were back to work. Lloyd, with Potom perched on his head like a crown, declares that the key to construction is speed, marching forward energetically with Javier, ready to begin stage 1. We then see Peepodong, our giant hamster, positioned over the town square like a massive diaper, complete with 5 layers of mesh carefully installed to catch all that precious volcanic ash. Lloyd covers his ears, giving Peepodong a pat, warning everyone it's gonna blow right before our boy Bangle unleashes his devastating volcanic blast into the sky. The local townspeople and nobles understandably freak out, covering their ears in a panic, as Lloyd calmly plans to give a detailed report to His Majesty the King about his innovative ash collection method. Next, we jump to workers building a massive rectangular structure, then watching as it's carefully lowered into the sea. Then Hamong, another one of Lloyd's trusty summons, uses his one-shot ability to quickly drain all the water from inside the castle. Meanwhile, Javier, ever the loyal knight and unwitting labor, is busy leaping through the air with a giant mallet, slamming it down with immense force, installing countless friction posts across the area, leaving him utterly exhausted. Lloyd, always the chatterbox, just cannot understand why Javier is standing there like a statue, constantly pestering him about it and wondering if his knight is ignoring him. But Javier, our stoic knight, is far from ignoring him. He's sensing something terrible approaching across the sea. And sure enough, a massive, extraordinarily swift blue creature is surging through the water, leaving Lloyd completely shocked as the crew struggles to gauge its size. The problem is, this monstrous entity is headed straight for them, making Lloyd's face shift into his signature look of grim shock. As panic begins to ripple through the party, one of the noblemen approaches Lloyd, while Lloyd urgently warns him about the approaching threat. And soon enough, Sir Genovan is also brought into the loop, looking toward the sea with growing suspicion. Genovan tries to calm everyone, assuring them that the Gigataton, a known sea monster, never comes this close to the coast. And of course, our boy Lloyd can't help but boast about Javier's even sharper senses. What Genovan doesn't realize, as he's busy trying to soothe everyone's fears, is that the Gigataton hasn't come this close in years exactly, because it's been lurking just out of sight, and it's now rearing its massive earthen head right behind them. Suddenly, all his reassurances evaporate as his instincts scream danger, leaving him sweating in terror even as Lloyd and Javier nod, now in full agreement about the immediate peril. Genovan, no longer dismissing the threat, shouts for everyone to raise anchors and get all the boats away from the giant statue. Chaos erupts as monsters splash through the water and the crew rushes to escape, leaving our boy Lloyd and Javier looking seriously concerned. Lloyd, thinking fast, immediately orders Javier to take care of the anchor, sending our exhausted knight leaping into action without a second thought. He splashes into the water with his sword, just as Lloyd flings Peepadong, our giant hamster, right into the chaos. In true Lloyd fashion, he trusts Peepadong to snap the thick ropes like they're nothing, even as the adorable monster just happily eats some food in the middle of the attack, while Javier dives toward the anchor chains. But the monsters aren't waiting around, slamming into the ship with brutal force, just as Javier, already underwater, draws his glowing sword. He unleashes his signature Mana Blast Chop, slashing at the heavy metal chains that keep their ship tethered. Luckily, Peeplebog also makes quick work of one of the thick anchor ropes, helping the massive ship wobble violently as people scream, freeing it from the giant beast's grasp. Javier keeps slashing at the chains, but before he can finish, the monstrous creature suddenly speeds up, catching him completely by surprise. He realizes it's moving much faster now, and people across the fleet scream for the ships to spread out and scatter, desperately trying to evade the attack. Sadly, it's too late for some, as the monstrous creature emerges from the sea, slamming into a ship and sending passengers flying through the air, screaming for their mothers. Even poor Peepadong looks utterly panicked as it gets tossed around, right before the behemoth crashes down, creating a massive splash that engulfs everything. Javier, still in the air, unleashes an energy beam, only to be grabbed mid-air by an unseen opponent, caught in the chaos. The destruction isn't limited to the sea, as another giant prepares to strike the nearby town, slamming into the ground and unleashing explosive blows that scatter debris and terrify people, destroying everything in its path. The worst part is, people are screaming for help and drowning in the stormy sea, leaving Javier and a companion realizing they simply can't save everyone in this madness. A companion laments they can't save all these people, while another character reacts with utter shock, screaming with the yellow creature. Another character yells out one shot, as a yellow creature flies off a wooden structure over the ocean, but it's barely a distraction as more people are swept away in a massive torrent of water. Amidst the struggle, another creature is hit by a water wave, and a monstrous behemoth crashes into a building, making Javier urgently shout that they must stop whatever is causing all this. Our brave knight is utterly shocked, watching helplessly as more people cling to a wooden raft in the churning ocean. Our boy Lloyd is absolutely losing his mind, screaming about how this entire city is going down, and even the ever-stoic Javier is watching the chaos unfold with pure shock. Now the thing is, Lloyd has a bit of a history of stepping up in a crisis, showing great ingenuity and a true resolve to never give up, especially when others are struggling. But right now, he's just screaming that he's busy with his own stuff, wondering why they have to protect someone else's city. Javier, hearing this, can only look down with a grim expression, realizing, in the end, I see that this is who you truly are. But even if Lloyd's being his usual chaotic self, Javier grips his sword knowing he himself could never turn his back, saying he could never do that. Of course, Lloyd is immediately screaming at him to stop trying to be righteous all the time, warning that he'll die if he goes back there. But Javier just leaps from the ship into the night sky, ready to put himself in harm's way. He lands with a massive splash, barely fazed by the impact, and dashes across the water, carrying a mana blast with him as he heads towards a distant fortress. The problem is, as he's skating across the sea, the fortress guards are already preparing their cannons, while the massive red monster just keeps stomping through the water, leaving heavy footfalls in its wake. The Gigatan unleashes an explosive attack, leaving a knight screaming in shock that it didn't even flinch, wondering how anything could withstand that. The monster just growls, looming menacingly over the town structures below, then descends, causing a massive boom as it slams into the snowy city. Buildings are instantly destroyed, and people scream in terror, while the monster's glowing yellow eyes burn through the destruction. From above, the town square looks utterly devastated. Even the iconic stone mermaid statue lies shattered into pieces. The monster continues its rampage, slamming into the ground and destroying nearby buildings, seemingly obsessed with making sure the mermaid statue dies. People scream as the creature stomps through the area, and a panicked man falls to the ground, barely escaping its wrath. A giant claw or tail swipes past the fallen man, almost getting him. Luckily, Javier leaps into the air, his sword glowing, and strikes the monster's limb, only to react with pure shock as his mana blast slice bounces right off. The monster simply slams into a structure, sending debris flying, then bares its sharp, jagged teeth, letting out another menacing growl. Javier quickly gets back into a combat stance, but a large, sharp monster claw lunges forward, too fast to properly react. He reacts in shock as the monster slams into the ground right near him, attacking with a long, bladed appendage in a blur of speed. Javier leaps through the air, his sword glowing with blue magical energy, but grimaces grimaces with effort, realizing he absolutely cannot dodge this incoming strike. He barely blocks the monster's powerful blow with his sword, and is sent flying straight into a wall, crashing with immense force. Our poor knight crashes onto the floor, surrounded by debris, as the terrifying creature towers over his fallen body. With bloodied skin, Javier just stares up with intense focus, determined to keep fighting. He eventually gets back on his feet, holding his sword tightly, ready for another round. Meanwhile, Lloyd is sitting exhausted on a small wooden raft in the middle of the water, feeling utterly despairing, thinking there's nothing he can do since he's not some overpowered character. He's panting, stressed, and sweating on the raft, sitting alone under a starry sky, truly feeling the weight of his helplessness. But as he looks at the horizon, a new resolve sparks in his eyes. He clenches his teeth, rowing his makeshift boat back across the sea with newfound determination. With a firm resolve, Lloyd decides to return to the fray. He shouts to Bangle, telling his giant hamster that they're heading back, calling for him multiple times. And of course, our boy Lloyd and Bangle are already performing a volcanic blast attack. Lloyd even yells oversized lobster, and pure Lloyd and Bangle are already performing a volcanic blast attack. Lloyd even yells oversized lobster. In pure Lloyd fashion, back on land, Javier is roaring in the middle of battle, still facing the monster, which bares its teeth in aggression. Javier leaps into the air as the ground breaks apart, dodging swiftly through an explosion, realizing this thing is still just an animal after all. He then attacks the monster, understanding that its weak spot must be its eyes. He swings his glowing sword downwards, trying to strike the monster, but it's not going to be easy, as the monster's dark, tentacle-like appendage whips through the sky, attempting to block him. Javier barely leaps over the monster's large reddish appendage, just as a large round object falls from the sky with great speed, dropping rapidly towards the monster and smashing directly into the monster's creature, signaling Lloyd's glorious return. After watching Javier heroically leap back into the fray, fighting the monster alone in a destroyed city, our knight looks remarkably calm even as the Giga Titan continues its rampage. Of course, he's probably thinking the only reason he's still standing is because Master Lloyd came back. And sure enough, our engineering genius is flying in through the night sky on his giant hamster, Peepa Dong. While the massive monster leaps across buildings, Lloyd frantically yells at Peepa Dong not to get too close and to circle around so they aren't detected. The thing is, he's desperately trying to find a weak spot, but even he's struggling with this thing. Meanwhile, Javier launches another powerful energy slash, striking the monster's shell with everything he has, but Lloyd realizes that Javier's Mana Blast is having absolutely no effect on its ridiculously tough hide. Suddenly, in his head, a wild idea sparks, wondering if it could actually be possible. With a shout, Lloyd activates his survey skill, just as the monster slams another claw into the city. His skill immediately begins scanning the creature, and Lloyd flashes his signature evil grin as his eyes glow green with engineering data. He quickly deduces that the monster's armor is a bizarre mixture of dentin and chitin, and at the molecular level, it's actually a triple-layer honeycomb structure, which is then tightly woven together. Javier charges forward screaming, his sword blazing with a powerful green aura, and strikes the red structure, causing a massive explosion of mana. As the green energy crackles in the air, Javier notices a holographic dragon-like manifestation, an incredible aura that extends from his blade as the energy dragon points its blade snout forward. Lloyd, still analyzing the beast with glowing green eyes, pinpoints the exact weak spot, a water sac for its hydraulic claw. He immediately sees the green energy structure shatter in his scan. Javier, filled with renewed determination, lunges forward, and Lloyd points his fingers upward, giving his next bizarre command. He slices his hand through the air, and Javier reacts in utter shock, asking if Lloyd has completely lost his mind. Our resident madman just screams back to cut off its horn. Javier barely braces for the monster's incoming claw attack, leaping away at the last second, then plunges toward the monster's horn, following the insane order. He falls through the air with his sword drawn, plummeting toward the giant, spiky, dark red rock structure, and lands hard on its rocky surface, creating a crack with his impact. Javier then dashes forward with a fierce, determined expression. Lloyd, still shouting aggressively with a wild expression, reminds him that mana circles aren't just about hitting hard. Javier dashes along the massive horn, asking frantically what he should do then. He leaps into the air, holding his sword ready, and clashes his blade against the surface, creating bright orange sparks. Multiple beams of blinding blue light cross each other, until a blinding torrent of white blue energy fills the entire frame. A blinding flash of blue light consumes the area, as Javier swings his sword, now surrounded by intense, swirling blue mana. Lloyd grins excitedly, realizing that his high-frequency mana chainsaw theory is actually working, and admits that he knew Javier could pull it off. As the massive monster opens its mouth, Javier is still standing and fighting on its horn, clinging on as the monster swings its massive appendage. Meanwhile, Peapod Dong leaps through the air with Lloyd wielding a shovel, slamming down toward the monster Lloyd attacks. Javier, with glowing blue energy, attacks the monster with ferocity, and the monster's structure finally cracks under his magical assault. With the monster weakened, Javier lunges straight toward its open mouth. A massive tentacle or horn spins wildly through the air, smashing into a building and causing widespread destruction. Lloyd screams at Javier to get to the area right between where its middle legs meet, attacking from its tail toward its head at an angle, explaining that if he gets in a mana blast from that direction, it will finally be over. After taking down the Giga Titan's armor, Lloyd and Peepodong crash into the scene, with all the subtlety of a collapsing building, Peepodong sliding across the ground with Lloyd still clenched in his mouth. Lloyd pops out, fist pumping, and cheering for his giant hamster, who's still hyped up and screaming Peepodong's name, ready to forgive Javier for transgressions, while Javier himself is just trying to stay alive against the massive monster. See, in Lloyd's head, he's just finished surveying the Giga Titan, and has cooked up a new Plan D, though implementing it has been tougher than expected, because this monster is surprisingly fast, and he's convinced they have to push through with it to finally take this thing down. He announces they're now operating under a completely new Plan A plus D, so with a full-blown assault now underway, Peepodong leaps over buildings, while Lloyd shouts for Javier to take them to the coast and into the woods, a place place he'd mentioned earlier, and Javier, ever the loyal knight, agrees. He runs off, buying them enough time to escape, and putting all his faith in his eccentric count. Meanwhile, on a nearby ship, a group of men watch in shock, one lamenting that he should have detected the monster sooner, beating himself up for being too complacent and believing a statue could drive the beast away. What these poor souls don't know is that Lloyd is literally bringing a statue. They spot Lloyd riding Peepodong, shouting that the statue will indeed drive the monster away. As Lloyd rides on with grim determination, the Gigatane unleashes explosive attacks on Javier, sending him flying off balance. The knight skids painfully across the sand, clearly overwhelmed. Then Lloyd bursts into the scene, yelling a rallying cry for the one the only bronze statue, and poor Javier can only watch in stunned, sweaty confusion. A wooden cart rattles by, carrying a massive statue, which the Gigatitan stares at intensely, while Lloyd, still grinning wildly, declares he's brought its real enemy. Honestly, this madman actually had his own father, Baron Arcos, and his men guarding this very bound stone creature earlier. The Gigataton roars, opening its segmented head in confusion and rage, as Lloyd still smiles, clearly delighted by the chaos he's unleashed. He shouts for Javier to get ready. Javier, understandably fed up, shouts for Lloyd to please explain the entire plan next time, to which Lloyd fires back that there better not be a next time as they both dash away from the enraged Gigatitan. The massive monster stomps heavily, chasing after Peepodon, who's screaming for his mommy in pure panic. It even leaps right over Javier as he sprints forward, clearly focused on the new, massive target. With the Gigatitan distracted, Javier seizes his chance, swinging his sword with intense aggression, ready for the killing blow as he strikes downward with a powerful mana blast, plunging his glowing blade deep into the monster. An explosive blast erupts on impact. After Javier's big hit, he's safe and sound, nestled against our giant hamster Peepodon, while our boy Lloyd shouts a passionate promise to protect the city, no matter what. But, in his head, he knows there's no guarantee this terrifying monster won't just ignore Javier, and might go completely berserk, devastating everything. That's exactly why he's yelling at an exhausted Peepodon to get moving. With a desperate cry, Lloyd orders Peepodon to charge, and our giant hamster bolts forward with him on his back, leaving Lloyd gritting his teeth in intense concentration as he flings a massive monster out of their way, only to panic and wonder if he's already completely spent. Peepodon splashes through the water, allowing Lloyd to kneel and prepare a mana blast, but before he can unleash it, he gets a system alert. He decides to spend a whopping 190 RP to massively level up his Asrahan core technique, tapping furiously through multiple windows, ending up wide-eyed in pure shock at the result. Honestly, our boy Lloyd is absolutely drenched in sweat and tension, then frustration, as he finds himself dangling precariously from a cliff, shoveling at nothing, and despairing about his situation. The craziest part is Javier, the actual combat expert, is just chilling somewhere on a giant cushion, totally oblivious, while Lloyd considers summoning mana to just jab the cliff itself. Javier is still relaxing, completely at peace, and Lloyd reacts in shock, then intensely concentrates as a glowing magical symbol swirls to level up his Ashrahan core technique, buzzing with power and signaling a massive mana amplification. Even with that power, Lloyd is clinging to the rock wall under heavy fire, as a sharp red attack slices through the air, followed by a massive claw slamming into the ground, and our boy screams in agony as a giant fist descends, striking him hard, leaving him bleeding as his hand slips, barely clinging on while injured. As glowing energy streaks across the dark sky, striking downward and activating his heart circles, Lloyd leaps back from an erupting fiery magic, then unbelievably dives headfirst into the flames, unleashing a bright flash of orange energy and swinging a glowing whip, which culminates in a fiery blast that slams down, creating a massive kaboom as the creature's head erupts in an explosion, sending its body crashing through the forest, leaving civilians watching in stunned silence. After one final desperate sweep of its tail, the monster is finally defeated, and as the moon shines over the wreckage, Peepodong's smaller companions look down in worried silence at an unconscious Lloyd, until he slowly sits up against a tree, happy to see them safe, but still deeply concerned about the aftermath. After receiving a letter detailing how Lloyd admirably completed all the construction work in Cremo, his mother Marbella is absolutely frantic about him getting into dangerous situations again, so she insists on riding out to Cremo with his father Arcos and the knight Bayar, despite Arcos's protests that the journey will be long and difficult, as he asks how she could depart so suddenly. Marbella cuts him off, declaring she rides much better than him, and refuses to be left behind, telling him she'll go with Sir Bayarn alone if he insists. Honestly, what's a little snow when your son is out there potentially getting eaten by monsters? So Marbella, Arcos, and Bayarn set off, galloping across rocky terrain and battling through a heavy snowstorm, all while Arcos can't help but worry about his eldest son, recalling how Lloyd has surprisingly become so diligent and trustworthy lately, which is enough to make any father nervous. As they brave the blizzard, a monstrous claw crashes into the snow, and a terrifying voice asks if one of them is truly his son, leaving the cloaked man completely shocked by the sudden, terrifying encounter. Then a horrifying creature leaps from the snow, spooking their horses as Bayern quickly tells the others to make a run for Cremo while he stalls for time, facing the snarling beast head-on, even as someone desperately tells him he must run too. But Bayern is already committed, and frantically tells them to hurry. Baron clashes with the massive creature, blocking its powerful claw strikes with his sword while the others flee, promising to meet him again in Cremo. The beast relentlessly attacks him, but Baron stands his ground, blocking its blows. He deftly spins his sword to distract a monster, and as it attacks him from behind, he slides a knife from his belt. He plunges the blade straight into the beast's head, momentarily making it slump. But the monster isn't down for good, roaring back to life, and the group rushes in, screaming in anger and pain as they stab at it with swords, with Bayern gritting his teeth in intense effort and Marbella drawing her own blade. Suddenly, another fighter leaps down to stab the monster's beast, and a massive bloody impact finally connects. With multiple blades piercing its body, the monster thrashes and and screeches its body. The monster thrashes and screeches its blot, finally dead in the snow, leaving everyone panting from the brutal fight. Someone helps an injured comrade to their feet, asking if they can stand. Just as they catch their breath, a determined man looks up and calls out to Marbella, asking if she's hurt, but to their horror, a pack of monstrous wolves with glowing eyes emerges from the storm, growling. An injured man limps away as a sword is yanked from the monster's corpse, splattering pink blood. An older warrior cautiously steps forward as a multi-headed beast, clearly the pack leader, lunges at them. The thing is, they're already exhausted from the last fight, and now they're forced into a desperate struggle against the encroaching pack. But just as things look dire, Javier dramatically appears, kneeling in the blizzard as the fierce wolves surround him, their glowing eyes fixed on him. Before they can react, he swings a glowing blade, slicing through multiple beasts in rapid, effortless slashes. Javier effortlessly clicks his sword back into place and calmly offers to escort them, explaining he came just in case. He stands amidst swirling red energy, looking utterly powerful, leaving one observer, likely Arcos, utterly shocked by his immense power, because they know Javier's swordsmanship and mana abilities have improved far beyond anything he was capable of before he left for Cremo. In his head, this is simply impossible. How could Javier have improved this much and so quickly? After that wild fight with the Gigatatan, Javier, our stoic knight, is absolutely horrified, staring down at Lloyd, who lies pale and still, completely surrounded by his tiny summons, and Javier's hands tremble as he instinctively reaches out, desperate to find a pulse, praying that his newly found home isn't about to lose its most chaotic member. The entire area around the Gigatatan's crashed body is a wasteland, but as Javier checks for a heartbeat, his gloved hands emit a cold steam, a testament to his sheer terror. Miraculously, he finds a pulse, though it's so faint, it's almost like Lloyd's heart had stopped entirely. Suddenly, our boy Lloyd gasps for air, leaving Javier completely dumbfounded, wondering how this is even possible. In Javier's head, the pieces start to click, remembering the bright blue magical energy Lloyd had unleashed. As he kneels over Lloyd, still trying to process his survival. See, he finally understands that the Gitatan's monstrous form was the result of Lloyd's triple core mana blast, a reckless move that should have obliterated him too. Meanwhile, the city itself is in chaos, with a grand snow-covered cityscape now dotted with the wreckage of the monster's rampage. Workers climb ladders, scrambling to repair damaged roofs and clear rubble from the streets, trying to bring some order back to the devastation. Many are still processing the terrible ordeal, shaking their heads in disbelief that Javier and Lloyd had fought such a monster by themselves. They speak of the incredible sword Master Lloyd was wielding, and the sheer power Lloyd displayed to vanquish the beast, as two solemn figures look on, taking in the extent of the damage. Honestly, most people wonder what they could ever do for him in return, because if not for Lloyd Frontera, many believe they would have frozen to death. Even as he rushed towards the Gichatane, Lloyd still managed to save countless lives. Many had given up, buried beneath rubble, awaiting death, but our chaotic young lord was there, ordering his giant hamster Peepodong to eat up all the debris and clear paths, making sure not to hurt anyone. What he doesn't count on is that if left alone, this whole area would have been lost. But Peepodong also shot out water, extinguishing massive fires, a sight that left many stunned by the power of his summons. A crowd gathers on a snowy street, murmuring with grief and gratitude. Many stand before a large building, their faces somber. A young blonde girl bows her head, mourning, while one man openly weeps for his wife, and another for his mother, as the weight of their losses settles. Back in a makeshift medical area, Lloyd rests peacefully in bed, surrounded by a soft light, as an unseen person desperately begs him to please open his eyes. In the crowd, a man looks over his shoulder, while a young woman gazes forward, anxious. Suddenly an angry man shouts, blaming others for everything that happened, pointing his finger aggressively at someone. A tense couple watches the scene, worried about the rising tempers, but as the crowd begins to whisper and grow agitated, that angry man gets quickly knocked down and trampled by several other people, showing the fragile unity that forms in crisis. Suddenly a glowing heart symbol surges with energy, a clear sign that something is shifting within Lloyd. Our boy Lloyd winces, letting out a painful groan as he slowly begins to stir. His eyes flutter open, dazed and disoriented. He sits up, clutching his head and complaining about an intense headache. His mind races, remembering his reckless triple-core monoblast, wondering how he's still alive. He questions the system, asking how he survived when his heart should have exploded, and the system cryptically replies that he will find out soon enough. Just then, Javier bursts into the room, surprised to see Lloyd awake. He stares at Lloyd with a stern, serious expression, relief warring with exhaustion. Lloyd greets Javier with visible relief, noting that he's just the man he wanted to see. He holds his head, still looking overwhelmed and exhausted by the ordeal. Javier calmly observes that his lord appears to be in good health. Before Lloyd can reply, his name is called out, as his worried parents, Baron Arcos and Marbella Frontera, rush into the room. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, Lloyd is squeezed into a group hug by his relieved parents. Baron Arcos and Marbella Frontera rush into the room. In a moment of overwhelming, his mother and father embrace him with tears of joy. Marbella, with tears streaming down her face, declares she's just thankful that her son is alive. Meanwhile, at the royal capital Magenta, against a backdrop of distant mountains, a report is being presented, declaring that the Gigatatan has been completely destroyed. A lone figure walks down the grand red-carpeted hall of the palace. Empress Alicia Termena Magentano sits on her throne, pondering the current situation, an official bell receiving orders. The Empress, intrigued by this new hero, decides she will meet this man and judge for herself. After the insane battle with the Gigatatan, our boy Lloyd realizes he's unlocked something new inside him. A system window announcing he has skill options and a brand new ability called a Shock Neutralizer, which can apparently handle the impact from mana blasts. Naturally, Lloyd's only thought is how he can finish work even faster now, much to the confusion of his attendant, who asks if he means quarry work. The problem is, as an inner monologue explains, this new mana heart acts like a ticking bomb. Using a mana blast is essentially setting off an explosion right next to a powder keg, which, in the heat of battle, made Lloyd feel like he was exploding exploding from the inside out. As he explains, his regular heart, desperately trying to keep him alive, condensed and transformed into this monoheart. From there, we jump straight to Lloyd sitting in a carriage with a dignified bearded man, where he casually admits he totally neglected his monoheart training, thinking it was a better use of his time to do more manual labor. But honestly, who's he kidding? As they travel through the city streets, Lloyd leans against the window, deep in thought, while the bearded man, likely a count or high official, gazes out at the ruined streets. Lloyd is already calculating. The count mentions the cost of the recent monster attack, easily over a month of the city's budget, which only makes Lloyd look even more serious as he processes the numbers. The carriage rumbles on, and the count, with a tense expression, asks Lloyd to tell him more serious as he processes the numbers. The carriage rumbles on, and the count, with a tense expression, Lloyd responds with a terrifying, scheming laugh. The count can't believe that such a tragedy was simply the result of a statue meant to drive the gigatate in the way. Pondering the nature of the whole event, Lloyd then smoothly brings up a rumor he heard from the count's attendants about how his lordship offers financial compensation. The count listens, looking down, as the carriage continues its rhythmic clip-clop, but his eyes narrow, instantly suspicious of Lloyd's intentions. Lloyd, clearing up any misunderstanding, casually says he doesn't want money, but rather he's looking for fees. The count reacts with utter shock. As the carriage wheels spin, Lloyd presents his proposal, which is twofold, and the count listens intently, his expression unreadable, but sweat already drips down his face. Realizing what's happening, the count stares, tense, but Lloyd doesn't care. Our boy then delivers his signature wide, menacing scammer grin. The count shudders, completely intimidated. He reaches out, still in shock, as Lloyd's presence overwhelms him. Lloyd, meanwhile, offers a gentle, manipulative smile, extending his hand. As they shake hands, the count realizes he has most definitely been extorted. Yet, to his own confusion, he can't bring himself to hate Lloyd. Outside, passers-by notice the count's carriage arriving, and a massive crowd cheers, celebrating Master Lloyd's arrival with chants and hoorays. Lloyd, used to being a nobody in Korea, feels immense pressure from the adoration. He listens to a man in a red coat, looking nervous, but in his head, he's cynically thinking about how all of this is nothing if it doesn't make him money. The crowd outside continues to chant Lloyd's name, while he stands somewhat uninterested at the podium. Still plotting, he reaches out to touch a glowing crystal ball, wondering how many people are in this massive crowd, who fall silent as he stands before them. Lloyd thinks about how he can make money from this. Before awkwardly starting his speech, he addresses the citizens of Cremo, asking if they've ever heard of ondol flooring. He pauses, gesturing at his presentation table, a glowing orb at his podium emphasizing his words. Then, a realization hits him, and he grabs his head. He loudly asks who worries incessantly about their child catching a cold, and the crowd watches in shock, captivated by his passionate presentation. He points forward, yelling at them, holding up 2 fingers for emphasis. Lloyd yells passionately, declaring that if they've lived 50 years, that would be 15 years wasted in front of a fire. He tells them if they think that's too much time, then they should remember ondol flooring, while the count watches, surprised. Suddenly, Lloyd gasps, a pained expression crossing his face. He doubles over in silence, his outburst taking a toll. But then, he yells out passionately once more, insisting it's worth this much. He stands, eyes closed, looking calm as he finishes addressing the audience. As he finishes, 2 armored figures walk forward, addressing the large crowd. Lloyd walks across the floor toward a glowing blue orb on a red table. The count watches from behind, a serious, thoughtful expression on his face. He admits that Lloyd is meticulous in seeking every penny of profit, persistent but reasonable, and always gets done what he needs to get done. Realizing that far from hating him, he wants this man by his side. Apparently, while Lloyd was off saving the world and extorting counts, that idiot Sir Byron, taking his instructions very literally, managed to snag a huge ondol flooring contract with a neighboring estate, and even handled all the pipe insulation and repairs, defending himself by saying Lloyd told him to just take care of the rest. A worker then arrives to update Sir Byron that interior work on the last ondol project is complete, leaving our boy Lloyd to inspect the sprawling Frontera village courtyard. Honestly, the team has done some truly excellent work, with Lloyd himself still nursing an injured arm, confirming the quality is flawless. The workers beam with pride at the praise, and Lloyd gives them a motivational speech, declaring that all his previous yelling was just leading up to this moment, and they are now the most important members of his traveling build team. His team, utterly convinced of his genius, hails him as a man born in the wrong era, claiming he'd be a managing director in a big corporation if he were in Korea. As Lloyd then shifts focus to blueprint meetings and discusses coal storage with Javier, he's clearly thinking about his massive debts, planning to use the construction money to pay off more than half of it, and lets out his classic greedy scammer laugh, convinced his retirement of pure fun and merriment is almost here. With Javier just watching him stoically, in Javier's head, he cannot stand that face and suddenly finds himself wanting to punch the greedy noble. But the party's over fast when a strange golden horn sounds, which Javier immediately recognizes as the royal messenger, kicking off a whole dramatic procession, with the red carpet rolling out as a messenger leaps and spins into position. The messenger puts on an entire show, leaping and landing, spinning dramatically, unfurling a massive banner and posing proudly as people clap. Our boy Lloyd, however, is not delighted, instantly sensing an outrageously strong feeling that this means nothing but trouble. He worries this visit is a bad sign. The royal herald then launches into a long, self-important speech about peace and comfort, but Lloyd is just thinking about the last time royal construction demands hit his radar, crying out to Javier about how this role-playing and grandstanding is definitely not good. This makes Lloyd flash back to a time where a military officer would just grab any civil engineering major like Corporal Kim and order him to build a sauna in some random spot. See, Corporal Kim would try to explain that civil engineering isn't just about being a builder, but the military officer would cut him off. So Corporal Kim, studying architecture in his spare time, would always make whatever they asked for too perfect. This meant he constantly got called on by officers, whether for a flimsy barrack, a broken levee or just to fix a mountain that was ruining a view. This makes Lloyd realize he's become exactly that poor Corporal Kim, wishing he'd just made that sea platform and ended his career there. He panics, wondering if he should pretend to be an idiot to avoid royal conscription, terrified that if the Queen takes offense, he'll lose his head, only for Javier to deadpan one word: executed. Lloyd looks utterly surprised by Javier's bluntness. He then thinks about the future and the state of the capital, realizing he needs to prepare. They arrive at the royal palace with Lloyd determined to squeeze as much as he can out of the royal family. After making their way through the grand halls, Lloyd and Javier kneel before the Queen and are instructed to lift their gaze. Our boy, ever the diplomat, lays it on thick with an elaborate greeting to the beautiful red-haired Queen, even as his heart is pounding. The Queen, however, cuts him off, directly asking if he's the one she's been waiting for. Then, to everyone's surprise, she calls him a worthy sparring partner, which makes Javier immediately humble himself, claiming he's merely a nameless knight. Honestly, the craziest part is the narrator revealing she's one of only 2 sword masters in the entire kingdom, setting up a terrifying challenge for our boys. Right away, the Queen throws Lloyd and Javier for a loop by asking what the most urgent construction project in the royal capital is, a total curveball, to start things off with a quiz. But our boy Lloyd instantly recognizes this. It's the entire plot of the book. In her head, the Queen is clearly thinking of the crumbling palace, but Lloyd's scammer brain is already worrying, knowing exactly what she expects and what he will say instead. See, the palace itself is indeed falling apart, but Lloyd immediately pivots to the Magina River which runs through the capital. Of course, the Queen looks suspicious, because Lloyd knows his response wasn't what she expected, and he can't hide it. The problem is, while she's tolerant, she's also the highest authority with absolute power, so this test isn't over. He's doubling down and saying that repairing the royal palace is not the most urgent thing right now. Honestly, it's making her eye twitch. He knows very well that the palace is indeed crumbling, with ancient pillars slowly giving way, and she's not amused by his answer, but she's pondering his words, while Lloyd just smiles, enjoying the mental game. She realizes that he knows he gave a different answer, even though he knew the one she was thinking of, but our boy Lloyd is absolutely living for this mental chess match, loving that she knows he knows he knows, and so on. The Queen is getting slightly annoyed, wondering if he's toying with her. He quickly denies it, panting for a construction contract and all those sweet fees. He explains that the current bridge across the Magina River collapses regularly due to spring floods and drift ice, having been rebuilt 12 times already. He proposes to build a new bridge that won't collapse, even if there are spring floods or drift ice, if only Her Majesty would trust him with its construction. He's talking about a modern suspension bridge, a marvel of civil engineering. The Queen looks absolutely furious at his baffling audacity. Both Lloyd and Javier gulp, feeling the tension, but then she becomes contemplative, and surprisingly, she tells him to explain. Lloyd grins maniacally. He knew she'd say yes. Lloyd starts rambling excitedly about suspension bridges, but the Queen cuts him off, suddenly losing interest. This is Queen Macentano, the one who eventually turns into the butchering tyrant after being betrayed and losing an arm, so she is not to be trifled with lightly. She questions the bridge's stability, and Lloyd solemnly promises that if the bridge ever collapses, he will gather things and flee the country with his family. If that happens, she can have his head, but in exchange, he wants her to guarantee his family's station while the bridge stands. The Queen, amused that he made her smile, accepts his plans and promises reasonable compensation. Lloyd quickly scoots back down the carpet, then shamelessly holds up a contract for her to sign. She asks if he doesn't trust her word, clearly offended by his caution. Lloyd, bowing deeply, explains that the contract is actually his own shackle, stating he's to be hung, drawn, and quartered if he's dishonest. He calls himself an untrustworthy and lowly man, making it seem necessary for him to be bound. And oddly enough, the Queen doesn't mind being sweet-talked into it as she signs the document. Lloyd thanks her profusely with his bottom comically sticking up in the air, explaining that he couldn't lower his head any further than her signature, so he raised his behind to make it seem lower. The Queen, with a touch of exasperation, tells him to lower it because she doesn't want to see it. As they walk away, Lloyd can barely contain his excitement, practically twirling in the hallway as he calculates his profits. He's probably thinking about all the money he's about to make, but Javier gives him a stern warning that he simply cannot stop this craziness. Back on her throne, the Queen tells Sir Kyle that Lloyd is far shrewder than she initially thought. She even smiles, admitting she found him rather adorable, even though he assumed he could beat her in their battle of wits. A few days later, Lloyd is carrying a large sack, and Javier asks if he'll really be alright going alone. Lloyd makes a disgusted face, saying it's a huge pain walking around with Javier. He complains that earlier during their survey he couldn't concentrate at all because women kept swooning over Javier. He tells Javier to inform Master Julian he's doing well, and Javier, clearly used to it, just gives a resigned, yeah. Lloyd's mother had asked him to take a sack of clothes to Julian, but as he walks through town thinking about it, the chapter ends on a chilling note with a man found dead in a dark, snowy alleyway. Our boy Lloyd is genuinely baffled when his loyal knight Javier doesn't call him a shithead like usual, even as alarms blare, which the system flags as suspicious due to his uncharacteristic kindness. He's still trying to process Javier's sudden soft side when the knight just casually walks away, finally delivering his usual insult, leaving Lloyd to wonder what the hell is wrong with Javier. Meanwhile, Lloyd's mom, Marbella, can only fret about Julian, while Javier still can't shake the weirdness, scratching his head about Lloyd's strange behavior. Javier still can't quite grasp why Lloyd insists on delivering clothes for his mother, to which Lloyd simply says it's because his mother asked him to. So, they head to an upscale restaurant, where our boy Lloyd, ever the frugal one, tries to order the basic set, but Javier immediately tells him to get something instead. Honestly, Javier's acting so weird that Lloyd can only guess his knight forgot to call him a little shit earlier and is now trying to make up for it. Poor Lloyd is just completely stressed out by this new, suspiciously kind Javier. Lloyd even tells the waiter he's stopped drinking, which in his head sounds impossible for his past self who was a 24/7 drunk. And the hits hits just keep coming, as someone reveals the trading port of Korea was attacked by a Guy Titan. Honestly, all this weirdness makes Lloyd wonder if Javier is a completely different person entirely, which is just unsettling. The problem is, as Javier is busy being critical of his food, a blonde bully starts hassling Lloyd, demanding to know why he's even there. The bully, naturally, doesn't wait for an answer, and immediately strikes Lloyd, continuing to hit him and question why a barren scum thinks he can break the rules. He keeps mocking Lloyd's impoverished family, calling him a piece of trash with nothing on his estate, even going so far as to call his people filthy, mangy peasants. Javier just calmly observes that the so-called academy values family status over academics, completely ignoring the beating Lloyd is taking. Lloyd, in a moment of internal conflict, clutches his head, wondering what to do, knowing that if he helps, things will only get harder for Julian here, who seems to be silently telling him not to interfere. Oddly enough, after some intense internal calculations, Lloyd bursts into maniacal laughter. The blonde bully then asks Lloyd what he does for a living, proudly declaring his father is the wise and merciful Viscount Lacona. That's when Lloyd delivers a resounding slap across the blonde idiot's face. The bully goes spinning through the air, crashes hard to the floor, and slides backward. Lloyd casually remarks that this isn't a real fight, but before he can finish, another member of the elite union charges at him. Furious. Naturally, Lloyd just slaps that idiot across the face. Then Gishbond, the second year's top dog and mithril fists, screams and charges, threatening Lloyd, but gets slapped midair for his trouble. Even a pair of twin brothers, thinking they can gang up on him, get slapped simultaneously before they can even launch their attack. Lloyd then rounds on a terrified guard, asking if he was the one blabbering about double horns. With no real answer, Lloyd delivers one final slap. Our boy Lloyd is absolutely losing it on this bully, slamming his face against the floor while other students scream in panic, barely even noticing the vice superintendent has vanished. Lloyd keeps up the vicious assault, taunting the kid and asking if he has no idea why he's getting thrashed so badly. He then drags the student by the hair, mercilessly mocking his father and connecting it to his son's bullying, which of course makes the defeated bully curse him out. Lloyd aggressively rubs the student's face against the wall, demanding to know if bullying classmates is okay, before slamming him into the wall again, pushing him to admit he's such an asshole. He points to the bloody mark on the wall, showing the result of his work as the student groans in pain. Because to Lloyd, people like this bully are just pieces of utter garbage. That's when Julian, ever the worrier, rushes in to stop the violence, hugging Lloyd and begging him to knock it off. Julian is terrified the student will just get bullied even worse after this, but Lloyd flashes a terrifyingly cheerful smile and tells his brother not to worry. Julian is absolutely stunned at how Lloyd can say that with such a bright, unbothered smile. Lloyd then delivers another blow, completely dismissing sanctions and guidance as useless, because as the student reacts in pain, our boy Lloyd firmly believes that for people like them, only the fear of death gets through. With the bully still in his grasp, guards finally approach, led by an angry elderly official who shouts in anger about the ruckus happening in the Queen's Sacred Academy. Lloyd, still towering over the fallen student, doesn't even flinch, while Julian watches the scene in terror. Lloyd, with a calm smile, apologizes for the commotion, but it's clear he was just waiting for this to happen. He then launches into a sly explanation about how he was merely trying to understand how Academy staff could turn a blind eye to bullying and allow students to form cliques that would influence the Academy, sully Her Majesty's name with their inaction. Lloyd points to a specific person in the back of the crowd, and the murmuring crowd realizes he's exposing how the staff probably turned a blind eye. The problem is, an insult to Lloyd's brother is an insult to him, making an angry old official protest how this has anything to do with Her Majesty. But Lloyd, now glowing with a magical light aura, doesn't care. He casually drops the bomb that he was specially invited by Her Majesty herself, which instantly makes all the men bow down in fear and reverence, shouting, "All hail Her Royal Highness." With everyone cowed, Lloyd casually announces he understands the situation and will take his leave. The elderly official can only look disgruntled, calling it a temporary victory, but he jolts in fear as Lloyd abruptly turns around, flashing his terrifying scammer face. The official is left shaking in fear as Lloyd simply turns back. Lloyd then urges a bewildered Julian to come along, who is surprised but quickly agrees. From there we jump straight to them walking down a grand corridor, with Julian nervously asking where they're going. Lloyd explains they're heading to the administrator's office to request a leave of absence for Julian. Julian is confused, wondering how much more trouble he's going to get into, but Lloyd assures him that the academy isn't good for studying anymore, and it's time for him to get his body in shape with construction work muscles. Back in the royal guest quarters, Javier surprisingly urges Julian to trust Lloyd's plan, assuring him it will turn out for his good. Much to Julian's confusion, Javier, with a stern look, asks if Julian doesn't believe his word, making Julian nervously listen as Javier lists Ibrist's achievements. He recounts how Lloyd developed quarries and mines, made friends with wild orcs, and paid off more than half of the Baron's huge debts, all thanks to Master Lloyd's skills and talents, pleading with Julian to trust their estate's savior. Lloyd, meanwhile, can only rub his nose with a smug, satisfied smile on his face, clearly loving the praise. Problem is, Javier then admits it's actually hard for him to trust Lloyd, because he was just a drunken hooligan in human trash. As Lloyd looks thoughtful and slightly melancholic in the background, Javier firmly states that it's impossible for someone to change that much. He has convinced himself, looking concerned, that someone else is actually impersonating Master Lloyd. Julian listens with an intense, skeptical expression, pondering his knight's crazy theory. Honestly, our boy Lloyd nearly jumps out of his skin when Javier implies he's onto his secret, but Javier just confirms that his soul seemed naturally connected to his body, which sends a huge wave of relief through Lloyd, who realizes he just dodged a major bullet with that investigation. The thing is, Javier and Julian are still trying to puzzle out Lloyd's recent erratic behavior, especially after his wild display at the academy, but Lloyd's real concern isn't Javier's suspicions, it's the massive family debts that just dropped on his lap. Luckily, Julian opening his heart out about the family's struggles earns Lloyd a hefty bonus of 28 RP from the system, proving even family drama can be profitable. and he wastes no time announcing it's training time for Julian. Julian, understandably confused, asks where they're even going, to which Lloyd just grins, confirming it's for some intense body training. From there, we jump straight to Lloyd's absolutely bonkers instruction method, where he demonstrates how to make pizza dough out of oil-based clay for a 3-foot wide base, then tops it with dirt and rocks to complete his pizza, right before Peepo Dong's stomach loudly rumbles, making it clear what he actually wants to eat. He then dramatically announces the tutorial is over, leaving Julian with the incredibly important and complex task of manufacturing 120 strands of cable once the metal wire has cooled, reminding his brother that not only their estate's debts but Julian's entire future at the academy hinges on this one starting point, which naturally sends Julian into a panic, wondering why he's been entrusted with something so critical. Of course, Lloyd just pulls out his sly smile, telling Julian that precisely because it's so important, a smart and responsible person like him should be in charge, a line that honestly seems to work on our naive young master. With Julian confidently working on the cables, Lloyd is free to walk off with his blueprints, thinking about how a project this fanciful needs more than just his heir's technical knowledge, which means he's going to need the power of a completely different technology. He heads to meet Corgidus, the royal dwarf master craftsman, who's busy drowning his sorrows in a bottle and wants absolutely nothing to do with some silly human's request. In his head, Lloyd knew this bull-headed old man would be exactly as the novel described him, unwilling to move even for the queen unless something truly interests him. Corgidus immediately goes on the offensive, cursing Lloyd out and dismissing his silly human design for a new bridge over the Machina River as pure nonsense. But what Corgidus doesn't know is Lloyd has a trick up his sleeve, who just humbly apologizes for being presumptuous and casually mentions he'll just take his plans to some other blacksmith instead. That of course instantly makes Corgidus freeze and demand he wait. Lloyd just stands there, silently asking if Corgidus knows what's going to happen if he doesn't take these blueprints, and the grim-faced dwarf knows exactly what he means, admitting that without his expertise, the bridge will inevitably collapse. The worst part is Corgidus can already picture himself blamed for countless deaths, screaming from his scaffold, "If only I had made the trusses." Corgidus rounds on Lloyd, calling him an arrogant prick and asking if that was a threat, but Lloyd just plays innocent, thinking about how easily he just played on the dwarf's conscience. Naturally, Corgidus lets out a big sigh and reluctantly agrees to review the blueprints, and soon enough, Lloyd is happily overseeing the dwarf, who's still grumbling about being forced into this, but can't deny the genius of the design, and he agrees to work on the wires, trusses, and suspension towers. Back at the river, Javier and Julian are already hard at work, tearing up the ground with magical energy and shovels, when suddenly, a voice yells at them to stop immediately. An angry, bearded nobleman, flanked by guards, declares they won't get away with this, sending Julian into wide-eyed disbelief. Turns out, these nobles are already begging the royal family to pass judgment on Lloyd, arguing that he's just wasting royal funds on an unnecessary project when there's already a perfectly good bridge over the Magina River that stood for 30 years. Lloyd is deep in thought about the Magina River, which is fitting, because he's about to make a whole lot of enemies over it. Our boy Lloyd sits before a table of officials and casually drops the bomb. "How much were you paid?" The older official flinches, obviously caught off guard, and immediately tries to deny the accusation, shouting about his honor. But Lloyd just sits there with a predatory smirk, knowing that anyone who knows how things work can guess exactly what happened here. When a politician and a businessman meet in this world, either the politician takes money from the businessman, or the businessman bribes the politician for favors, and in this case, it was definitely the latter. The red-haired noblewoman glares sternly, making Lloyd actually gulp nervously under her pressure, while the other officials exchange smirks, thinking they still have the upper hand. She screams for Lloyd's judgment to be prepared at once, and then our boy is bound with rope and hits the ground. An executioner raises an axe over the kneeling Lloyd as the noblewoman declares everyone should listen well. She stands on a balcony, passionately announcing that Lloyd has insulted her and a royal vassal with his lies, and she will now restore her honor. Javier, our stoic knight, restore her honor. Javier, our stoic knight, watches the whole scene calmly, then reaches for his sword, surprising his little pet as the noblewoman asks Lloyd if he has any last words. Lloyd, still kneeling and bound, simply mutters, "My entire bloodline." Javier looks even more tense with his pet, while the noblewoman asks the guards and officials if they also agree this is the right thing to do. Javier clutches his sword nervously, but before he can do anything, the noblewoman declares she will prove her vassal's innocence instead. The two officials look completely shocked and confused, and then a man is surrounded by robed figures as someone laughs maniacally. Naturally, the noblewoman casts a confession spell, sending a panicked royal official into a frantic shouting match, trying to stop her. But it's too late. 4 robed figures surround a screaming man, aiming glowing magic circles at him. Lloyd can only laugh with a manic, wide-mouthed, distorted expression of pure greed, as crows fly against a dark, ominous sunset sky. Turns out, 2 scarred men are now bound tightly to wooden poles as crows circle overhead. Lloyd, shovel in hand, stands with Javier, explaining how he pleaded with the queen to only go this far since their families had done no wrong. Oh, he is just so incredibly nice, apparently. Someone in the background laughs hysterically, as the red-haired queen raises her hand, commanding the kingdom's workers to start on the bridge, and 4 wizards cast magic circles to lighten the stone blocks. A finished suspension tower is lifted by a crane, all happening in a flash. Then Lloyd yells in horror as the giant pink hamster Peepo Dong pulls a rope. Our boy yells a command to fire, with intense action lines in the background, and Peepo Dong is hurled through the air on a rope toward an explosion at the fortress. A crowd of people watches the giant hamster flying through the sky, trailing a long rope, until Peepo Dong stands on a castle tower rooftop waiting for the landing, and then slams down, creating a massive impact cloud hood, waiting for the landing, and then slams down. The workers complete the mechanical socket connection for the suspension cable with a satisfying clunk. Javier stands stoically in the crowd, watching as the second cable arrives with a boom. Julian, Lloyd's brother, looks at Javier in awe, thinking Lloyd is incredible, and then turns back with a calm, pleasant expression. His companion muses that it must be heavy for Julian, holding his sword, replies that he doesn't see that as a problem. Meanwhile, Peepo Dong emerges from the water water below the newly constructed suspension bridge as magic projectiles blast against its safety barrier, and Julian twirls his sword staff with skill. A shovel slams forcefully into the ground, kicking up dust, and a worker shouts with intense passion and raises his fist in triumph, because with a final flourish, the bridge is complete. The queen standing on the bridge bestows titles, naming it Lohadi after Lloyd Frontera and his brave knight, while Lloyd kneels before her, internally celebrating that after saving bit by bit, he's now swimming in RP. But the elderly dwarf builder, Master Corgetus, drinks in anger, complaining about that runt being named Master Builder. The massive suspension bridge now proudly spans the water, connecting to the castle. A man with brown hair stands with his eyes closed, contemplating the estate's debts, while another glances nervously to the side, closed, contemplating the estate's debts, while another glances nervously to the side. The red-haired noblewoman looks forward with a composed expression, contemplating how to utilize this man. Lloyd, still kneeling before the queen on the long red carpet, internally refuses, because his dream is to be a rich bum who spends his days eating and sleeping. But the noblewoman simply speaks to him, asking him to return to the royal palace. After the bridge, Lloyd finds himself back in a room with a few nobles, and the queen and a certain noblewoman are clearly thinking of new ways to exploit his genius. But our boy Lloyd gets ahead of them, bowing politely to request a thorough cleansing of the royal academy. Apparently the noblewoman already expects something big, wondering if he wants a royal post or a larger fee. In his explanation, Lloyd details how the royal academy has completely strayed from its purpose, with students more focused on social climbing than studies, and educators turning a blind eye to corruption, more interested in lining their pockets with kickbacks. He continues, describing how students only their pockets with kickbacks. He continues, describing how students openly divide themselves into cliques and subject those of lower ranks to mental and physical suffering, which naturally is a far cry from the aims with which the academy was established. He points out that the students indulge themselves in the sweetness of power when they should be learning, and the noblewoman can only listen with a horrified expression. The other nobles watching the proceedings are sweating nervously as Lloyd instructs Javier to present a document containing carefully recorded testimonies and investigated claims from teachers who had left because they were fed up with the academy's corruption. This leaves the assembled nobles shouting in panic. How could such a thing happen at the royal academy? But the noblewoman's face is stone cold, clearly having heard enough. What follows is a swift and brutal cleansing, with cultists performing magic on several students in agony, men tied to wooden posts in a desolate field, and a terrifying red sky warning that something terrible is approaching. Soon guards in red cloaks are rounding up countless prisoners, one of whom is wrestled to the ground, all on a list that a commanding noblewoman strides forward to enforce. One accused man begs for mercy, claiming he's being framed, but the orders are clear: arrest all of the people mentioned on the list, no exceptions, even those they associate with. They are to face lashes, relief from their posts, confiscation of lands, and even execution, as Lloyd watches from above with a sinister grin. Our greedy hero Lloyd, convinced he slipped the queen's leash and can finally sneak back to the countryside with his newfound wealth, gets a rude awakening when an unknown man approaches, casually informing him he has a message from Her Highness. The queen says she's completely forgotten he exists, but that his plan for the Royal Academy banquet is a rousing success. It hits Lloyd instantly. He was always in the palm of her hand, and the man simply states that is all, leaving Lloyd feeling completely scanned and scanned. He attacks Javier if he sensed that guy approaching, but Javier admits he felt nothing at all. Later, Lloyd tries to explain his latest scheme to his brother Julian, telling him about the queen's banquet and his own manipulation. Julian of course just calls him a little shit, but before Lloyd can even respond, the system instantly pops up a message, revealing Julian's resentment has faded, and his approval of Lloyd has shot up by 65 points, seeing him now as the hero who awoke to face the family's crisis. Both brothers recoil from the cringe-worthy notification, immediately regretting the forced animosity of their exchange. From there, we jump straight to the lavish banquet, where a musician plays for the assembled nobles. At the event, a nervous Lloyd tries to make himself scarce, but the noblewoman, clearly amused, spots him looking like a mole cricket and asks if Javier agrees. Javier, bewildered by Lloyd's sudden change of expression, asks why he looks so relieved. The noblewoman, however, simply insists Lloyd draw nearer, repeating her command to come closer and closer still, until their faces are mere inches apart. Lloyd, terrified, tries to apologize and asks how much closer she wants him to get, but the noblewoman, with a tender embrace, assures him that everything is ready for him. She confirms the entire banquet is a celebration in his honor, telling him to enjoy himself. Our boy Lloyd, completely taken in by the flattery and the thought of his enormous fee, starts happily celebrating his new nest egg, dancing with joy and dreaming of getting back to his estate to live the good life. But then, his eyes go wide with a sudden, shocking realization. As a man in a red cape enters the room, Lloyd stares at the meat he was just about to eat, recognizing a line he knows, and his face goes pale with dread. A red-haired noblewoman is still deep in thought, trying to figure out what Lloyd is up to, when suddenly, a sharp pain lances to her head, an odd sensation that makes her gasp in agony, as her heartbeat starts to race out of control, making it almost impossible to breathe. She tries to circulate her mana to neutralize whatever's happening, but her strength gives out and she collapses in a heap, struggling to breathe as she staggers through the hallway, desperately calling out for anyone, begging for the royal doctor as her body distorts with chaotic mana. A heavy door creaks open, revealing a shadowy figure, and she looks up, terrified but hopeful. It's Sir Kyle, looking cold and menacing, and she reaches out, thanking him for coming to her aid in her dire moment. But Sir Kyle just looks down, confirming the queen's words about his presence. Apparently, Sir Kyle is actually a traitor, and he raises a bloodied sword, telling her to rest in peace. What an absolute bastard. Meanwhile, Javier and his companion feel a sudden disturbance in the air, realizing something is terribly wrong, as they immediately set off, dashing through the grand hallway, both having felt the same unsettling tremor, and his companion suggests they need to buy some time, asking if Javier can get them at least a minute. Javier just sprints faster, literally breaking through obstacles in his way. He pushes for 3 minutes and his companion agrees, urging him on. They burst into the room, startled by the sight as bodies litter the floor, a brutal massacre. Sir Kyle is still swinging his blade, but surprisingly, the red-haired noblewoman is still alive and blocking his attacks. Sir Kyle admits her resilience is magnificent, having blocked 3 strikes despite a lethal dose of poison, while she demands to know why he's doing this. But even with her defiance, she takes a heavy blow, grunting in pain. Sir Kyle raises his sword for the final lethal strike, but before he can finish her, Javier's cane comes crashing down, forcing the opponent to dodge. The blonde opponent, who is Sir Kyle, prepares for a counter, but Javier clashes his cane against the sword, creating a burst of energy. The opponent is stunned that Javier blocked his attack with just a simple candlestick, but our knight's candlestick isn't so simple, as it glows with intense blue mana, unleashing a high-frequency mana collision. The enemy admits he's never seen mana used in such an unusual way, as Javier shouts and channels magical energy through his weapon. They trade blows in a flurry of magic and steel, and of course, just as things are getting chaotic, Lloyd himself bursts dust. A swain of the royal wallet, Highness, the noblewoman, shocked to see him, asks what he's doing here, but Loyal crabs her face, shutting her up. Javier meanwhile is already performing an Osrahan core technique on the noblewoman, initiating mana absorption to save her from the poison. Our knight then leaps back into the fray, attacking the blonde opponent. The enemy however conjures an aura sword, and Javier realizes with horror that only a swordmaster can do that. Knowing it'll all be over once it's fully formed, he's quickly struck and thrown backward by an invisible force, losing his golden cane in the impact. Luckily, the opponent is then forced to block an incoming attack, a golden spinning disc flying toward him, likely from Javier's companion. The confrontation continues at high speed. Javier shouts, preparing a mana blast, and the enemy acknowledges his technique, but strikes him again, taunting him for his lack of real-life combat experience. He raises his aura sword for a lethal strike, and Javier swings his cane in a desperate attempt to counter, but the opponent's strike lands, sending agony through Javier's body, as someone, likely his companion, shouts that they're counting on him. As chaos erupts in the banquet hall, an attacker blindsides Javier from behind, leaving a bloody wound on his back, which sends our boy Lloyd screaming for Master Peepadong to help. Naturally, Peepadong, the giant hamster, rushes in, swinging his golden horn weapon, but the bearded swordsman antagonist effortlessly swats him away like a fly. This guy is clearly no joke, as he lands ready for a serious fight, and Javier, despite his fresh wound, immediately lunges forward, meeting him with an explosive flash of light. The bearded swordsman screams in rage, swinging his blade wildly, but Javier's eyes are locked, intense, completely focused on the fight, and he unleashes a powerful mana blast from his sword tip, turning the tables fast. The antagonist grit his teeth in pure tension, clearly not expecting this level of counterattack, as Javier blasts through a fiery explosion, closing the distance in a blink. The sheer force shatters a wooden structure, sending debris flying everywhere, and the bearded swordsman is knocked backward by the impact's shockwave. He stares, genuinely shocked, wondering how Javier can use magic like a cannon, and as a massive explosion erupts, he just looks on, completely bewildered. The force of the blast makes him stumble, clutching his head in pain, while Javier leaps backward, gracefully dodging the ensuing mana blast collision. Then Javier unleashes a scatter blast, causing multiple fire explosions to erupt all at once. The bearded swordsman curses him out, struggling against the barrage of fire, calling Javier a monster, but nearby our actual monster, Lloyd, is looking stressed, radiating a purple aura as he kneels over an injured woman, radiating his own magical energy, drawing out the poison. The woman looks at Lloyd with a tense, worried expression, calling out his name, shocked as both mana and poison are absorbed right into our greedy young master. Lloyd scolds her, telling her not to talk because he can't concentrate while he works, but the strain is clearly getting to him, as he violently coughs up blood. The woman yells, questioning if he is sacrificing himself just to save her, while behind them, the bearded swordsman slumps in his chair, seemingly defeated after a heavy thud, but then a massive explosion erupts overhead, making the swordsman look up in pure shock, as chaos ensues in the grand hall, with people panicking from the ongoing explosions. The bearded man slides across the floor in pain, barely hanging on, and Javier walks forward amidst the smoke, his chest wounded but still fighting. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera stands before the antagonist, sweat-covered and determined, declaring that he will not get past him here. The bearded antagonist looks on, a flicker of realization on his face, his brow furrowed, but then he just smirks heavily, calling Lloyd an imbecile. Problem is, a commander in a red cape, surrounded by armored soldiers, yells that Lloyd and his gang have conspired to assassinate the queen, ordering his men to ready their weapons and protect her majesty. He points from his soldier formation directly at Lloyd, who stands alone in the center of the hall, ready to fight. Lloyd, still wounded, cries out in pain as he grips his rapier, surrounded by armed guards. He swings his rapier with intense focus and strained effort, biting off the soldiers, his mouth gritting in pain and exertion as he battles. He dodges low, creating an intense energy effect as soldiers attack him from above. Clearly overwhelmed, wounded, Lloyd stands with his rapier, glowing with blue energy, and unleashes a powerful shockwave, blasting multiple soldiers into the air. The red-caped commander watches in pure disbelief, his face showing genuine shock, realizing Lloyd is flinging them away 3 at a time, and that he would easily have the power to destroy a small nation. But the commander, holding a glowing pink aura sword, just commands Lloyd to step aside. Lloyd reacts with immense shock and horror, his eyes wide and illuminated by the pink light. Recognizing the legendary aura sword, the commander draws the long sword, his body surrounded by a swirling pink magical aura, ready for a real fight. Lloyd is blasted backward through a ruined, glowing pink corridor as a massive beam of pink energy explodes across the hallway, sending him flying through the air. The commander stands amidst the pink energy, holding his glowing sword with a smug, imposing stance. Having utterly defeated our boy, he walks slowly toward the fallen, defeated Lloyd Frontera, thinking it's all over. The thing is, Lloyd suddenly winces in agony, his hand covered in dark, pulsing veins, as the poison absorption is finally complete. Someone unseen calls out Lloyd's name in alarm as he staggers, and he vomits a thick, black, toxic-looking liquid from his mouth, clearly in immense agony. The woman he saved crawls toward him, shouting in panic that he will die if he doesn't do something, then yells that she will assist him by concentrating all the mana into one arm. But Lloyd just grins maniacally, teeth bared, revealing his ultimate plan: she will sever his arm, just like she did to herself in the novel. Our boy Lloyd is taking hit after hit with massive energy blasts rocking the entire building around him, all thanks to this powerful blonde commander who just won't quit. In his head, he's totally got this fight in the bag, but then Lloyd, battered and with a broken sword, still manages to get back on his feet, shocking the bearded warrior who can't believe anyone could survive an aura sword strike. Lloyd is gasping for air, his hand trembling as he clutches his blade, but his intense stare shows he's not giving up yet. See, Lloyd's grand plan always involved Javier, who a while back was beating himself up by a campfire, lamenting that he was hopeless from start to finish. Lloyd, always the empathetic one, just asks what's with all the sudden drama, as Javier guiltily explains how he abandoned his duty as Lloyd's guard to run off to the Jagachatan. He even confesses that he had wanted to rely on Master Lloyd, pointing out his own soft attitude and his negligence of duties. Lloyd of course isn't having any of it, casually dismissing Javier's self-pity, but not before warning him that he's docking his pay for 6 whole months. Javier, ever the negotiator, tries to bargain for 3, which Lloyd finds utterly ridiculous, asking him if he honestly thinks he can negotiate pay. Javier swears he'll never abandon his duties again, offering his loyalties Lloyd's sword and escort, but Lloyd's skeptical, asking how he can possibly believe him. Then Javier drops a bombshell, admitting he knows Lloyd has secretly risen to the level of triple heart circle, a revelation that even shocks our scheming protagonist. Lloyd, now serious, tells Javier to listen up, drawing a circle in the dirt to explain his grand vision. He points out that humans have a limit to their mana heart, a theoretical cap that no matter how much they train, they can never surpass. But Javier just watches, processing the information. But Lloyd is determined to break those limits, even as the blonde antagonist charges at him, because he knows he'll become something more. The villain brutally pierces Lloyd again, sending a shockwave of aura that cracks the very ground, yet he's still amazed that Lloyd continues to fight back. He stabs Lloyd straight through the chest with his glowing blade, then prepares to finish him off for good. A surge of fire erupts, engulfing Lloyd in agony as the blonde antagonist grabs his burning arm, stabbing him once more while his body glows with intense, painful energy. The antagonist maintains his grip, and Lloyd grits his teeth, screaming, "The Mainasormthan from the Era Sakin sword is burning. The Mainaslav from the arrow sword is burning. Slosh Minentor." The antagonist confirms it's flowing in through Lloyd's sword, straight from his hands and directly from his mana heart, which the blonde bastard is now actively draining. Lloyd screams in a fiery explosion, flung backward by a powerful strike, slamming violently into a wall that cracks under the impact, and finally slumping to the ground, seemingly defeated. He lies there motionless, as the blonde antagonist stands triumphantly over him, sword held high. The villain looks down, thoroughly convinced he's won, declaring that this has taken up too much of his time and he's off to take the queen's head. But as he glances back one last time, his face contorts into pure shock, because Lloyd, our absolute madman, is beginning to stir, manifesting the swordmaster's mana right in front of him. He grips a newly formed green aura sword, leaving the bearded antagonist staring in absolute horror. Lloyd rises, radiating powerful green energy, channeling a massive blast upwards. A colossal beam of green magical energy erupts through the ceiling, making the blonde antagonist finally realize he might have severely miscalculated. He tries a wide spinning slash in a desperate last stand, but that green beam just keeps tearing through the sky. And then, Javier, our true aura swordmaster, swings his blade, releasing a massive surge of bright green energy. The blonde antagonist stares in frozen shock and horror as he's utterly decapitated, his sword and head flying into the air with a splattering sound. What he doesn't know is that Lloyd's plan involved Javier's arm being severed, and sure enough, a severed hand drops onto a glowing magic circle on the floor, leaving the commander screaming in agony even though he's already dead. Armored guards rush forward, halberds ready, but Javier Azrahan, standing tall with his glowing green aura sword, challenges them all, asking, "IF, any though you kink you can tierkorn this sword, master." Our boy Lloyd is absolutely thrilled after winning a card game, celebrating his sweet victory a little too loudly, which naturally draws the ire of the red-haired woman next to him, who then smacks an unsuspecting man on the head. Sadly, Lloyd gets caught in the crossfire, hitting his head so hard he passes out cold, and the woman, realizing what just happened, quickly kneels, asking what he suddenly did, and why he looks like he's had too much. In his head, Lloyd knows he desperately needs to help Javier, which means he has to activate his supercharged skill, allowing him to absorb large amounts of mana from his surroundings, even if he's not entirely sure this is his best option. From there, we see the room fill with glowing blue energy as an atomic-shaped orb forms, rapidly expanding and crackling with powerful particles, sweeping through the air in an intense blue magical light. The woman watches in utter shock as the powerful magical wind whips her hair, causing the room's decor to crumble. Realizing Lloyd's tremendous absorption is draining her mana quickly, and she yells his name, desperate desperate for him to stop, but he just floats there, completely unconscious, in a massive surge of magic. She kneels, defeated, her power is gone. The room is a wreck. Our boy takes it all. She bows her head in distress, as Lloyd remains unconscious, soaking up the last of the magic. Then, he opens his eyes. He bows her head in distress, as Lloyd remains unconscious, soaking up the magic. Lloyd wakes feeling energized and light, convinced he's fully charged, but then he quickly remembers Javier and sees the completely drained woman in attendant, realizing he totally overdid it, complaining about how annoying this skill is for everyone else. The now revealed queen quickly brushes off his questions, declaring that apprehending Kyle is their top priority, and then, surprisingly, asks Lloyd to carry her. Given how drained she is, Lloyd and the attendant enthusiastically agree, with Lloyd eagerly piggybacking the queen, promising to catch up to Javier, even though the queen worries Javier is no match for Swordmaster Kyle alone, trying to gather enough mana to fight at even a fraction of her usual level. But as they turn the corner, they find Javier, shirtless and glowing with a green aura sword, casually fighting off guards, leaving both Lloyd and the queen completely shocked. One of the other men present is stunned by Javier's aura sword, but the queen quickly commands the guards to lower their weapons, declaring Lloyd and Javier heroes for saving her life. The guards comply immediately, as Javier confirms he did it to save the queen's life. Of course, Lloyd is internally thinking about his gravy train, as the queen gestures to them, commanding everyone's respect for the heroes. Lloyd can't help but ask Javier if he really became a swordmaster, completely flabbergasted by how casual Javier is about it, who simply replies, "Yes, I suppose." Javier explains that he frequently encounters dangerous situations, and this is the only way to fulfill his duty to protect Lloyd, who just stands there dazed by the sheer loyalty, a self-satisfied smile playing on his lips. Then we get a small update on the system, which shows Lloyd will get compliment points every full moon, but he's immediately annoyed by the ridiculous titles, demanding something cool like the Guardian of Cremo instead. In his head, he knows titles come with skills, which is good, but when he tries to look into it further, he has to beg a still-bloodied Javier for more info, who just laughs mockingly and tells him to beg some more, finding our boy incredibly strange. Lloyd is chilling out when his brother Julian asks about Javier, wondering if he's still under investigation, especially after he suddenly manifested as a swordmaster, and Julian listens calmly, expecting an answer, but Lloyd just ignores his brother's concern, scoffing at the thought of any royal guards having common sense, completely missing the startled look on Julian's face as a system message flashes by, mentioning new powers gained and the ability to summon an ending spoiler, which will defy the laws of physics. Meanwhile, in the throne room, the queen formally addresses Javier Asrahan, acknowledging his heroic actions during the recent chaos, and with a stern command, she orders him to forward, clearly intending a new prestigious role for him, which makes Julian nervously ask Lloyd if this means Javier will leave them for good. Javier, however, looks down with a serious expression, fully aware of the queen's intent, as Lloyd just calmly takes it all in, though something about the situation seems to offend him. But Javier, ever the loyal knight of Arcos Frontera, respectfully declines her order, beseeching her understanding in his inability to leave his master's side. The queen, not amused, makes it clear that she isn't asking him, but ordering him, her expression unyielding, and even notes his response is an elegant way of saying he'd rather die than serve her, warning him she knows what that entails. To which Javier calmly replies that he falls on her mercy. With a calm nod, Javier accepts his fate, and the queen, to everyone's surprise, respects his wishes and dismisses him. Javier bows one last time, then walks stoically away, leaving the throne room. Julian, still looking anxious, calls out Javier's name, while Lloyd, a bit out of the loop, asks what the heck the queen just said. Javier just offers a gentle smile, declaring he will always be a knight of the Frontera family, no matter what. The queen, watching him leave, quietly ponders the Frontera estate, realizing she doesn't seem to have much luck with people from that particular place. Meanwhile, our boy Lloyd is lounging in the grass, happily scrolling through his system screen. He wonders what other skills his new titles have granted him, and honestly, they're insane. Subjects of the Frontera estate will obey you unconditionally, and even better, he has Queen Alicia's complete trust, meaning no matter how much treason he commits, he'll be free from suspicion. This absolutely delights him, until he suddenly looks up with a startled expression, noticing the unusually bright full moon tonight. In his head, Lloyd pictures a sweet cushy life ahead, rubbing his hands together with a creepy grin as he wonders if getting too fat from it would be the only downside, and then, with a confident push, he activates something on his system screen, probably confirming his bright future. The very next moment, he's startled awake, finding himself plunged into a dark, unsettling void, surrounded by fire, asking what this spooky message box is and demanding answers. His panic grows as he looks around, realizing this devastated place is unmistakably familiar. It's his home, the Frontera estate, but completely in ruins, the houses and trees all ravaged, with dark, destroyed bodies lying everywhere. What the heck is going on? He desperately screams at the message box, demanding to know if this is real and if everything truly ends up like this. Frantically begging for someone, anyone to answer him, sweat beading on his terrified face. He looks at the shadowed body on the ground, filled with regret, wishing he had only arrived sooner, and cries out a heartbreaking apology, blaming himself for this catastrophic failure. His face distorts in pure anger and frustration, shouting to the wasteland, "Damn it, what kind of ending is this?" Our boy Lloyd wakes up in a cold sweat after dreaming of locusts covering the land, which quickly devolves into a terrifying vision of his beloved estate burning to the ground, with him and Javier fighting through literal fire and brimstone. cornerstone. Javier, ever the loyal knight, swings his glowing sword, slashing through hordes of grotesque monsters, fighting with every ounce of his aura, while Lloyd can only watch on, in terror. He wonders if Javier has managed to get rid of them all, but the swarm is endless, crashing down on them until the entire castle crumbles. Luckily, Lloyd jolts awake, gasping for air in the dark, knowing it was just a nightmare. The problem is, the system has given him visions like this before, and he's convinced this one is a peek at the catastrophic future of his Frontera estate, so he dashes through the palace halls, frantically trying to remember the details. In his head, he's full of regret, wishing he had come just a little earlier, and swears he has to get to the queen as fast as possible to deal with it. Naturally, Queen Alicia is stunned when Lloyd bursts into her study asking why the entire Cremona region will be reduced to dirt. He claims to know the exact cause of the impending locust swarm, demanding she mobilize the troops for this unprecedented calamity. He explains it's a nefarious plot by their enemy nation, Asfahan, who are strategically releasing monsters to sap their strength, and says it's all thanks to them stamping out monsters in the eastern wilderness, which is taking away their habitat. He's panicking like a madman, while the queen, clearly not convinced, just stares at him. She looks down at him with suspicion, and Lloyd internally screams at his brain to think of something. The queen looks utterly unimpressed, as Lloyd starts frantically trying to explain himself, making exaggerated gestures as if licking the air, but he's just babbling nonsense. He keeps chattering away, eyes closed as he improvises wildly. The queen listens, growing more suspicious and annoyed, thinking he's making it all up on the spot. She glares at him with a piercing gaze, and Lloyd is visibly sweating under the pressure. Suddenly, a system window pops up, offering to activate the Queen Alicia's complete trust effect, which means no matter how baseless his claims, she'll believe him. The queen closes her eyes for a moment, then, as if an idea just struck her, she says she will send the cavalry. Lloyd gives his signature mischievous, scammer, grin, thanking her profusely, but she cuts him off, asking if he truly thinks trusting his baseless speculations comes without a price. Lloyd, ever the opportunist, passionately declares that if they stop these monster attacks, he will accept any terms. The queen watches him with a thoughtful, knowing expression. From there, we jump straight to Lloyd and Javier riding at breakneck speed through the night, with Lloyd screaming in pure terror while Javier calmly rides behind him. Javier, used to Lloyd's dramatics, simply replies that he understands the gist of what Lloyd is saying and tells him to proceed. They continue their frantic ride across the grassy landscape, with Lloyd still yelling his head off. Soon enough, they spot a monstrous bug opening its toothy jaw, and they find themselves surrounded by a massive swarm of insects coming from all around them, 360 degrees. Lloyd yells at his faithful hamster Peepadong, telling him to part ways here, but to meet him at the exact time he specifies. Peepadong, Billing was away from a magical attack just in time. Lloyd gives an intense, terrifying scammer grin, promising the swarm that they can just wait. The two riders then leap their horses over a chasm in front of the full moon. They gallop through a forest path, Lloyd struggling with his reins. They continue their relentless ride, traveling through a vast valley under a dark, hazy sky. Lloyd looks incredibly stressed, realizing that the little earlier time frame he had was super little. Meanwhile, a farmer and a woman look up in confusion from their field, as two more farmers react to something approaching them, and other villagers stare at a dusty horizon where a magical disruption is occurring. One villager carrying logs stares ahead in shock, wondering what that could possibly be. Okay, so Lloyd's been having this nightmare about his estate getting eaten by giant bugs, right? And now, it's even worse than he imagined because they've targeted his home directly, with Marbella, his mom, just trying to live her life when suddenly a giant insect is in her house, and then a horrifying swarm descends on the estate. What the hell is going on, she wonders, as Arcos, Lloyd's dad, burst in with a sword, telling everyone to get outside and join the soldiers. But outside, it's pure chaos, with people panicking and running for their lives as the red-eyed locusts swarm, overwhelming the guards and laying waste to the estate. The poor villagers are caught in the crossfire, with everyone screaming and dashing away from the attacking insects, and even the soldiers are struggling to maintain formation, while others scream in terror trying to get away. One brave man even uses a shovel to defend himself, but the sheer number of these things is just insane. Bless his heart, one noble actually tells his guards to save the people first before him, gritting his teeth as he fights to protect someone, but honestly, it's a losing battle. The greenskin warriors, Lloyd's goblins, are trying their best to shield people, but they're getting swarmed and attacked from all sides, as a genuine disaster unfolds with a sea of monstrous insects covering the sky and ground. Despite their strong attacks, the sheer number of monsters is just too much, and the green warriors bravely attack with pickaxes, but they're quickly overwhelmed, forcing them to shield others on the ground, while people cower by barrels as insects close in. You see men swinging swords and women using brooms, but the monsters are crawling all over them, and the green warriors are bravely holding the line, but the insects are storming every entrance. Honestly, it's a terrifying sight with the entire sky engulfed and people are crying, looking utterly distressed. Giant insects screech and rattle, attacking the castle exterior and forcing brave men to shield their loved ones as a massive swarm fills the air. Just when things look absolutely dire, Javier, Lloyd's ever-suffering knight, comes riding in like a total boss, cleaving through the monsters with a powerful flash of light and laying waste to them with furious blows. But then the camera pulls back, and you see Lloyd right there with him, both on horseback, being chased by this massive, terrifying swarm. What Javier doesn't realize is that this is all part of Lloyd's grand plan, as a massive swarm of insect-like monsters rises up into the sky. The monstrous insects charge forward with glowing red eyes, but Lloyd stands ready with his companions, drawing them in for the next phase. Javier, ever observant, shouts to Master Lloyd that it is, as he said, they are indeed chasing them along a regular trajectory, and Lloyd, our mad genius, just confirms it with a grin, telling Javier they're going to keep gathering them like this, doing a full lap around the estate perimeter, even as he struggles with his shield, getting hit hard by the swarm. Javier, utterly baffled, asks why Master Lloyd is smiling so happily in the middle of a monster chase, but Lloyd just yells that they're falling for it completely, absolutely delighted by the chaos he's creating. He's already yelling for Lacona, ready for the next big move, his face an ugly mask of manic excitement, knowing this master plan will save his estate, even if it looks insane. The chapter opens in absolute chaos with a man looking on in sheer panic as Javier unleashes a blinding blast of aura energy to hold back a massive swarm. An unknown man is already on his knees from the impact, and the insects are descending into the room, quickly overwhelming him. Our chaotic genius Lloyd, on horseback, cheerfully admits he has no plan at all, leaving Javier utterly confused and a little horrified, especially when Lloyd starts laughing maniacally and panting like he's lost his mind. Javier watches him with a sweaty, shocked expression, convinced something is very wrong with the guy. Lloyd, still on horseback, then starts yelling towards the swarm, asking if they can keep up with him, screaming his head off during the chaotic chase. Javier, trying to be practical, tells him to save his strength because shouting like that does not help them in the slightest. But Lloyd, panting and laughing maniacally, insists that shouting actually lets them know who's about to save them. Javier, now genuinely panicked and sweaty, is sure there's something seriously wrong with Lloyd. But our boy, still riding under a dark swarm, declares that's enough, and it's time to head to the Merritt's wetlands. Suddenly, Lloyd reacts with a startled, shocked expression as they both face a massive, encroaching swarm. Quickly, Lloyd instructs Javier to hold his pot lid above his head at an angle and then fall back as Javier swings his sword, releasing a blast of green magical energy. Lloyd grunts with exertion as they navigate the chaos, while Javier performs rapid slashes with his sword, sending out more green magic. A huge dark energy mass whooshes across the sky, and a massive swarm descends towards them, which Lloyd proudly declares means they gathered them all to a single spot. He looks up and shouts with determination, urging the horse to go just a little further, but the poor horse is already showing signs of strain, neighing loudly. Lloyd, worried, wonders if the horse is exhausted, knowing if he pushes it any more, they'll all be done for. He shouts an abrupt instruction to Javier, telling him to prepare his back, then leaps straight from the horse's back toward his loyal knight. Lloyd grabs Javier from behind while they're still on their horses, and then shouts a command to the steed to run. Lloyd then leaps from the horse's back, now carrying Javier, and they land on the ground, skidding across the dirt, abandoning their ride. Immediately, Lloyd yells at Javier and they dash forward together, kicking up dust, with Javier taking a lead, sprinting across the field. The true hero of this story, Javier, ends up carrying Lloyd on his back, running away from the massive swarm of insects as Lloyd clings tightly to his neck, still dashing through the swarm of insects. As Lloyd clings tightly to his neck, still dashing through the swarm, Lloyd screams with his mouth wide open, looking absolutely terrified. A dense swarm of insects creates a dark cloud sweeping across the fields as Pipodong, our giant hamster, tumbles rapidly through the shallow river with Lloyd. Javier and Lloyd crash into the water, protecting their heads, just as a strange creature curves through the air. Dark smoke trails through the sky as something falls rapidly toward the earth. Our dark smoke trails through the sky as something falls rapidly toward the earth, and then a massive explosion erupts in the sky with bright limes. A large insect-like monster glows intensely, illuminated by a bright light, and the sky is filled with a swarm of glowing insects. Lloyd and Javier stand in a field, looking toward the distant massive explosion, with Lloyd grimacing intensely while being sprayed by water, because Pipodong is right there, spraying a powerful stream upward. Insects are caught and flying through the powerful watery stream, as a creature tumbles from a blue energy wave surging across the field. Lloyd and Javier now stand before a swirling vortex of insects and wind, with Lloyd yelling round 3, as he prepares a powerful attack with glowing energy. Javier points his hand forward, unleashing bright magic energy, and together, Lloyd and Javier fire a massive, colorful beam of energy downward. A burst of green and red energy fills the screen, obliterating the swarm. A streak of multicolored energy surges through the sky, marking the end of the immediate threat, but a vast swarm of insects still fills the air above the rural fields. Lloyd and Javier are utterly exhausted in the field, panting heavily. Lloyd collapses on the ground, admitting it was tough, super tough, and they definitely took care of most of them, but Javier points out there are still many thousands left, as giant insects chew on the roofs of distant buildings. Villagers are already swinging wooden clubs at the giant insects, trying to fight them off. But Lloyd, ever the optimist, lies on the grass and tells Javier not to worry about that. And sure enough, a creature scurries through the green grass, followed by a small cute creature, because 300 elite warriors from the Sand and Steel tribe are charging forward on their mount beasts. Their hooves kick up dust as they gallop, signaling massive reinforcements. An army of 500 white cavalry and 50 wizards charges forward behind them, ready to clean up the rest of the mess. Javier stands over Lloyd, who's still flat on the ground, pointing out that they actually have another thing to worry about, leaving Lloyd confused. Javier looks thoughtfully toward the side with a serious expression, while Lloyd lies in the grass with a pensive, tired look, wondering what else could possibly be wrong. The chapter opens on a much happier note than it ended last time, with the villagers celebrating their victory against the locusts after someone apparently stabbed the last bug, and now goblins are cheering around a campfire, already roasting the defeated bug monster, aggressively biting into the high-protein meat, while an orc excitedly devours his share alongside his goblin companions. Suddenly a woman in a white apron approaches the green-skinned orc warrior, gently holding out a single pink flower, thanking him for saving them, and the orc clutches the flower, looking completely touched and surprised, then blushes as he stares at it with a rapidly beating heart. Meanwhile, Javier and the others are rushing across a field in a panic, calling out for Lloyd, asking if he's all right, to which Lloyd calmly replies he's fine, as they can see. One woman embraces him, crying with relief and asking why he loves saving people so much, worried he might get hurt, but Lloyd, Lloyd, ever the pragmatist, dismissively mentions it was only for his own benefit, even reminding her that she doesn't seem to remember what she said during the ending spoiler, which just leaves her confused to candor, Later that night, Lloyd walks through a field, shovel in hand, approaching a building, where he comes up behind a tall armored knight. It's Commander Valardi Blanc, stern in his full plate armor, and Lloyd stands before him, thanking him for coming, and for his crucial role in the plan to wipe out the locusts. Valardi modestly insists he was merely in charge of the cleanup, but then admits that for a mere engineer, Lloyd achieved something extraordinary, as it would have taken them weeks to clean up the mess themselves. But thanks to Lloyd, it was done in half a day. He praises Lloyd as a brilliant strategist, but then plainly states that his pride as a knight is still hurt. Lloyd, looking serious, knows exactly why, and declares that since Valardi has spoken his truth, it's Lloyd's turn. Problem is, in the novel, Valardi Blanc is the commander of the White Cavalry, ordered to carry out a ruthless purge by the Queen who eventually turns evil, and he fought tooth and nail against Javier, who at that point wasn't a swordmaster and barely managed to beat him, a truly fearsome opponent. Lloyd remembers Valardi, wounded and asking Javier's name, weakly pleading for him to stop the Queen. Seeing the proud, loyal, and uncompromising warrior before him, Lloyd gets his signature evil, scheming grin, the kind that strikes terror into the hearts of men, and asks Valardi how he would like to fight him. The armored warrior simply laughs, holding his helmet, then glares at Lloyd, asking if he's lost his mind to suggest fighting a civilian. But Lloyd, looking smug, explains that he's been given authority over the White Cavalry by the Queen, which of course infuriates Valardi. But Lloyd continues condescendingly, suggesting that winning a duel would be a rather knightly way to take back his position. The warrior, holding his sheathed sword, asks if Lloyd even has a weapon, and Lloyd smirks, raising his trusty shovel. As the armored warrior walks toward Lloyd, who stands ready with his shovel, he reveals he knows Lloyd punished his estate's traitor with that very shovel, but says he'll keep his sword sheathed since it won't matter. What this idiot doesn't know is that Lloyd has exactly zero chance of winning in a real fight, knowing Valardi is skilled enough to almost kill Javier, the sword whiz, and will never let him get a hit, as Lloyd may have a triple hard circle, but that's just crude power. Then Valardi looks intensely at Lloyd, saying that given Lloyd's personality, the terms of the duel will be that if he so much as flinches from one of Lloyd's attacks, Lloyd will be the winner. Lloyd's face transforms into a terrifying manic expression as he prepares to strike, looking absolutely dead serious, and in an instant, Valardi flinches with an expression of pure panic and shock. Lloyd slams his shovel into the ground, creating a violent flash of light, and a massive blinding pillar of fire shoots upward, sending the armored warrior flying. A clawed hand appears, as a fiery projectile flies through the air towards a distant mountain, which then erupts in a massive explosion. The armored warrior lies on the ground clutching his head in utter terror and disbelief, sweat pouring down his face as he stares at the blazing mountain in horror, his expression shifting to one of mounting dread. Sadly, Lloyd is also spread-eagled and defeated on the snowy ground, but he's laughing manically with a terrifying wide grin on his face. The next thing you know, workers are actively digging into the earth with shovels in a mountainous landscape, with one worker swinging a shovel aggressively and shouting during the hard labor. Two frustrated soldiers complain about being forced into hard labor, arguing it's not okay, despite Lloyd's authority, and that they've devoted their lives to the battlefield, not this, while another soldier looks dejected, realizing it's not just a simple order, as Lloyd is pointing a finger upward with a sharp, determined gaze, teaching them that wielding a shovel can be much more honorable than wielding a sword. So, the worker moves quickly, flinging dirt as he continues digging. Then, Lloyd and Javier stand on a cliff edge, looking out over a vast forest. Javier, ever skeptical, asks if this new method will truly have an effect on them, but Lloyd confidently tells him he can trust him because the orcs of the wilderness taught him, and their method is tried and true, ending with a sly smile, telling Javier to just wait and see. The ground starts shaking violently, rocking buildings and sending people scrambling for safety, making it hard for anyone to keep their balance, as families cling to each other in fear, while out on the rocky mountain paths the tremors are even worse and a huge dust cloud appears on the horizon, signaling imminent danger. Luckily, Javier had a terrifying heads up, since he'd heard Master Lloyd's warning about what was coming, and now he races through the town, remembering Lloyd's words. In his head, he found it hard to believe, but now the beasts really are coming, a literal stampede of massive horned creatures, an overwhelming herd charging across the landscape. The problem is, Javier and the knights are still planning to fight this invasion by conventional means, with some asking how exactly the evidence is obvious. But Javier knew Lloyd always judged correctly, and regardless of their confusion, Lloyd had judged correctly. So now Javier closes his eyes, bracing himself for the battle to begin. The plan: match the speed of their charge and take out their front line, then quickly surround them once the herd stops and attack them one layer at a time. Javier calculates the grim reality, predicting anywhere from 10 to 20 casualties on their side, which means some soldiers are already thinking of their sweethearts back home, knowing that instead of an engagement ring for his lover, a soldier named Oleg might leave behind only his glorious lance. As the White Cavalry soldiers are ordered to charge without fear, a knight approaches Sir Byron, the chief knight, and asks what he's doing without his armor, to which Byron explains that Master Lloyd said he wouldn't need any armor, but was needed to decipher his messages. Javier, utterly bewildered, asks what decipher means in the middle of a battle, wondering if Lloyd has lost his senses, but Byron calmly explains he's here precisely to interpret Lloyd's strange signals. He points out Lloyd on a white rock in the distance, ready to send a signal. From his perch on a white cliff, Lloyd begins to wave his flags frantically, as Sir Byron relays his message to the White Cavalry, telling them to heed their commander, with Lloyd spinning the flags even faster, instructing them to move swiftly. The knights can't believe the nonsense they're hearing, convinced he's practically asking them to clear a path for the enemy, and looking at their tactical map, they realize he wants a side attack, which is totally suicidal against a charging herd. internally arguing that a side attack simply cannot stop this charge. The exasperated knights are caught in a mental loop of arguing with their lord, as Lloyd just keeps waving his flags. But Javier, catching sight of Lloyd's frantic signals, realizes that none of this is random, and with Lloyd flailing his arms like a mad conductor, the mastodons thunder on, as Lloyd, unflustered, simply braces himself, yelling something unheard to the charging beasts, whose heavy thuds shake the very earth beneath them. Our boy Lloyd stands calmly on his rock, unfazed by the rumbling ground, a mischievous smirk spreading across his face. The mastodons charge forward, but suddenly, they start skidding and roaring in confusion, as the stampede begins to shift trajectory. A mastodon leads the bewildered herd, churning up dust as they move, bellowing in distress. They roar, completely disoriented, as a massive dirt cloud trails behind them. Lloyd, having set up his final flag, watches as a commander orders the white cavalry to quick march forward, instructing them to bang their lances together and kick up an even bigger cloud. A masked figure watches in concern, realizing they're executing Lloyd's plan, but still totally confused by what's actually happening. The mastodons continue their click-clop march, until they suddenly roar in sheer terror, running from an unseen megalania. Lloyd smiles intently, knowing the mastodon herd, already terrified by the megalania, now think they hear the steps of another monster approaching. The vast herd stamps across the dusty landscape, roaring, their path precisely directed by Lloyd's unseen hand. One armored knight finally catches on, realizing with a shocked expression that the herd's new trajectory is leading them straight towards a very specific danger. He realizes that in that direction is the ditch they dug up for the relief image, as the massive herd of mastodons rumbles forward, charging wildly and crashing violently into the rocky cliff face, marking phase 3 of Lloyd's genius. The animals roar and tumble, setting the stage for Peepodong's grand entrance. Our boy Lloyd, staff in hand, yells passionately, "Behold!" as Peepodong, the giant hamster, sprays a massive, powerful stream of water down the cliffside, sweeping multiple mastodons away in the turbulent, rushing river. The herd is gone. With the battle won, Lloyd stands triumphantly on the rocky cliff, flags fluttering in the breeze, striking an incredibly smug and confident pose, eyes closed against the sky. Lloyd is still out in the field, casually mentioning that all that digging they were doing made him realize a shovel could be pretty useful. And for Commander Villardi, that simple observation from our boy Lord sparked a whole internal crisis about what true victory really means. He's remembering all the grief, the empty words about dying for country and people, and all the stern speeches about honor. But what it really left behind were mourning families, graveyards full of helmets on swords, and the endless cycle of death. Even all their desperate training, with commanders yelling for them to start now, didn't stop the pain from settling deep in their hearts. The problem is, Alaylardi realized that while they preached valor and honor, death doesn't actually leave, it just takes. And all the cheering after battles, the celebrations for victories, and even the jokes about weddings were just temporary distractions from a monster problem that never truly ended. So when Lloyd asks if the monsters might never end, and then congratulates Javier for his suddenly increased IQ, our boy Lloyd is smirking with his classic scammer face, wondering if they can guess what he's thinking. Honestly, Villardi is so stunned that he asks Lloyd if he's really not going back to the capital, because today, he finally witnessed what real victory is. So, with the clatter of armored knights approaching, Villardi falls to his knees, bowing before Lloyd and Javier, and the entire army follows his lead, because the commander wants to throw himself at Lloyd's feet and beg to stay and learn from his wisdom. From there, we jump straight to a meeting where Lloyd and the council are discussing something. See, they're talking about the legendary beast, King Storma, who is currently sleeping at Lake Kapua, and one of the council members says that the disturbance from a new waterway wouldn't be enough to wake him, so they pressed on with its construction. Naturally, when Lloyd declares he wants to wake the beast, everyone screams an objection. Absolutely not. But one person enthusiastically votes yes, and Javier, seeing the writing on the wall, explains to another objector that they're not going to win this argument anyway, as our boy Lloyd immediately raises his hand, proclaiming that construction begins now, as per this democratic process. Then with Lloyd and Javier leading the way, a whole group of workers marches straight into the forest, and Javier, looking completely horrified, asks Lloyd if he intends to awaken King Storma and then somehow control him. Apparently our cunning civil engineer has been reading up on King Storma's legends and habits, and the key detail is that there's no mention of the beast ever attacking humans. This of course sends Lloyd into a wild maniacal fit of laughter, because his plan is to scare the crap out of all the monsters coming over the eastern mountains, and he's calling it Operation Guard Dog. Javier, looking utterly concerned, mutters that Lloyd is literally saying he's going to torment a happily sleeping beast, but Lloyd just waves him off, asking if he's really asking the obvious, and brushing aside Javier's worries about the research being wrong, or King Storma attacking them. What could possibly go wrong? Our frantic knight Javier then unleashes a powerful green beam across the landscape, which is all part of Operation Guard Dog, to make King Storma shriek day and night, apparently, like a dog. Lloyd sighs in satisfaction, then uses his survey skill, ready to see the results in simulation mode. Someone off-panel praises Lloyd's extraordinary intelligence, though they also mention his maniacal appearance. Javier, of course, just sighs. Meanwhile, deep under Lake Kapua, King Storma is waking up to the disturbance, recognizing the humans who disturbed him last time, and those two glowing pink eyes emerging from the abyss promise that if they dare disturb his slumber again, he will kill them all. Even though Javier is raising serious concerns that these creatures will get more ferocious as they grow, Lloyd completely dismisses him, because, naturally, he finds them just too adorable to be dangerous. Javier, the voice of reason, can only stare in disbelief as Lloyd doubles down, insisting once again that these sweet little furballs pose no threat. Honestly, Lloyd's only proof is that they're cute, leaving Javier with absolutely nothing to say. So, with a sigh of defeat, Javier just tells him to do as you please, leaving leaving our boy Lloyd to get happily swarmed by a pile of squeaking, lovable creatures. From there, we jump straight to Lloyd, our madman of civil engineering, now leading an entire army of shovel-wielding workers, proudly declaring that only they possess the superhuman strength needed to carve up mountains. The workers, clearly inspired by Lloyd's deranged enthusiasm, roar their approval, praising both their white cavalry and the glorious almighty shovel. With Lloyd at the front, shovel held high, they march forward, chanting the sacred mantra, "The shovel conquers all." Lloyd even tries to get Javier on board with the shovel worship, but Javier just looks on with a mixture of pity and utter resignation. Lloyd, completely undeterred by Javier's exhaustion, shouts instructions to him from the mountain, telling his knight exactly where to plunge his sword for the next mana blast. With a resounding boom, a massive surge of water and debris erupts from the lake, tearing through the forest like a wild beast, sending everyone scrambling and towering in panic, leaving Javier to watch the chaos unfold from behind a tree. The sheer force of the blast uproots trees, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Amidst the chaos of the deluge, a gigantic beaver-like creature crashes into the water, and when it finally emerges, while everyone else is cowering, Lloyd, with his usual knack for identifying the absurdly cute, instantly declares it adorable. What's even crazier is that Lloyd realizes he can actually understand this massive beast, just like his other summons, and quickly wonders if this massive furball is also one of his. Regardless, our boy Lloyd immediately deduces that for a beaver, the most important thing in the world is repairing its dams, which gives him a brilliant new idea. Unfortunately for Lloyd, this isn't some dumb furball he can just manipulate. The giant beaver turns and looms menacingly, instantly sniffing out Lloyd's metallic hiding spot, and growls that it knows exactly what he's up to. "Did you really think I would just fix my dam and go back to sleep?" it threatens, promising to wipe out Lloyd and all his tricks for good. The problem is, Lloyd's completely botched this, and his terrified subordinates are begging him for orders, even pleading with him to stop making his infamous scammer face, which frankly makes them uncomfortable. So, with a mighty splash, the enraged beaver unleashes a huge wave, sweeping away Lloyd's men like they're nothing more than toys. Luckily, Javier, ever the loyal knight, leaps into action, charging his sword with brilliant energy as he blasts a massive mana wave directly at the beast. But the beaver, proving it's no pushover, simply slaps the attack away with its tail, leaving Javier with no choice but to prepare for a real fight. Just as Javier dodges an incoming green energy beam, Lloyd suddenly yells, cutting him off, claiming he's got a brand new plan, which, honestly, surprises Javier more than the giant beaver itself. Our boy Lloyd, with his signature intense gaze, looks ready to unleash whatever mad scheme he's cooked up this time. Lloyd's still underwater, thinking about how sensitive King Storma is to its surroundings, and convinced it'll be impossible to get close, but instead, our eternally long-suffering knight, Javier, is doing his part to make the king feel at home, launching massive aura strikes, which send the beaver-like creature leaping out of the water in glowing arcs of energy, trying to dodge the continuous assault. Honestly, Javier looks completely fed up, landing on the sandy shore visibly annoyed and exhausted by this whole Operation Guard Dog. The problem is, the beaver isn't just fast, it's also a giant staring down at a tiny Javier from above. But then the creature, who Lloyd affectionately named Bai Byung, actually speaks, denying that it's anyone's mother, which just leaves our knight totally bewildered and doubling down, yelling the name Bai Byung right back at it. Naturally, Byung, probably wondering why this tiny human is so obsessed with its name, gets even more offended and asks what the hell Javier is doing. Javier, ever the diplomat, just keeps screaming aggressively, pushing Byung to its limit, as it curses him out, insisting it isn't ugly and getting angrier with a red background. After that verbal sparring match, Javier is completely spent, collapsing to the ground from sheer exhaustion. See, while Javier was busy distracting Bai Byung with insults, Lloyd finally snuck in, grabbing the startled beast and holding it tight in his hands, with that terrifyingly manic grin spread across his face, clearly thinking he's won. But the beaver isn't about to give up that easily, thrashing wildly in Lloyd's arms, as our chubby young master tries to reason with it and make it listen. And for his trouble, Bai Byung punches Lloyd squarely in the face, leaving him stunned. Now the beast is loose and running for it, with several men from Lloyd's entourage hot on its heels, yelling to get that fellow, as our boy Lloyd has deployed his entire small army of magical hamster creatures to help capture the runaway beast, sending them flying into battle. Byung is so fed up with being chased that it punches a poor unsuspecting rabbit creature that just happened to be in the way, leaving the poor thing surprised and reeling from the unexpected hit. That, however, turns out to be a huge mistake, because this isn't just any rabbit, it's Pipodong, and he is absolutely furious, preparing for a counterattack. Pipodong lands a fierce counterpunch, much to the surprise of whoever is watching, knowing our giant hamster has quite the temper, yelling "whoa" at the display. The two creatures then devolve into an all-out slugfest, exchanging heavy blows and gritting their teeth, with neither of them managing to land a fatal hit. And just when you think it can't get any crazier, a third creature jumps into the fray, making this a truly chaotic chase and brawl. After that wild chase through the forest, our boy Lloyd has finally cornered King Storma, the giant beaver, and they're having a very serious discussion in a proper building, with Bai Byung probably still furious about being called ugly and not a mother, ranting at Lloyd while his loyal summons watch from his shoulders. Lloyd, being the mastermind he is, processes all of Bai Byung's complaints, a confused look slowly twisting into that familiar, terrifying scammer smile, and just like that, he launches into his pitch, using sweet little Bengal as the ultimate emotional leverage, which the small creature is completely oblivious to. Naturally, Bong, contrarily caught off guard by the sheer audacity, finds himself in a negotiation he's clearly losing, with Lloyd gloating about how he's now a foolish slave of pure love, and even rubbing in the fact that Bongul has zero feelings for him despite Bai Bung's misguided affections, before giving King Storm a new painful nickname, Eternal Bachelor. Problem is, that hits a little too close to home for Lloyd, who awkwardly admits he's also flying solo, making the whole situation a lot more relatable than he intended. This seems to hit a nerve as Lloyd suddenly pulls Bai Beong into a tearful, surprisingly warm hug. Bai Beong, completely bewildered, feels a strange comforting warmth from the chaotic human who just scammed him. And after Lloyd asks if he can just call the beaver Bai Beong, the creature seems to reluctantly accept, but before Lloyd can revel in his new beaver friendship, Officer Greg bursts through the door, bringing news of a major crisis. Apparently some orc tribes were on their way to the Frontera estate asking for help, but got intercepted by something far worse. The scene suddenly shifts to pure chaos as a massive dinosaur monster is absolutely tearing through wooden barricades, attacking the orcs who are screaming and panicking while the beast breaks through their defenses. Luckily, a winged creature dives down, ready to face the dinosaur head-on, smashing into its head, but the beast just growls, clearly unfazed. The remaining orcs watch in terror as one brave warrior swings his jagged sword, ready to join the fight against this monstrous threat. As soldiers push through the dark wilderness, a truly horrifying swarm of monsters fills the sky, and a terrifying, intelligent beast tears through everything, sending even apex predators flying. A colossal creature whose fangs and black eyes promise nothing but death, but the worst part is the demon controlling it, with eyes that look like pure hell itself, as one poor soul puts it. The eyes of the demon controlling it, with eyes that look like pure hell itself, as one poor soul puts it. The eyes of the demon that was controlling the beast look like hell. Even our giant beaver friend Baibon is shocked, muttering as his own and Hindidits is back at the Grand Asfahan Palace. The Sultan's advisor confidently reports that their initial plan worked. The tribe of Sand and Steel has abandoned their settlement and successfully migrated to Magentano's forest, making the Sultan think their plans have succeeded, even as his subordinates note the tribe's safe arrival with a suspicious, "That's unfortunate, but here's the catch." A nervous soldier then bursts in, admitting that a new problem has occurred, because the monster groups the Sultan himself had driven out now seem to be driven mad by fear, swarming and attacking fortress ramparts with no signs of slowing down, making the Sultan immediately suspicious, wondering if this chaos is Magentano's scheme, or if their monster domino strategy has horribly backfired. Meanwhile, our boy Lloyd is all smiles as he secures a massive check which, to the complete shock of the debtors, covers every single one of his family's massive debts, leaving them utterly speechless, while Lloyd, in his typical ruthless fashion, tells them to go get lost. Baron Arco, stunned, asks if they really paid off that huge debt, making him and Marbella look utterly relieved, while Lloyd cheerfully suggests they frame the receipt. Then our boy embraces his crying father, who apologizes profusely for his foolish mistakes, having made Lloyd go through so much trouble, and Lloyd, in a moment that only he could pull off, looks up and asks his tearful father flat out, "Do you love me?" Getting an emotional, tear-filled affirmation, and Lloyd quietly takes it all in, closing his eyes with a gentle smile. With the massive debt finally cleared, Lloyd earns himself a new title, #1 at escaping a mountain of debt, which naturally comes with the highest financial credibility and the best interest rates imaginable. A soldier then reports that the tribe of Sand and Steel has successfully relocated to the eastern mountain ranges, with Lloyd noting that the white cavalry helped, and that Akush is happy about all the muscle-building food, leaving Lloyd surprisingly calm, thinking that even if the monster domino effect comes back, the tribe will buy them time, and his estate will be safe once he calls Bai Beong for a counter-offensive, making him wonder why he feels so incredibly relaxed. But turns out, all that calm was just a facade, because Lloyd is secretly racked with anguish, collapsing onto his bed and weeping uncontrollably, while the Baron, also in tears, cries that it isn't fair, and Lloyd, overwhelmed and exhausted, apologizes to his absent father for not being able to help him, clenching his teeth in intense mental anguish, writhing on his bed and pressing his face into a pillow in distress, all while Javier stands stoically in the hallway outside, silently sensing his master's deep emotional pain, knowing Lloyd needed this release and hoping he can cry to his heart's content today. A few days later, Javier walks away, having silently given Lloyd the space to cry his heart out, but when Lloyd shows his face in town, the people cheer him like a rock star, thrilled to see their master Lloyd, which, naturally, annoys our hard-working hero, who yells at them to stop being so noisy and get back to work, but they just ignore him, even begging for him to scold them or glare at them one more time, while Javier calmly explains that it's okay for him to act a little arrogant, because these townspeople wouldn't have survived without him, a sentiment Lloyd dismisses as he's only doing all this to earn a living. But just when Lloyd thought he could finally breathe, a security trooper reports huge trouble. A large group of injured refugees is heading their way, signaling a new crisis is already brewing, as a wave of exhausted refugees descends on his estate. One of them asks if this is perhaps the Lord's land, and our boy Lloyd, ever the pragmatist, identifies himself as the Lord's son, shovel in hand. He listens intently as Nicholas, the refugee leader, introduces himself, explaining that his own father, the village chief, had been protecting the barony, right up until recently, getting them all to escape. Sadly, while his father tried to protect their village with the Lord till the very end, he tragically passed on, leaving his people to suffer and flee, with one woman weeping that it all happened so quickly. That's when Lloyd stops Nicholas, asking him to clarify, genuinely confused about what exactly happened, wondering if he means monsters. Nicholas confirms that yes, there were 2-meter-tall beetles, or at least monsters that look similar, swarming their lands. Javier, ever the realist, notes that the crisis is far worse than they originally thought, leading Lloyd to frantically analyze the geographical map, remembering he heard the estates near the wilderness were all affected, and realizing this is exactly what happened. In his head, he's calculating the grim reality of the refugee routes. Honestly, he's panicking as he tries to figure out how many of them there are. Thousands, even tens of thousands, with countless more begging for kindness, and even just a piece of bread for their children. He realizes the refugees will likely keep coming coming to his estate, but there's no way they'd have enough space to take them all. But instead of panicking like a normal person, our mad genius Lloyd gets a wild grin on his face, openly admitting he's actually excited. Javier naturally looks back with a shocked pardon. Lloyd, however, is already deep in a profitable scheme, his eyes alight with calculations, while Javier just stares in utter disbelief. Our boy Lloyd immediately starts shouting commands, putting their engineers to cooking duty to prepare food for everyone. The villagers, of course, are bowing in gratitude, thanking him profusely. Javier, however, quickly talks with a stern-looking man about Lloyd's decision. It reflects that nobody really knows what Lloyd truly wants. Javier looks down, serious and contemplative, still trying to figure out his chaotic lord. A concerned staff member then asks Lloyd if he really wants to take all these refugees in, wondering if there'll be even more coming. The problem is, even with all these new arrivals, their current food stock won't last more than a few days, which makes Lloyd look genuinely surprised, but he quickly smiles confidently, already having a plan for this particular food problem. See, they've got this giant mound of dead beetle monsters stacked up high, just waiting to be useful. Marbella, Lloyd's mother, confirms they've kept all these monster corpses to use as compost, and have tons more in nearby storages, but a concerned companion looks on with an uneasy, worried expression, questioning if feeding locusts to people is a little too much. Marbella, however, casually eats a piece of cooked insect with a satisfying crunch, proving they're perfectly edible, and ponders with a thoughtful look how best to prepare them. Lloyd leans on his shovel, smiling confidently at Marbella, announcing that this is exactly why he brought her here. He shouts orders to his workers that the first round of temporary tents have been set up, just as a scout in a watchtower shouts that more refugees are approaching from the north. Lloyd turns with a mischievous, surprised grin, shovel still in hand, ready for more chaos. Peepodong, his giant hamster, moves rapidly, kicking up clouds of dirt and dust, aggressively stomping the ground, shockwaves to clear the way. Lloyd and his workers shout urgently, rallying to assist Dame Bangul and his summons, who transforms in a burst of light to speed up the process. Meanwhile, Marbella stands before a crowd of refugees, announcing the plan to turn those locusts into food, while a worried woman hesitantly questions the gamey smell of the insect-filled meals. Marbella, however, just smiles serenely, eyes closed, and proudly displays an old, weathered, legendary recipe book. The townspeople react with shock and amazement to the news, explaining that it can help make the most delicious food with the simplest ingredients. Lloyd sits on a grassy hill, looking down at the bustling tent encampment, thoughtfully wondering if he should widen the living quarters towards the northern mountain. However, he doesn't think that'll be enough though, scratching his head in frustration and worry. Our usually unflappable Lloyd even breaks down, crying out loudly in despair over the impossible task. As a woman holds her weeping child Rudy, who just wants to go back home, Lloyd looks down kindly at Rudy, apologizing and promising they'll build a house again someday. Marbella smiles nostalgically, remembering her own past home, implicitly connecting with the refugees' loss. Our boy Lloyd, always thinking big, has a new blueprint for the future, a whole business district that's going to rake in some serious cash, and he's already seeing the final form, a massive grid of buildings designed purely for profit. He can practically feel the tax revenue increasing, his evil grin promising utter financial domination, as he dreams of diving into a pile of gold and becoming a rich, unemployed person. Meanwhile, his overworked staff are collapsing, begging Javier to get some rest, but Lloyd is already in a meeting, completely fired up to present his next big idea. One poor soul even wonders why Sir Byron looks so stressed, while another points out that Lloyd just complains he's been having nightmares about being worked to death, and then tells everyone to look at the first document. He's pitching a Tulu, an old circular building designed from the east, which features a central plaza with shared facilities, but the true advantage he's kept secret is just how easily these buildings can become an impregnable fortress just by adding a steel gate to the plaza. Naturally, the room is filled with impressed applause and cheers, and our boy Lloyd can't help but clap along, absolutely thrilled with his own genius. Then, when someone dares to ask about the financial burden of all these tents and food, Lloyd fires back, pretending the question means they want to ignore the people for money. What he doesn't count on is how quickly Javier will get annoyed when Lloyd declares that new businesses always start with pulling in money. And of course, Lloyd immediately starts teasing his knight for getting upset, laughing at Javier's sullen expression, because he simply can't resist pushing his buttons. Honestly though, for a moment, Lloyd admits he's actually scared, wondering if he can really pull off such a huge project without it all collapsing, since he knows he can't ever show weakness to those he's responsible for. The thing is, Javier is the only person he doesn't have to act tough in front of, leading Javier looking at him, clearly processing that information. In Javier's head, he wonders if that just means he's nothing more than an emotion trash bin for his master, while Lloyd, ever the wild card, just punches some unknown man in the face. Soon enough, they're riding towards the Lacona of East County, where they immediately run into a man who looks back at them, seemingly confused. Oh, but it's Diego, who Lloyd greets warmly, walking towards the terrified young man and casually threatens to send him back to the academy, which depends entirely on how his father, the Viscount, acts. Sure enough, the Viscount is already stressed, and he's absolutely furious when Lloyd just nonchalantly sits on his couch. He scoffs, assuming Lloyd is just a naive young noble who doesn't understand how things work, and holds up a contract, looking triumphant, but our boy Lloyd just smirks back, holding up a magnifying glass. He zooms in on a tiny clause in the contract, revealing that the water price is subject to change depending on how the supplier feels. The Viscount immediately loses it, grabbing Lloyd by the collar and calling him a conman, but Lloyd just slyly smiles and assures him this will be an exchange where he profits immensely. He then proceeds to blackmail the poor Viscount, reminding him that 17 estates have been destroyed by monsters, and all those refugees flocked to his side before he rejected every single one, and the Queen would be mighty disappointed to hear about that. The Viscount, now sweating profusely, screams about how this isn't a profit, but Lloyd just moves on to his second point, looking smug and unbothered. The Viscount is utterly shocked, sweat pouring down his face, watching Lloyd casually relax. He nervously asks how much more he needs to give, but Lloyd, ever the devil, chides him for acting like he's being taken advantage of. With a truly manipulative expression, he drives the Viscount to scream for Lloyd to just name his price, calling him a devil. Javier, standing silently next to Lloyd, just sighs, concluding that his master really does have a nasty personality. Boy Lloyd, ever the greedy mastermind, is once again in a room, scheming something truly terrifying for the poor soul across from him, who is sweating buckets at the sheer intensity of Lloyd's gaze, looking absolutely petrified. Lloyd of course just watches him with a cold, calculating stare, exuding pure menace as the nobleman stammers out a pathetic offer of 20%. Lloyd immediately puts on a show of intense mock suffering, which only makes the poor nobleman panic even more, because Lloyd is practically screaming that that wasn't what he wanted to say at all. The nobleman, completely overwhelmed, then tries to bargain with 30%, while Lloyd's face twists into a horrifying mask of pure greed. Looking utterly exhausted and terrified, the nobleman gasps for air, while Javier just watches him, stone-faced and probably wondering why he even bothers anymore. The panicked nobleman practically leans over the desk, begging for mercy, but Lloyd simply grimaces in what looks like physical agony, making the nobleman yell out, utterly confused why he's behaving like this, when Lloyd himself had told him to say 50% in the first place. Honestly, Javier can only shake his head with a look of extreme disappointment, raising his hand to stop this madness from going any further, while Lloyd holds his hands up in a defensive gesture, somehow placating the nobleman. Surprisingly, the nobleman then breaks into a wild, greedy smile, and with a wax seal stamped onto a document, the deal is done. Lloyd marches out enthusiastically, document in hand, with Javier walking calmly behind him, while the nobleman sits happily, already examining his new acquisition with a calculating expression, only to later be slumped over his desk, head in his hands in utter distress, because Lloyd obviously fleeced him. As Javier looks gloomy about his master's latest antics, Lloyd just laughs while pointing a finger mockingly, and then they're off, traveling back home, with Javier looking stern and focused, as always. Later that night, Javier finds himself wide-eyed in bed, unable to sleep, so he asks Lloyd to please sing him that lullaby, only for his master to flat-out refuse, saying, "I don't wanna, it's too troublesome." Of course, Lloyd then smiles and points a finger, ready to make another proposition, which only earns him an annoyed look from Javier. The worst part is Lloyd then launches into a lecture about gravity-type retaining walls and their stability until Javier is literally knocked out cold by the sheer boredom of it all. But for Lloyd, it's just another day as he stretches his hands, ready to begin his tasks, leaning over a desk to examine a massive blueprint, and stepping into his holographic system grid. He admits he's lucky to know how to build on dolls, but he doesn't have enough knowledge on apartments. Worried, he wonders what he should do, before deciding to use another skill to help, even if that means trying out all the simulations while building it. After all, our boy Lloyd grins confidently, claiming his level for trying until it works is at max. He immediately mobilizes doctors, stonemasons, and carpenters, demanding a constant supply of cement and as much grain and meat as they can afford from the western estates, manipulating a holographic projection of his growing city. He even instructs his companions to take in all the incoming refugees, convinced it'll work out somehow. But even Lloyd struggles, bleeding from his nose as he uses his skills, wondering what the problem is. Still, he's determined not to give up, pushing through the pain. Unfortunately, a companion warns him that, based on calculations, they'll only be able to afford the soldiers' overtime pay in 4 months' time. Lloyd brushes off the concerns about finances, insisting he has a solution, even as they suggest scaling down the plan or sending refugees elsewhere. He assures his companion he'll get lots of funding, he finally declares, causing his companion to get absolutely shocked. But just as he's about to reveal his genius plan, Lloyd suddenly collapses, with his companion shouting, begging him to wake up. Meanwhile, at the rogue capital of Magenta, guards line up in a stadium, crossbows at the ready, facing a lone warrior in the center of the arena. A gloved hand signals the attack and a commander shouts orders, sending a massive volley of arrows raining down on the lone warrior. But a red-haired character swings a glowing sword, surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple magic, unleashing a powerful blast of energy, creating a massive magical shockwave across the battlefield. This powerful character easily deflects numerous incoming projectiles with their sword, leaving several soldiers watching in shock and panic. The red-haired character, channeling an immense aura, mutters, "How pathetic." Nearby, another woman struggles in a tense sword clash against a bearded man, determined not to allow herself to be humiliated like that again. The red-haired woman then turns to address an older man, who asks, "What's the matter?" She looks pensive, contemplating if Lloyd Frontera sent that envoy. Suddenly, a blue-haired man kneels before the majesty, dramatically begging her to hack this lowly and incapable vassal of yours to pieces. Naturally, the red-haired woman is shocked by this outburst, gasping, "That came out of nowhere." Another man with a suspicious expression licks his lips, wondering what trick that sly fellow Lloyd is up to again, as the blue-haired envoy kneels there, holding a document in the grand hall. Lloyd, ever the dramatic one, is back in the capital, groveling before the empress with a formal report that somehow manages to thank her wise judgment, even as his people have lost their living spaces. The empress, understandably, looks on with a cynical gaze, already knowing this is going to be a headache. He insists that in accordance with her supposedly great will, which he stuffed into the document too many times, he took it upon himself to protect the commoners, essentially demanding she look after them, even breaking into fake tears to sell the performance. Naturally, the empress is not amused by his excessive flattery, given his reputation for scheming. Then, our boy Lloyd drops the bomb, casually asking for roughly 3 times the budget the Empress had in mind for refugee housing, which earns him another furious glare. He even claims he's definitely not crazy while sweat pours down his face, an idea so bold it makes the Empress literally rub her temples in infuriated disbelief. See, he's not planning temporary shelters, he's envisioning massive, unprecedented multi-story residential fortresses for the entire Magenta Kingdom, and he emphasizes this with hysterical crying, begging her to stop reading, but she already gets what this greedy noble is truly up to. Naturally, the Empress immediately pushes back, reminding him that even she can't just haphazardly throw around huge sums of money, as she needs the approval of financial experts and the stubborn Elder Council. Lloyd, of course, looks absolutely devastated by this news, clutching his chest, but our strategic madman quickly pivots, ready with his next move. He paints a convincing picture for the thoughtful Empress, suggesting that if monster attacks or eastern enemies return, his fortress city will put the kingdom in a far better position, making it an investment in national security, not just housing. Surprisingly, it actually works, with the Empress weighing the benefits against the cost, reluctantly admitting that a fortress city has no real downsides. Its long-term benefits clearly outweigh the necessary monetary investment, she realizes. She asks what he's waiting for, then with a sly smile, she tells Javier Acheron that the money will be provided. Lloyd, meanwhile, is already mentally moving on, muttering to himself about persuading the rest and hoping even more powerful allies like Corgitas join his estate. From there, we jump back to the refugee camp, where Officer Greg is pushing his workers to the absolute limit, screaming that he won't forgive anyone who slacks off. This, of course, causes some confusion, as the timid laborers hesitantly ask if safety should come first. The problem is Greg himself, who always takes on more than he can handle, which lands him tied up among the other prisoners, awaiting Lloyd's intervention, as seen from the doorway. Honestly, the idiot really took on more than he could chew. The refugee camp has its own heroes, though, as we see Emily, a kind-hearted young woman, tirelessly distributing blankets, surprising those around her with her dedication. She's even refusing help, always putting others first, and laughs gleefully while saying she'll take a break if she needs to, pulling away from anyone trying to take her bundles. Unfortunately, her kindness has caught the eye of an orc warrior, who secretly adores her and tries to offer her flowers, but sadly he gets cruelly mocked by his fellow orcs as 2 others react in the background, who taunt him relentlessly for loving a human, calling him a moron, and asking if he thinks a human woman would ever like his ugly face and disgusting muscles. They even call him a slowpoke as he dreams of Emily. Heartbroken, the orc simply lets the flowers fall, walking away in sadness. Emily, looking back amidst drifting petals, is startled by his retreating figure. Finally noticing the orc warrior, he stands there for a moment, looking down at her gently, before departing. Back in his bed, Lloyd wakes up from a dream that left him startled, asking what could have disturbed him so much, only to be greeted by Sir Byron, who immediately rushes to his bedside, asking if he's alright. The knight's concern is quickly replaced by dread when Lloyd, sweating profusely, reveals the true nightmare haunting him. He moans that it's coming, the dreaded day they have to pay salaries. This sends Sir Byron into a sweat-soaked panic as well, with the sound of heavy footsteps echoing the impending doom. The thought sends our greedy noble into a coughing fit, and hysterical screams of financial distress, which is pretty normal for Lloyd. Our engineering madman Lloyd Frontera is back at it, directing his workforce with his usual frantic energy, while Javier, bless his stoic heart, is powering up with a bright green aura, taking on some kind of absurd test. He unleashes massive walls of energy, thrusting his hand forward to summon even more green magic, which crashes down as glowing structures, creating immense debris. Honestly, this looks less like a test and more like he's constructing digital buildings with sheer willpower. He even gets caught in a swirling green typhoon, which Javier identifies with a shout, getting blown backward by the sheer force of the wind. He looks up at the massive structures, probably wondering what the hell Lloyd is cooking up now. With a renewed burst of energy, Javier declares he's ready for the last test, standing atop a cliff radiating green light. Problem is, the last test involves a meteor crashing near a city, which makes Javier question what kind of test this even is. Then a massive energy beam strikes the planet from orbit, and what this idiot Javier doesn't know is that Lloyd is absolutely ecstatic about the chaos, laughing like a maniac. Javier, of course, just watches him stoically, probably internally screaming. Lloyd, completely oblivious, even asks why Javier is staring at him like that. In his head, Javier never thought Lloyd was staring at him like that. In his head, Javier never thought Lloyd was a crazy bastard before, but now he's getting some serious doubts. Right as Corgitas and the 30 dwarf artisans under him arrive, Lloyd bows respectfully to the dwarves, saying he thinks his plan might just work, then shows them a blueprint for a concrete mixer truck, because naturally he's revolutionizing construction. But Corgitas, the elder dwarf, is immediately annoyed and complains that Lloyd is asking them to work right away, without even offering a bowl of soup. Lloyd just smiles, holding a stack of architectural blueprints, before flashing his signature cunning, evil-looking scammer face. He quickly assures Corgitas they prepared a proper workplace, to which Corgitas accepts, and the dwarves get ready to work. Lloyd shouts for everyone to blast it up, with Javier joining him to start digging into the ground, marking the start of the long-awaited construction. A shovel hits the earth with a powerful, glowing impact, and our favorite giant hamster, Peoplebog, begins digging actively, even rolling around in a massive wooden barrel, to excavate more efficiently. Soon muscular green orcs join the fray, roaring and holding metal tools, as a whole horde of them charges forward, ready for some heavy lifting. The crew gets to work, preparing rebar and casting concrete, with detailed instructions to start at the edges and avoid air bubbles. As the difficulty increases, they bring in the life-sized crane, Baibong, who holds a platform with construction materials with ease. Even a cute pink creature named Bangle rolls along the floor, happy to contribute to the chaotic construction. Everyone is happy and working hard, under a bright sky with fluffy clouds. Someone asks Sir Byron if they can count on him to complete the building project, and he casually responds that it's not a problem. In his head, since everyone else is familiar with their tasks, he should start tackling the crucial heating problem. The central heating room will boil water and discharge steam through pipes, with a coal-driven steam kiln taking care of the honey apartment's heating system. After going through the pipes, the steam will be released in various places, which will then be connected to radiators to heat up each room. The problem is, as Sir Byron contemplates, the sheer scale of the building presents a unique challenge. He tried all the readily available insulating materials, but the temperature variation across the floors of the tall building was still too high. Meanwhile, Lloyd is working late at his desk, surrounded by discarded papers, brainstorming solutions. He reflects on his options, tirelessly writing and crossing out failed ideas. Suddenly, a cunning smile spreads across his face, realizing he's found the perfect solution. And of course, that solution involves a massive red dragon roaring with its mouth wide open, glaring angrily at a human and complaining about how a mere human dares to bother it. The dragon unleashes a massive fiery breath attack, which Javier takes the full blast of. Because what else would Lloyd's solution involve? Even amidst the roaring flames, Javier's intense eyes shows no sign of fear, as the red dragon breathes more fire while surging forward. But Javier in his heavy armor stands completely unfazed. After that utterly insane test, Lloyd and Javier find themselves walking through a snowy wooded area, carrying heavy travel backpacks, apparently heading somewhere important. Lloyd confirms they're heading to the Everglow Forest, where the elves live, then looks back with concern, asking Javier if he's even going. Javier, ever stoic, just looks to the side with a serious expression. So Lloyd, digging in, tells his escort knight to go back by himself then. And for a moment, it looks like they're actually walking away from each other in the forest. But Javier, looking troubled, immediately asks Lloyd how he intends to persuade the elves. Lloyd feigns innocence, asking what Javier means, and a terrifying smile starts to creep onto his face. Javier, looking down at the ground with a stern expression, clarifies that Lloyd doesn't typically persuade others. That's when Lloyd unleashes his terrifying scammer face, revealing his true intentions. He's going to steal from them. Our boy Lloyd and Javier are now in the Everglow Forest, a truly magical place where glowing plants and dandelion seeds float around. But Javier quickly warns him the entire forest is connected by a nerve network, meaning they need to be absolutely quiet, which Lloyd immediately ignores by letting out the most dramatic sneeze imaginable. Naturally, Javier's temper flares, wondering how Lloyd can be so casual, demanding to know why Lloyd is acting so cool after just sneezing, to which Lloyd smugly replies that Javier misunderstands, which just makes Javier tell him to shut up, and then question if a swordmaster can't even hold in a sneeze. But Lloyd just laughs, calmly shaking his head, which drives Javier so insane that he sprouts visible forehead veins and proceeds to literally beat the snot out Lloyd, calmly endures it with a smile. Lloyd just calmly endures it with a smile. As Javier is still going at it, Lloyd quickly shushes him, just before they both realize they've been spotted by elves who already have bows drawn on them. Lloyd, panicking, asks how they knew they were there so quickly, to which an elf archer yells back a very fair question about who the hell wouldn't realize it after he made such a big fuss at the entrance. Lloyd admits this isn't good, but then gives a sinister smile, grinning wickedly as the situation escalates exactly as he wanted. As an elf archer commands her group to fire, Javier lunges downward with a glowing green aura blade, a bright green trail sweeping across the forest, and quickly deflects the entire incoming volley of arrows, swinging his sword in a wide arc. This shocks the elves into realizing they're dealing with a swordmaster, as Lloyd, asking if he'll be alright, leaps away like a spring uncoiling, splitting up as planned, reminding Javier to rendezvous at the Elencia tree in 30 minutes, leaving Javier to be pursued by multiple swift elf archers through the air who can keep pace with his aura leaps, darting through the branches like startled sparrows, and even land lightly on a single tree leaf, making Javier realize he's in for a wild ride. As the elves leap dynamically through the air with arrows drawn, Javier, glancing back tensely, realizes how little information they actually have about elves. Luckily, Lloyd, carrying his pack, had already devised a plan for dealing with the elves, looking determined as he came up with it. Now the archers continue their intense pursuit, and Javier senses a new threat. An elf in midair shoots an arrow, but Javier creates after images, dodging the rapid attacks, groaning in effort as he finds it hard to avoid them even when they only come from two directions, barely avoiding another hit before a dawning realization hits him. They're intentionally driving him somewhere. Meanwhile, Lloyd arrives at the massive glowing Elencia tree, preparing his gear and looking nervously determined as he activates his upgraded energizer for a 20-minute burst of pure power, but then immediately gets caught in a landslide, forcing him to dig desperately into the collapsing earth. Javier, looking suspicious and thoughtful, can't shake the feeling that something is strange as the elven archers continue to move rapidly and coordinated through the trees around him. Suddenly, Lloyd tumbles down a grassy slope, landing in a blue river, wielding his glowing sword, only to look up and see a massive army of elves approaching from the distance. A massive volley of sharp arrows rains down, but our boy, looking determined, plunges his glowing sword into the water, creating a massive, powerful blue energy blast that surges outward, clashing with the incoming arrows. He then surges forward through the blue elemental storm, his sword shining brightly, standing surrounded by swirling green energy and deflecting every arrow. The elf archers look on in terror. The power they just witnessed is beyond their comprehension, and they struggle to calm themselves, as Lloyd, having made his point, walks cautiously through the glowing forest, sword ready as unseen red eyes watching from the shadows. Our loyal knight Javier is still deep in the elf forest, taking powerful powerful hits and deflecting beams like it's just another Tuesday, all while holding back from actually hurting anyone on Master Lloyd's absurd orders. But he's utterly shocked when his aura sword is completely overwhelmed by the raw strength of their attacks, making him scream in fury as he delivers a powerful strike, only to clash hard against an unseen opponent under the moonlight. In his head, this should be impossible. He can't believe their raw strength is overpowering him. He's genuinely worried about the consequences if even one elf gets a scratch, knowing Lloyd will probably make him build something ridiculous as punishment. So seeing more elven warriors readying their bows, Javier decides it's finally time to link up with Master Lloyd. Figuring some of these quick-witted elves must have chased after our madman anyway, he wields his glowing green magical weapon, unleashing a massive energy effect. Desperate to help Master Lloyd, as an elf archer locks onto him, Javier unleashes a powerful blinding green energy blast, engulfing himself in a magical aura as he sweeps forward. Meanwhile, our resident engineering madman Lloyd is blissfully slicing glowing purple roots, meticulously picking out the perfect size, because of course he is. Naturally, his root-gathering antics don't go unnoticed as an enraged elf yells, "What?" prompting a whole squad of angry archers to confront him for daring to cut their precious plants. But Lloyd, ever the diplomat, just nervously smiles, explaining that he too has many lives depending on him, ignoring their warning to stop moving or be pierced full of holes. But our boy Lloyd isn't easily deterred. He calmly grabs a panicked mandragora, holds it next to a torch with a manic grin, absolutely terrifying the elf women watching, and then, completely deadpan, just stands there, manic smile still in place. He thanks them for the compliments, telling them to start moving backwards. An elf woman screams in frustration, and even though Lloyd looks genuinely terrified as magical fire flares next to the mandragora, making his eyes go wide with fear, he still forces the frightened archers to retreat, yelling at them to back away further. The elf archers try to negotiate as they back away in fear, but Lloyd just keeps waving his torch. Oddly enough, Lloyd then stares in shock before screaming in terror himself, clutching the mandragora near the flames, and then, in true Lloyd fashion, shoves the poor plant into his mouth, making it shriek, "Bastard, just kill me instead." "Huh! His salivae!" With the elves completely demoralized and yelling, "You fucker! Stop doing that, you fucking bastard!" Lloyd forces them to keep backing away. As the elves retreat further into the forest, our crazy engineer follows them, carrying his backpack. He emerges looking anxious, knowing it's game over if any other elves see his insane performance. And honestly, it feels like contemplating his own defeat. The whole thing just makes him feel unwell. Problem is, it seems Lloyd's antics might have caused a different kind of chaos, as an elf asks what's wrong, and several elf warriors collapse, struggling under physical exhaustion. An elf looks around in fear after hearing a monstrous roar, and 3 female elves clutch their stomachs in extreme distress, feeling their insides don't feel good. Lloyd looks up in confusion, wondering what the hell is happening. A group of elf archers aim their bows into the forest. As Lloyd walks through the silent forest, he immediately notices he doesn't hear a single bird chirp and didn't see any animals either. He immediately connects the dots, realizing the unnatural silence and lack of animals means the elves must be strictly carnivorous and would never harm plants in any way, leaving him to wonder just how long they've been starving for. Meanwhile, Javier is still a blur of motion, leaping through the air, dodging incoming arrows as an elf archer aims her bow in fury. Javier charges forward with his aura. A glowing energy sphere explodes, and Javier charges with a powerful aura strike. The elf archer screams in rage as she fires a shot, but luckily, Lloyd Frontera dodges a fast-moving arrow just as someone screams out, "Master Lloyd!" bringing our 2 heroes back together. As Javier keeps charging through a hail of arrows, an elven warrior screams in pure shock, because honestly these elves are apparently so hungry they can barely even move, and they're starting to get hit themselves. Luckily, Malika, the kind-hearted elf, leaps in to defend her people, firing a powerful magical arrow that strikes near Javier, who barely manages to block the impact, only to get knocked back hard into a tree. An elven archer instantly prepares another shot for our cornered knight, but Javier dodges an incoming spear, thinking of the person he needs to protect, which is, of course, Lloyd's son, the savior of their barony. He leaps through the air with glowing hair, showcasing the strength he has to protect Lloyd's family, and lunges forward with his sword. The elf archers around him look on in pure terror, unable to believe his footwork, which apparently takes them 100 years to master, as Javier dodges another wave of arrows, leaping away from exploding branches. He knows he's almost there, just a little more, but an archer fires a powerful shot, sending Javier tumbling toward a massive glowing magical tree. He lands hard and immediately screams for Master Lloyd, who naturally is sitting around a campfire cooking up some delicious pork belly, casually chewing away. Javier, meanwhile, is covered in sweat and looks absolutely exhausted, which makes Lloyd, the absolute madman, ask what the hell happened to him, wondering if he just fought a war. Lloyd then invites his knight to sit and eat, introducing Javier as his escort knight, which immediately confuses the elves who thought Javier was his servant. Javier, stoic as ever, simply states that he is not, as Lloyd grins, watching an elf happily eat with puffed out cheeks. The problem is, these elves are utterly starving, and Lloyd can already see the opportunity, with other archers aiming their bows at the group, barely able to resist the smell of the meat. They are tense and hungry, one elf even staring intensely at a piece of pork belly on a fork, which makes Lloyd realize the male elves, who usually wait for the females to hunt, must be ridiculously hungry. 2 of them are practically in tears, comforting each other to hold it in, as Lloyd's face twists into a truly terrifying, greedy smile, already plotting something sinister. He even gets a tear in his eye from the sheer joy of his evil plan, watching an elf cry in devastating hunger. Lloyd then starts talking to Mora, holding up his screaming mandragora, which makes her suspiciously ask what kind of deal this is. Lloyd confidently smirks, telling her he has survival to offer, which immediately confuses her. He reveals a piece of coal, offering it to cook meat with, secretly thinking that since coal is technically made from trees, the elves probably wouldn't like it, but he'll keep that information to himself. Mura's eyes widen in panic shock as Lloyd slyly gestures, offering a soaping letting go to preserve their meat, so they can finally eat juicy, sizzling pork instead of dried jerky. Mira, looking troubled, asks what he wants in return, and Lloyd casually states he also wants to survive, and if they don't agree, his side will suffer, which means they just need a small portion of Valencia sap once a month, and he'll even tell them how to extract it without hurting the tree. He then proposes splitting about 100 elves into 2 groups to help transport the meat, smiling as he asks what they think of this brilliant idea that will help both sides survive. 2 distressed elves warn against trusting humans, while Mira closes her eyes, looking deeply worried and troubled as an adult elf comforts a child. Our story kicks off with a quick peek into Lloyd's past, as a young elf stares up at a golden magic manifestation, while Mira stands firm, ready to make a tough call, and Suho, his past self, looks tense and aggressive, dealing with some serious pressure. See, back in his old life, Suho was just a regular guy in a tracksuit, hustling through the hallways, but apparently, he used to rub shoulders with some menacing characters. He'd often find himself alone at a counter, just watching others chat and enjoy themselves, which honestly leaves him feeling pretty grim and disappointed about his life. Then one day, something shifts as sizzling meat on a grill enters his life, and Suho finally sits down with someone, sharing a meal and offering a shy, "Oh yeah, thanks." He watches intently as tongs grip a piece of meat, and with chopsticks in hand, he finally gets to taste something good. A close-up shows someone else laughing with their mouth full, and then, they hit Suho with a painful truth, that the only meat he could afford was canned tuna. His eye goes wide with fear and shock, as a sinister, wide smile forms right in front of him, claiming he was nothing more than a filthy dog being fed out of charity. Suho sits there under a harsh red light, overwhelmed with emotion, and the pain on his face is almost too much to bear. But then everything changes as he cries tears of joy, yelling that the meat was so damn delicious. A blinding flash of light erupts, and a man is caught in its glow, praising Suho like crazy, which only makes Suho enthusiastically ask for 2 more portions. The blonde-haired man smiles widely, signaling with his fingers, and from there, we jump ahead to Suho running happily through the streets, proclaiming that this is how he found his only friend. But then, Suho, with a sinister smile, yells that there's nothing great about friendship, and he'll just buy the man beef instead. Now back in the present, our boy Lloyd dramatically holds a piece of meat with his tongs, while a character looks on with shock and suspicion, asking what's with that meat because its color looks different, and it has a strange brilliance. Apparently Lloyd just drove his sword into some kind of fleshy red mass, and now, a blonde-haired woman is crying with shock, holding a piece of the mysterious meat, covering her mouth in horror as she stares at it on her fork. But the elves, well, they're crying of pure joy as they chew on it. The problem is, someone shouts at Mira asking about approval from the Elder Council. Regardless, Lloyd and Javier lead a group that now includes elves, walking through a human town. Honestly, Javier is annoyed, looking at Lloyd and wondering why he was even needed if all of this could be solved with beef. An elf stares seriously at the surrounding buildings, noticing how many things are made from harming plants, and for the first time, finds it cruel now that she's seeing it up front. Lloyd walks alongside her, smoothly discussing different cultural values, and he thoughtfully looks down, contemplating their cooperation. What he doesn't know is the elf is torn, understanding him in her mind but struggling with her heart, and our boy Lloyd, with a sinisterly warm smile, tells her to think about it slowly while eating beef. The elf stares intensely at Lloyd, clearly caught in his web. Meanwhile, the construction of Honey Apartment Building 101 and 102 continues, with Lloyd, shovel in hand, looking up over the site as wooden formwork fills with concrete and rebar. A building dramatically collapses, signifying that the disaster of cold weather is getting warmer. And of course, Lloyd smiles sinisterly, holding his chin, convinced he no longer has to worry about the cold. Oddly enough, an elf warrior is now running vertically up the side of the building, as several elves use ropes to navigate around the apartment building, shouting orders, and one carries a heavy bundle of materials while descending, confirming their help. Soon enough, Honey Apartment Building 101 and 102 are completed, just as the first snow of winter falls. Lloyd and his workers move equipment down a staircase, as a brush paints a glowing mixture made from Valencia essence and soybean oil, and men work on painting a white radiator, while Lloyd and Javier watch over them. A worker reports that the installation of insulation pipes from floor 1 to 8 is complete, and the industrial boiler begins to operate, venting steam. Glowing pipes indicate the heating system is now flowing through the building. Men sit exhausted but warm in the newly heated environment. Lloyd shouts for everyone to get ready to move people in, declaring it a great success. He reacts dramatically as Javier discusses the logistics for moving everyone. Lloyd then calls out to Sir Byron, who immediately responds, and Lloyd points, giving orders to a subordinate who confirms he understands. Javier looks on as Lloyd declares they mustn't let anyone be hungry or cold. But in his head, our boy Lloyd Frontera wears a devious, scheming grin, knowing that only then will they owe him a big favor. He tells Javier they should go visit the Baron, because they still have more work to do even in winter. Honestly, Javier looks down with a pensive expression, reflecting on his complex feelings toward Lloyd. He's so annoying he wants to hit him, but he can no longer dislike him now. He admits that Lloyd has even gotten everyone around him to rely on him. Lloyd and Javier walk together across a stone bridge in a snowy village, and Lloyd looks toward the sky, asking Javier if that's the sound of a trumpet, to which Javier responds that it's the Empress Royal Messenger. True to his word, a royal messenger in green performs an acrobatic landing in the snow, spinning in the air while holding a large red scroll. The royal messenger shouts, praising the Frontera barony for taking the initiative and setting an example regarding recent events, as Baron Arcos Frontera and his wife look up in surprise at the messenger's words, who then declares that for said contributions, the Frontera barony will be promoted from the moment his royal order arrives. Lloyd grins excitedly while Javier looks on with surprise, hearing that the barony is being promoted to a county. The royal messenger shouts his proclamation with an intense face, then kneels on the red carpet in front of the Frontera couple. Baron Arcos and his wife look up with shocked and teary expressions, barely believing their good fortune, and our boy Lloyd Frontera, well, he smiles with a sly predatory expression, still holding his his shovel, already calculating his next move. Just when everyone thought our boy Lloyd was done making waves, a royal herald shows up in the snow to announce that the Empress is promoting Frontera to a full county, which sends Lloyd's parents into shock, their eyes welling up with disbelief and pride as they realize their son's schemes actually worked. Of course, Lloyd is already planning his next move, while the herald lists his contributions, from stopping monster invasions to rebuilding the East, making his parents tear up even more, and confirming that all of it means Frontera is now officially a county. Lloyd can barely contain his glee, shamelessly shouting praises for the Empress, knowing full well she's just given him a blank check for his wildest schemes. He casually informs a stoic Javier that he's been preparing for this exact moment, since building a massive city by hand is almost impossible in this era, but the Empress is betting on them to do it. Looking out over the snowy landscape that now falls under Frontera County, Lloyd even gets a little teary-eyed, telling Javier it's all thanks to him, which is probably the most sincere thing he said all chapter. Back in the capital, the common folk are practically worshipping the Empress, with even nobles kneeling in the snow, shouting her praises and wishing her long life and world domination. One zealous guy even demands they shout louder, so Her Majesty can hear them, while another noble screams for her eternal reign. Problem is, the Empress's actual officials are getting pretty sick of all the bowing, screaming for them to cut it out before they embarrass themselves. Meanwhile, an elderly Viscount rushes to Lloyd's newly appointed county, practically face-planting in a deep bow as he asks what the new count needs. Lloyd, of course, plays it cool, telling the Viscount there's no need for such formalities, claiming he's not used to being called a count with a totally fake laugh. The Viscount, however, is laying it on thick, praising Lloyd's everlasting class and outstanding personality, but in his head he's cursing Lloyd, horrified that the man he used to mock for being poor at banquets is now actually his superior. Lloyd just smiles, internally acknowledging the Viscount is incompetent but kind, thinking he'll just have to treat him well from now on. Lloyd then gets down to business, explaining that with the royal order to reconstruct the East, they're severely lacking manpower, and he'd like to make a small request for some engineers. The Viscount eagerly agrees, asking how many he needs, while Lloyd feigns concern, suggesting that a huge number might be too hard to handle. The desperate Viscount immediately pleads for Lloyd to send as many engineers as he's willing. Sweating buckets and clearly terrified of saying no to the new count, Lloyd then leans in with a terrifyingly sinister look, clarifying that he only wants engineers to the extent that their friendship won't be affected negatively, which sends the Viscount into a full-blown panic. The poor man stumbles out of the building, almost falling off his horse in terror, while Lloyd, looking down with a thoughtful smirk, thinks he's never bullied anyone in his life, but that it actually feels pretty good. With his new workforce secured, Lloyd smiles like a manic villain, declaring it's time to harvest. He visits the snow-covered refugee village, where his supplies have brought meat and soft bread, allowing families to eat real meals together for the first time in ages. Despite their gratitude, one man feels a deep sense of despair, wondering how long he must live as an incompetent person, unable to support his family as he once did as a farmer. But just then, the villagers spot Lloyd, rushing to thank him for saving their lives, and he's happy to play the benevolent lord, holding an elderly woman's hands, telling her she'll live longer than him, and even posing for a portrait with a cheering young boy, waving to the crowd and shouting that he loves them all and hopes they enjoyed their meal, while a shocked Javier can feel something sinister brewing. Suddenly, Lloyd flips a table, slamming a massive stack of paperwork onto a desk, and with a cheerful yet menacing smile, he announces it's time for everyone to pay their debts. The crowd looks on in shocked concern, as our greedy count explains with a sinister grin that nothing is free forever, you know. The poor shivering refugees look on, while Javier buries his face in his hands, unable to deal with Lloyd's shamelessness. Our boy, now in a professional suit, sits waiting expectantly, as a refugee, still in shock, asks what kind of work he's offering. Lloyd's face distorts into an exaggeratedly greedy scammer's smile, and with an intensely manic cackle, he leaves the man stunned into silence with his proposal, until the refugee shouts for someone to read the contract to him. Lloyd just laughs maniacally, warning them that his county is quite capitalistic, but when a woman asks if women can sign up, he reassures her they don't discriminate against genders. Suddenly, the crowd rushes forward, eager to apply for work and earn their own living, as Lloyd, with a smug, sinister smile, reveals he's starting a project for stable food production and individual land ownership, the Terraced Farmland Development Project. Turns out, they're going to build massive terraced farmlands using rebar, which he assures them will be easy. Problem is, Lloyd forgot that his previous mega project, the apartment complex, completely overworked Bangul, his tiny pink hamster summon, who is now peacefully sleeping, surrounded by attendants while another creature looks on angrily. But the second Lloyd mentions more work, Bangul suddenly appears and punches him right in the face, declaring she can't work. Boy Lloyd, never one to shy away from a gamble, decides it's time to try the summon creature Gacha, desperately hoping for a less punchy coworker than his current summons, Peepodong, Hamong, and the infamous Bangle. He figures with tons of system points, he has nothing to lose, so he pours it all into the Gacha, practically praying to the heavens as the magic circle lights up. He kneels, begging for a useful summon, but instead of a new friend, he gets a massive fiery explosion that sends him tumbling from a ladder. Lloyd screams in shock and disbelief as the chaos erupts around him, realizing this summon is a total dud and not on his side at all. He immediately rounds on the system, accusing it of being a total fraud after it delivered nothing but duds. But the system, ever the cynical gambler, merely laughs, explaining that beginners always get a few wins to hook them in. Apparently, it's just a messenger of fixed rules, not anyone's ally, and Lloyd is warned he still has no idea how treacherous the system truly is. Our boy Lloyd, infuriated, accuses it of giving novices wins and then making them expect another, declaring the whole thing a scam. He's going to kill the system over, but the system just scoffs, asking if he really thought life would be so easy. Of course, Lloyd's not about to be fooled twice, so he dives back into the gacha, convinced he can beat the system this time, only to be met with another terrifying monster and a massive explosion that sends him screaming. Javier immediately has to step in, deflecting the monstrous attack with his energy shield, while Lloyd lies on the ground, completely exhausted and furious. He screams at the system, declaring the result a complete dud, and swears he's absolutely done with this nonsense. But just as Lloyd declares he's retired from summoning, the system suddenly offers him a skill choice list, and our boy, ever the pragmatist, immediately starts eyeing a spiderweb skill, calculating its immense tensile strength, elasticity, and humidity resistance. Realizing the insane potential of something so incredibly tough, he picks getting spiderwebs, and after a flash of green light, everyone, even Javier, is completely baffled when a giant round white bird appears in the sky. Workers look up, wondering if it's an angel, but Lloyd knows better, immediately realizing his new summon is named G-Goming. Lloyd, however, quickly realizes G-Goming isn't just about spiderwebs, but also about free marketing and terrifyingly efficient tax collection. So he takes to the skies for a triumphant county tour, shouting out his own name to his adoring followers. He thought a spider would come out, but a parrotbill works even better for advertising, and he takes manic delight in thinking about the increased work efficiency and loyalty from his people, all while Going drops incredibly tough spiderwebs from its backpack. But Goming apparently has a much lower tolerance for Lloyd's schemes than Javier, because after a while, it just stops flying, looking tired and bored. Lloyd shouts at it, asking what the hell it's doing, but Goming merely crashes into the snowy ground, sending Lloyd flying backwards through the air before he crash lands painfully in the snow. Goming, completely unbothered, settles down under a tree, lazily chewing on a twig, and Lloyd can only stare in utter frustration at his ridiculously lazy new summon. Our boy is going to have to figure out how to motivate this thing. He bites his fingers, already scheming on how to make this freeloading bird pay its debts. Last night, our boy Lloyd is still desperately trying to make his new giant bird summon, Gaming, understand the concept of work, specifically its incredible web-slinging abilities. But Gaming just stares back with a blank, confused expression, before falling straight onto its back, openly complaining about having to lift a single feather. Lloyd can only stare at this freeloading beast, realizing it's far lazier than he initially thought. Luckily, Peepodong, ever the optimist, jumps in front of the lazy bird, giving Gaming an impassioned speech about building infrastructure, increasing humanity's quality of life, and the satisfaction of a job well done. Problem is, Gaming is completely unmoved, doing its best impression of a deep thinker, but ultimately just staying put and refusing to contribute. Lloyd watches in pure dismay as his flying billboard remains absolutely useless, and Peepodong, popping out from inside Lloyd's coat, tries again to reason with the stubbornly lazy Gaming. But Gaming, holding a tiny twig in its beak, is only thinking about being fed, which sends Lloyd into a murderous rage. Peepodong quickly intervenes, sensing Lloyd's dark thoughts, warning him against doing something he might regret. But Gaming, completely oblivious, just sits there silently with its twig. Then with a casual flick, Gaming spits the twig out forcefully, hitting poor Peepodong squarely in the head, a move that seals its own fate. Lloyd and Peepodong share an awkward knowing glance as Peepodong simply says, "Sure, alright," before accepting a seed. That tiny seed turns out to be all the motivation Peepodong needs, as it suddenly lunges at the panicked Gaming, who tries desperately to fly away. But Peepodong, with surprising speed, captures the struggling bird, letting out a terrifying shriek as it holds Gaming aloft. Lloyd, watching this unfold, looks on in pure horrified terror. Peepodong then opens its massive mouth, preparing to swallow Gaming whole, and moments later, a traumatized, exhausted Gaming is spit back out. Peepodong, satisfied, asks the bird if it wants to play some more. Naturally, a panicked and stressed Gaming immediately screams that it wants to work, desperate to avoid another round of Peepodong's unique motivational techniques. Our boy Lloyd, now grinning with a terrifyingly wide-eyed expression, points a thumb to himself, knowing his summons will now be perfectly disciplined. With Gaming finally on board, the construction project kicks into high gear, with workers digging sloped trenches, Peepodong using its sheer strength to compact the earth, and Gaming flying overhead, trailing long, thin, rope-like structures. These spiderweb-like structures are then laid out flat on the sandy ground, forming a grid, and tiny Peepodong, acting as foreman, even slaps a giant finger, calling the workers weak for not moving fast enough. Lloyd, shovel in hand, yells in a panic, and soon multiple workers are crying, digging together in unison, carrying bags of sand to fill in the grid mesh on the ground, while others shovel dirt atop newly built wall structures. Lloyd points a diagram at them, instructing them to work faster, as he rides on a giant flying Peepodong, shouting "Roman" at the construction site below. He enthusiastically declares that if they distribute this land to the refugees and speed up apartment construction, they'll be done with everything by next year. A hand holds a shovel high into the bright sky in celebration, as Lloyd shouts with a wild, frustrated but joyful expression, because that would be the end of his life of labor. He stands triumphantly atop his giant summon, cheering with his shovel, while the sweaty, tired workers energetically shovel, envisioning their own super-rich, unemployed life. In his head, he sees a life free from the massive, overwhelming stacks of paperwork, and imagines a scenic view of vibrant, flowering green fields, with a completed terraced farmland system in front Frontera County. He even pictures himself resting comfortably in a field, holding a large bouquet of flowers, with happy workers wiping sweat from their brows, and tall modern-style apartment buildings completed and bustling. Problem is, while Lloyd dreams of his future, another chess game is underway, and an unknown hand holds up a piece. Realizing it has gotten a little harder, despite the title effects boosting harvests, someone is deeply focused on playing this game of chess, thinking hard about their next move, before making a move with a pleased expression. Then, in a fit of frustration, this player grabs their hair, exclaiming that this is driving them nuts. Javier, watching Lloyd with an annoyed expression, asks if he's having fun, and asks what else he has to do. Lloyd, holding a chess piece with a satisfied smile, confidently declares that everything is going smoothly, especially now that he's increased the soldiers' wages, making them work harder out of excitement. But then, Lloyd's eyes widen with sudden shock as he sits alone by a window, contemplating that just when you think everything is going well, a system prompt appears, reminding him that becoming a rich unemployed person won't come for free. With a serious, determined look, Lloyd reaches his hand forward, staring intently at a chessboard, deep in thought about the challenges ahead. With a determined expression set on his face, Lloyd's finger presses the yes button on the system interface, ready for whatever the path to a life of leisure demands. Lloyd, ever the opportunist, gets offered a system spoiler to glimpse his future as a rich unemployed person, but it warns him that dream won't come for free. Our crazy engineer, determined to remove any stumbling blocks from his path to a safe, lazy future, eagerly confirms he wants to see it all. Suddenly, Lloyd finds himself back in his own room, but everything is on fire and some unknown figure is performing bizarre, intense magic on a person in his bed, leaving him to wonder if he's actually in his room, or what the hell is even happening. Confused and alarmed, Lloyd can only ask who this person is, as the figure himself looks shocked by the sheer craziness of the energy circulation he's conjuring, with even the mysterious magic user exclaiming about the crazy circulation he's doing. Our boy Lloyd then demands to know what on earth they're doing. Looking intense, the ritual is clearly agonizing for the man on the bed, whose hands clench tightly as he's enveloped in a painful glow, only to awaken with a gasp and realize he's once again dying. He cries out, wondering if this is another ending where I die, before collapsing into agony, sweating and desperate, talking about being burned. Still racked with pain, the dying man struggles to breathe, clutching at hands and desperately calling out for his hometown, as emotional tiny creatures float mournfully above him, enveloped in green light. An unknown observer is equally shocked by the scene, admitting he's already seen himself die before, but then he recognizes Javier carrying the unconscious man, realizing this tragic event is set in the very near future, because Javier's appearance hasn't changed much. The emaciated, bandaged body is so skinny, it makes the observer wonder if it's due to dehydration, and then he notes the scene happens in spring, as Javier carries the person through rows of wrapped corpses, shrouded corpses. Problem is, it's not just a few bodies. This is a full-blown massacre, and our observer watches in horror as Javier calmly pours what looks like oil onto the dead, preparing to burn them all. The observer realizes Javier is indeed burning the corpses, then remembers his own final words before death, confirming he'd wanted Javier to say, "Remember empty," once his body was completely burned. Back in his own time, our Lloyd stands confused in the pouring rain, wondering what kind of last words, "remember empty," are. But then a thought hits him. His future self, who just died in that spoiler, knew he would be watching this. The future Lloyd, our boy realizes, has sent him a cryptic message, hinting at an epidemic and a large number of casualties, trying to warn him about a future catastrophe. Immediately, a terrifying scammer grin spreads across our boy's face as he declares his future self a total genius for this brilliant warning. With this critical information, Lloyd doesn't waste a second, immediately meeting with an official to discuss a huge construction project that will cover the entire Biz County, making sure he can get as many quarrymen as possible, all while obtaining maximum financial credibility for investments and the most favorable conditions possible. Lloyd, wildly gesturing, explains the unseen enemy is cholera, and the solution is a vast network of underground tunnels, because while he might not be a medical expert, humanity can still fight illnesses with engineering. Surprisingly, he links his future self's cryptic message, "remember empty," to his past life's knowledge of Vienna, Austria, and its historical problems with urine and shit polluting the river, outlining how to prevent this future plague and save his people, all while securing his super-rich unemployed life. Lloyd's grand dreams of an easy life are constantly interrupted, and now he's facing a new, literally stinky problem: how to manage the waste from his exponentially growing population, which is the last thing our boy wants when he's dreaming of an unemployed life. He's genuinely terrified that if the Prono River freezes, his Viz County will definitely become another Vienna, full of disease. Honestly, all this extra work and the massive debt he's incurred are completely ruining his dream of being super rich and unemployed. In his head, the cost of external laborers is bad enough, but factoring in their accommodation and travel expenses is completely devouring him, convinced this other people's money is a toxin, eating him alive. Meanwhile, on a construction site, a burly green creature, probably an orc or goblin, is hard at work carrying heavy beams. Suddenly he spots something truly cringeworthy: a man flirting shamelessly with a woman who giggles about how naughty he is, as the man laughs too, calling it cringy. This green creature is utterly shocked, seeing the peaceful man wave and say he heard him, and that he's on his way. Then, with a menacing glare, the creature rounds on Lloyd, demanding to know how he could do that when he already has Emily, leaving Lloyd utterly confused about what he's talking about, but the enraged creature just calls him a wicked bastard, absolutely furious about this Emily situation. Turns out, this monster is just a very jealous goblin who stumbled into a classic case of mistaken identity. Before Lloyd can even process it, the creature swings a massive fist, but our boy just punches it right back, creating a powerful impact. The monster is genuinely shocked, clutching its face in disbelief at the power of the punch. Lloyd, ever the professional, just observes that a half-assed punch like that isn't enough to injure him, showcasing his unexpected durability. It's a stark reminder of the strenuous labor his workers endure, and the sly smiles of other powerful figures. Our boy moves with surprising agility, looking ready for a real fight as he channels energy into a martial arts stance. Even a muscular goblin-like creature and another man in a white shirt are striking fighting poses, as if training. When a shadowy figure is suddenly launched through the air, somewhere else, serious discussions are underway, with a stern-looking man saying someone else is simply too slow, before another apologizes, asking if he had already departed. The first man scolds him, reminding him that work hours are for working, and he doesn't care what he does outside of those. A green-skinned humanoid glares intently as the conversation continues, seemingly about reinforcements. Then, someone asks if they're really going all the way to Cremo just for reinforcements, for a large-scale project. The messenger insists, explaining that Master Lloyd is planning something huge, a project that will affect life and death. This leaves another man utterly confused, still thinking there's no need to go that far for it, and slumping back in his chair, pondering what kind of effect Lloyd is even talking about. As a man walks along a stone path through a rural landscape with a group of people, their boots falling softly on the path through a rural landscape with a group of people, their boots falling softly on the path, another looks at a desk in surprise. Back at Lloyd's office, he's looking at some kind of system window, still probably stressed about the cost of everything, and wondering what help they could offer, or how they repay it. He's startled, looking towards the window in surprise, as a massive crowd outside starts cheering wildly, begging him for work. They're even offering to work for free, shouting, "Please just let us help you." Honestly, our boy is stunned by this outpouring of loyalty and free labor, something a capitalist like him usually only dreams of. But then Lloyd, being Lloyd, shuts them down instantly, with a grim determination. Absolutely furious, he screams that they shouldn't even dream of working for free because he'll be writing up a contract right now. Naturally, the crowd just cheers even louder, utterly failing to understand Lloyd's core philosophy. Lloyd stands by the window, annoyed at their enthusiasm, hand to his face. Meanwhile, far away in another city, a bird flies over a sprawling city as a pigeon delivers a report to the Great Sultan. He reads with intense focus about the Frontera barony, specifically how their workers are so strong, while his report illustrates monstrous beasts like a glowing fiery bird describing creatures that could swallow seas and snakes that devour mountains. It even shows a pink dragon-like creature baring its teeth and details everything from clerks moving faster than the wind to monsters whose roars ring in the skies. The report states their workers defeated orcs with their bare hands, and their old clerks move faster than the wind to monsters whose roars ring in the skies. And of course it mentions that even the powerful white cavalry has started wielding shovels instead of spears, with elves and orcs also using their strength to build buildings there. The Sultan can only imagine how strong their combatants must be if their non-combatants are this insane. Left to ponder the implications of Lloyd's absurd projects. Far from Frontera's frantic city building, a blonde instructor is putting his workers through a brutal training regimen, screaming at them to put all their strength into their punches or watch their families starve. The poor guys are totally gassed, but this maniac just keeps pushing them, forcing them to smash each other's faces in, all in the name of raw power. Honestly, the instructor is absolutely thrilled to see them fighting so ferociously, but his joy is short-lived when Lloyd and Javier arrive. Our greedy lord quickly turns the tables, making the instructor cower in fear, and the poor guy admits he's just one of Lloyd's servants. Lloyd, of course, absolutely revels in the power dynamic, asking if hierarchy isn't just great. With a terrifying smile, Lloyd decides he wants to join the fun too, and points Javier at the now panicked instructor. This poor bastard starts sweating bullets, as Lloyd declares Javier will be his sparring partner. Javier, with his usual deadpan sigh, draws his glowing sword, resigned to following his count's absurd orders. The instructor naturally screams for him to stop, knowing full well a sword isn't the problem here, and Lloyd, casually perched on a rock, concedes that a swordmaster might be overkill. Instead, Lloyd, with an unhinged laugh, decides the instructor should fight him, and Javier, with a dismissive atch, strikes the poor bastard with a powerful glowing attack. The blonde instructor is left sprawled on the ground, missing a few teeth, as Lloyd, looking utterly intense, writes up a document, declaring that the instructor's new residency starts today. He then snaps at the man for constantly asking people not to do things, reminding him he's the son of a count, asshole. Suddenly, Pipodong the hamster descends from the sky on a bird, carrying a document, and everyone looks up in surprise. Lloyd and Javier casually walk away, telling the nervous workers that they are now residents of this place, and they better work hard. Meanwhile, an elderly viscount wakes up screaming from a nightmare, annoyed that that guy appeared in his dream again and ruined his morning. He immediately flies into a rage, yelling at whoever dares to knock on his door. But what the viscount doesn't know is that guy is standing right outside, because Lloyd appears in the doorway wearing his most intensely menacing scammer grin, which causes the old man to immediately collapse in shock. Lloyd, ever the charmer, asks Javier if he truly looks that appalling, to which Javier deadpans that it's certainly not easy on the eyes. Lloyd then casually points to the horizon, declaring that the viscount's land now starts way over there, making the old man panic and ask what the hell is happening. Our boy, unfazed, grabs the viscount by his collar, explaining his plans with an intensely focused expression. See, Lloyd is building a super sturdy highway that won't break for ages. A straight shot from the quarry right to his county. Problem is, the viscount's Lacona mansion is right in the way, so naturally Lloyd's super strong workers just start smashing through stone, carving a path straight through the old man's land and buildings, leaving him utterly horrified. One of Lloyd's perpetually smiling workers even tries to comfort the devastated viscount, while our boy explains they'll just move everyone from the mansion to his place and even provide a helper. Meanwhile, a muscular blonde elf sits deep in thought, clearly not happy about something. He suddenly says, no, though it's unclear to what. Back to the construction. Sir Byron, a maestro-level veteran, is now proudly overseeing the Appia Highway and quarry construction, while Lloyd's giant hamster creature aggressively chews through sections of forest, doing its part. Strong goblin workers perform heavy labor, hauling massive logs, and large beast creatures pull heavy supply carts. threats. Even groups of elves, with their exceptional perception and incredible physical strength, are put to work on apartment construction, constantly repeating the process while chanting beef. Back at his desk, Lloyd is looking seriously stressed about a new problem, dealing with sludge. In his head, the best solution would be to burn it all up with intense heat like modern technology does. But having engineers dig it up or even using Javier or Peepo Bong is just not plausible, since they suffocate from the poison gases. He clutches his head, frustrated by the lack of viable help, needing someone who can use heat and work in the sewers every single day. His engineering dilemma is really getting to him. Then, with a sudden snap of his fingers, a terrifying idea hits him. With his most terrifying Zammer face, Lloyd declares he knows just the slave for the job. Soon after, he and Javier visit an elf blacksmith, who questions if Lloyd wants armor made from Valencia shape. Lloyd, looking incredibly confident, confirms his dangerous plan. The elf blacksmith looks on with a stern, suspicious expression, as Lloyd points directly at Javier as the poor soul who will be handling the difficult task. Javier, of course, just looks back at Lloyd with his usual annoyed, deadpan expression, while a bright flash of light fills the panel, signaling the start of this insane project. Far away from Lloyd's urban planning chaos, deep within a glowing cavern, a massive red dragon is having a bit of a bad day, because despite sitting on a mountain of sparkling treasure, he can't refine a single one of them. This poor guy Solitas is utterly frustrated, because he just wants to get married. But these stupid hands of his are completely useless for delicate crafting. He needs beautiful jewels to feed his future hatchlings. Yet he's only good at crushing things, which he's convinced female dragons absolutely hate. Honestly, it's a real struggle for him to even hold on to a single crystal, and he ends up shattering everything he touches, dreaming of a time when even a dragon king could find love with a human bride. That's the kind of romance he's aiming for. So, naturally, Solitas is just ranting about how terrible humans are, when suddenly, none other than Lloyd Frontera himself pops up, looking completely unfazed. Our boy Lloyd, accompanied by an utterly exhausted Javier, casually introduces himself to Solitas and immediately launches into a really good proposal. Of course, this immediately sets off the frustrated dragon, who screams that he can't get married because of humans, and tries to incinerate them on the spot. Lloyd, always thinking several steps ahead, knew this hothead dragon wouldn't be able to control his temper, as Solitas just kept laughing maniacally and breathing fire. So when Javier asks for the plan, Lloyd simply declares that step 1 is Javier fighting, and step 2 is Javier defighting, and leaving our favorite knight completely unamused and wanting an actual strategy. But despite the seemingly simple instructions, Javier stands completely unfazed even after taking a full dragon's breath head-on, which genuinely stuns Solitas. Seeing his fire do nothing, Solitas decides to just crush Javier with brute strength, while Lloyd cheers on his knight like a ringside spectator, leaving Javier to sigh in annoyance as he unleashes his glowing green sword. Our boy Javier dodges the massive claw and swings his blade, making the dragon roar in fury as Javier delivers a powerful strike. Solitas roars, absolutely furious that a human is giving him trouble. But Javier is actually more curious than surprised. As the dragon smashes the ground, Lloyd just grins like the madman he is, knowing Javier is about to shine. See, in the original novel, Javier had a tough time, but he still won, even though he was just a little stronger than the Empress and Kyle. Now, however, our boy is even stronger than the Empress and Kyle. Now, however, our boy is even stronger, surprising himself with the dragon's power. He deftly leaps over Solitas' swinging tail, realizing the dragon is stronger than an average swordmaster, and in fact, a high swordmaster himself. Solitas looks up, confused by Javier's impossible aerial maneuvers, as our knight uses an aura blast to propel himself higher, wondering if he's using elven footwork to make mana footholds in the air, and attacking the young dragon from multiple angles. Javier knows that even a young dragon from multiple angles. Javier knows that even a young dragon is one of the strongest species on Earth, so he can't damage it easily, but he unleashes a powerful blue magical blast anyway, a shadowy silhouette forming around him. He fires an immense energy beam into a swirling vortex, letting out an aura blast that rips through the air. The blast hits Solitas squarely in the chest, making a heavy thud, and the dragon recoils in agony, its mouth wide open with pain, as Javier presses the attack with his glowing sword. Our knight stands ready, telling Solitas to bring it on, which finally makes the dragon raise its hands in a defensive panic, begging Javier to wait a moment, while Javier just smiles coldly, seeing Solitas to repri it on, which finally makes the dragon raise its hands in a defensive panic, begging Javier to wait a moment. Meanwhile, back at a much less dangerous location, Lloyd finds himself in a fierce battle with a tiny beetle, which he tries to dispatch with insecticide spray, but the stubborn little pest just smirks at him. So, Lloyd resorts to a fly swatter, but the beetle launches itself like a missile and stabs him right in the chest. Back with the real fight, Javier stands as a menacing, glowing figure before the massive dragon, and Solitas can only scream in sheer terror, truly understanding just how outmatched he is. Back at his office, our boy Lloyd is in an absolute panic because a tiny beetle is poking him right in the chest, and when insecticide doesn't work and the beetle's fierce attacks just keep coming, his only option is to run, right out of his own house, screaming for his mom like his life depends on it. Meanwhile, Javier is effortlessly keeping our giant red dragon friend completely terrified, and Solitas, despite his size, is cowering and begging for Javier to stop, which only earns him a confused glance from the knight, even after Solitas tries to assert dominance by slamming the ground, only to get hit again as Javier unleashes a glowing energy orb and casually pokes the dragon's back. This seemingly gentle poke makes the massive dragon scream in pure agony, writhing and begging for it to stop as Javier keeps poking him over and over, leaving Solitas on the ground crying, while Javier casually rests nearby. Naturally, Solitas tries his smoke breath, but after that useless display, he decides to pull a different trick, transforming into his human form to escape. Our dragon friend thinks he's successfully hidden from Javier and tries to make a quick getaway with a teleport spell, but the beam of light that strikes him causes instant agony, as Solitas forgot he set up a a teleport detection trap, now lamenting how foolish he's become. Then Lloyd casually approaches the fallen dragon, who in his human form desperately tries to deny being a dragon, even as his aura still smokes around him. Confused and disoriented, Solitas wakes up near Lloyd, only to get hit again as Javier swings his glowing sword, blasting him with green energy. Solitas finally loses his temper and demands to know who these armored guys are and why they keep attacking him, but Lloyd just smiles and reminds him they're here for a very nice proposal. Solitas, however, is not amused, shouting with tears in his eyes that they should be talking, not poking him to death, but Lloyd smoothly deflects, explaining that Solitas was trying to kill them, and Javier merely counterattacked unwittingly, flashing a perfectly innocent smile. Nervously, Solitas asks what exactly they have in mind, which only makes Lloyd smirk, convinced they've got the foundation settled for his plan. See, most races show their anger with massive fire breaths, or by throwing noodles in a fit of rage and demanding to see the manager, only to immediately backtrack and say it's delicious when the actual boss shows up. The problem is, while Lloyd's gotten Solitas to calm down, he's still dealing with a dragon, and Lloyd knows that comes with some serious baggage. Javier, ever the stoic, reacts with confusion, as Lloyd, with an ironically terrified expression, points at Solitas and yells something, making even our dragon friend react with shock, before Lloyd screams at his kneeling subordinate to listen, while Javier just watches the chaos unfold in disbelief. Lloyd then graciously helps Solitas to his seat, and our dragon friend, completely bewildered, cautiously takes it, nervously asking Lloyd what he wants to discuss, but Lloyd just looks up with a cheerful, almost sinister expression, and casually points out that Solitas desperately wants to get married, but struggles to refine jewels properly, which instantly shocks Solitas, demanding to know how Lloyd knows so much, and sending the dragon into a full panic, yelling about how Lloyd knows so much, and sending the dragon into a full panic, yelling about how Lloyd found his secret den and all this information. With a truly menacing smile, Lloyd simply promises to get Solitas married within 10 years, and just like that, our dragon's eyes light up with pure excitement. Lloyd sweetens the deal, talking about sweet, sweet love with a female dragon, which makes Solitas blush and look completely flustered as Lloyd observes with a sly grin. Solitas immediately starts imagining romantic dragon tail heart shapes under a starry night sky, completely swept away by the dream, and when Lloyd presents the contract confirming that all Solitas needs to do is sign, marriage will be his, our love-struck dragon signs the document without a second thought. As the ink dries, an ominous red light glows from the signed document, which Solitas happily rolls up, oblivious to the fine print. Lloyd then casually explains a critical rule: dragons who dare to break a contract with humans face dire consequences. Our dragon friend, now fully realizing the gravity of what he's done, collapses to the ground in utter shock, while Lloyd smiles with a crazed, wide-eyed expression, knowing he just signed a deal with the devil. Later, as the trio walks through the fields of a nearby village, local farmers stop their work, wondering what's going on, watching Lloyd, Javier, and a thoroughly dejected Solitas muttering in disbelief about how someone could possibly catch a dragon. Our poor dragon Solitas is still getting the raw end of the deal, finding himself stuck with the muscular artisan Corgidus after Lloyd decided his inability to refine jewels was holding up the marriage contract, while Corgidus convinced Lloyd is a con artist, just gets a bewildered Solitas asking if he's really that bad at handicrafts. Lloyd just smiles, insisting Corgidus teach our dragon the crafts. Lloyd just smiles, insisting Corgidus teach our dragon the craft. See, the thing is, Solitas's fiery breath in dragon form makes it really hard to craft anything delicate, which, in Lloyd's mind, is definitely kinda hard to get married, right? Our boy Lloyd is absolutely delighted at this particular leverage, watching as the red-haired Solitas practically panics at the thought of his dwindling marriage prospects. Forcing a painfully subtle smile, desperate, Solitas respectfully addresses Corgidus, bowing low as if before royalty. Naturally, the dwarf is utterly baffled at the idea of taking a mighty dragon as a student, but Lloyd notes how quickly Solitas is falling in line, already having resolved to learn, just before Corgidus explodes in a rage, bellowing if Solitas expects his teacher to do all the work. Solitas, utterly shocked, points at himself, asking if Corgidus is really talking to him, but the dwarf screams for him to get moving, with Lloyd joining the shouts, sending our dragon scurrying off with a massive glowing crystal. He then immediately gets whacked with a stick for his troubles. Lloyd, with a confident smile, thinks back on his own experiences with contracts, knowing he's turned the tables on Solitas, who now sits utterly defeated as the dwarf punishes him, smashing ruined gemstones and yelling for him to throw that away because it's fucked. Lloyd just gleefully hoards the crystals he collects, convinced he'll only gain more from all this chaos. Oddly enough, after collecting a cartload of crystals, Lloyd notices a sim puzzling him. Then we get a quick montage of his far-reaching impact. A dragon lies dead in a desolate cavern. The multi-talented Count, now debt-free thanks to Lloyd, carves a figurine of him with a shovel, and even Julian receives an award, all thanks to our boy. Our boy Lloyd handout demands money, or rather, RP, for the huge sewage system he's about to build, realizing the problem is his estimation skills radius. Honestly, romance doesn't put food on the table, so he focuses on leveling up his design skills, rapidly clicking through the menus, screaming with excitement as the radius increases. Lloyd smiles, knowing that investing 1200 RP was worth it, especially when he sees a new skill-exclusive option, construction guideline. But in his head, he can't trust anything that sounds like a home shopping channel selling useless items, so he decides to play along and test this revolutionary system himself, calling up the 3D floor plans he already has saved. Suddenly, bright green energy sweeps across, illuminating Lloyd's face as a massive glowing wireframe house appears in the air, leaving him in awe and screaming, "Workload." He needs to test it right away, so our boy Lloyd brings Javier to a freshly dug hole, telling him it's the place he'll be digging. Javier notes the green lights inside, and when Lloyd has him dig outside the designated green area, the grid immediately turns red and emits angry energy waves. The craziest part is that a giant glowing projection of Lloyd's face then appears in the sky above them, loudly scolding Javier to do a proper job. Naturally, Javier finds this utterly obnoxious, to which Lloyd points out it's his face. After all, Javier, looking utterly worn out, just asks, "So, what is it this time?" wondering if Lloyd is going to claim he's a genius of illusion magic, or that he stole a magic tool from a dark sorcerer, knowing it'd be hard to lie to him any further, so he just asks Lloyd what's more believable, settling for the dark sorcerer's tool, story, and agreeing to wear a matching necklace. Javier then asks if Lloyd has any questions, but Lloyd says his curiosity isn't important right now, because what is important is that Javier saves everyone in the county, leaving Javier surprised, but with a faint, gentle smile, knowing his true purpose. Javier, with a confident smile, clenches his fist, ready to dig. Honestly, our boy Lloyd's manic energy is back, as he drives his workers forward, yelling about protecting everyone from illnesses and injuries through proper construction, his face contorted in a terrifying grin as the workers, somehow, respond with an almost maniacal fervor, raising their shovels in unison, even though their eyes are glowing red from exhaustion, while Lloyd and Javier just stand there, completely unfazed, shovels in hand, probably wondering if they pushed them too hard this time. While Lloyd and Javier just stand there, completely unfazed, shovels in hand, probably wondering if they pushed them too hard this time. Luckily, Peepodong is there, using its magical digging skills to break ground and keep the project moving, especially once they reach the huge, stone-lined main tunnel that needs extending. Other little creatures also join the effort, beeping and digging furiously through the dirt, one of them looking absolutely delighted to be drilling through rock at full power, creating a cloud of debris as it shouts, "Bye bong!" But then, one worker's shovel hits something with a loud thud, making him yell in shock, his face comically distorted in frustration, as he realizes they just found something. The other workers gather confused and surprised by what they've unearthed in the forest and start cheering enthusiastically, raising their hands in celebration. Apparently this excites the other teams of workers too, because across the fields everyone starts shouting wildly, cursing all sorts of things and practically bragging about their exhaustion, with one worker even asking if others are jealous. This chaotic energy just leaves Lloyd and Javier looking utterly baffled by the whole thing. After that, a calmer scene descends as rain falls, nourishing the land and filling ponds with frogs, while workers diligently build a sewer system with stone blocks and cement, moving quickly from rainy days to sun-drenched ones over hilly landscapes filled with vibrant red roses. From there, we jump straight to Lloyd and Javier standing on a cliff, surveying the land with a map, where our boy Lloyd explains that the main sewer needs to go past a specific field, and they'll also be building a sludge treatment facility. Javier, ever the voice of caution, asks if that plan is really okay, but then simply acknowledges the orders, knowing there's no arguing with Lloyd's grand designs. Construction continues with workers toiling away, even under the watchful eye of a giant beaver, while a man hides behind a tree, looking quite distressed. Honestly, our boy Lloyd's idea of fun is truly something else, as Javier starts yelling red light green light during their forest games, and Lloyd stumbles back in surprise before turning with a manic grin, yelling that he caught Javier. Suddenly Lloyd screams in shock as a giant hand, no doubt Javier. Suddenly Lloyd screams in shock as a giant hand, no doubt Javier's, reaches out and knocks him violently backward through the air, sending him sprawling onto his back on the ground, completely exhausted. But even after that, Lloyd just smiles intensely up at the sky, declaring this to be so fucking fun, as Peepodong, the giant hamster, looms over him, looking absolutely pitiful. Lloyd reassures Peepodong that he is having a lot of fun, despite how it looks, which only makes Peepodong look even more nervous and sweaty, muttering its own name in concern. Lloyd sits up, brushing himself off, still confused by Peepodong's reaction to his unique brand of recreation. Meanwhile, a large crowd of workers gathers around a circular crater, looking panicked and asking what exactly they found. While Lloyd observes the scene with intense focus, realizing they've unearthed the skeletal remains of a mastodon, he kneels down, examining the bones and concluding that someone killed and buried it, making him wonder who, and more importantly, why. Peepodong, ever the curious one, peers over the edge of the deep pit, sniffing the ground, and Lloyd, back to his engineering mindset, directs the workers to dig a little more. The workers dig energetically, only to discover a massive trench filled with rows upon rows of monster skeletons, making Lloyd gasp, "What on earth?" Suddenly, he touches his chin in a moment of stark realization, gazing at the littered field as he connects this to the black magic that appeared in Namaran's barrier chapter, where Javier mastered the blast. Lloyd looks upward with intense alarm, screaming, "I knew it!" He instantly recognizes the terrifying corpse explosion magic and warns everyone to get far away. Suddenly, a bright flash of purple energy erupts from the ground, sending a shockwave ripping through the panicked workers, who scream as they're blown backward by the massive blast, which culminates in a massive pillar of pink fire rising into the sky. Lloyd and the workers frantically flee the surging flames, but our boy Lloyd, in a moment of pure madman genius, charges forward dramatically, shovel in hand, screaming in terror, but also hoping to use the impact of the blast to somehow neutralize it, as Peepodong is engulfed in a massive pink magical aura. Exerting all its power, Lloyd screams, "Bye bong," in utter panic, just as a red-haired Javier, carving wood peacefully, senses the necromancer's sorcery. Javier realizes this corpse explosion magic comes from a creature much larger than a human, and in his head, that con artist, Lloyd, is definitely in serious trouble. With a serious, determined expression, Javier sprints forward, realizing a monster is heading straight for Lloyd, while Lloyd desperately screams for "Bebong," Peepodong to wake up next to him. Just as our boy Lloyd thought his dragon problem was sorted and he was finally done with absurd contracts, a terrifying swarm of glowing-eyed monsters emerges from the thick mist, sending him and his poor workers into an absolute panic. These things are stampeding like mad across the dusty landscape, making Lloyd wonder if they were buried even deeper than those that exploded before. They're snarling beasts with intensely glowing pink eyes and colossal tusks, roaring as they charge, leaving Lloyd to look back in sheer terror as the horde bears down on them. In pure panic, Lloyd screams for everyone to run away as his workers scatter in terror across the field, and our boy clenches his teeth in frustration because one of his men, bless his heart, tries to rally the others, shouting about the honor of Frontera County. Lloyd, knowing this is suicide, desperately warns him against it, telling them all to retreat instead. Frantically, Lloyd asks about the mastodon's behavior, shouting to Sir Byron about where they are, because he's already cooking up a new plan. Our boy screams in pure frustration as the beasts keep charging, as he quickly runs across the dusty battlefield ground, just as Peepodong the giant hamster suddenly lunges forward, with a fiercely determined expression right into the path of the glowing-eyed hamster suddenly lunges forward, with a fiercely determined expression right into the path of the glowing-eyed mutated beasts. Peepodong, our adorable but deadly hamster, looks ready to launch an attack, slamming into the enemy horde with a powerful Peepodong blow, sending swarms of stampeding beasts flying through the dust clouds. The sheer impact raises thick dust, marking the power of his blows as he dashes swiftly around the combat zone, landing ferocious elbow strikes and knocking them back significantly with his Peepodong home run kick. He's midair delivering powerful strikes, kicking up dust with his feet, his form now surrounded by glowing energy as he unleashes Peepodong Plum Blossom Fist and Plum Blossom Rampant Dance, sending multiple monsters flying with a circular dance of chaos. Lloyd watches this spectacle in absolute shock, shouting Peepodong's name, his eyes wide with disbelief at the hamster's power, as Peepodong continues to deliver powerful strikes and crush monsters into the ground. But even our mighty Peepodong starts to struggle, screaming in panic as small monsters scatter around him, realizing he's getting overwhelmed. He stomps on a monster, creates a shockwave, and swats away more with his powerful hand, but the endless swarm just keeps coming, leaving Peepodong roaring in frustration as he's surrounded. He crushes several more monsters until he looks down at a herd of charging elephants, and that's when Lloyd makes his genius move. What he doesn't know is Lloyd has a far more devious plan, one only a true schemer like him could cook up, as he points a shovel at the head of a baby mastodon, casually informing them he has one of their kids. He smiles maniacally, threatening to turn it into a lump of meat in 5 seconds if they don't cooperate, which naturally makes the group of horned beasts recoil in fear. The baby mastodon reacts with sweat and fear, feeling Lloyd's truly terrifying presence, as our boy just smiles deviously, telling the parents that it would be best if they came over quickly before he ripped off all its skin. His scheme works perfectly, with the monstrous elephants charging right into his trap, as Lloyd rides away on Peepodong with the baby mastodon in tow, giving him a triumphant, greedy smile, because he's got their attention. He even tells the baby mastodon that its acting was good, clearly not bothering to learn its name, because to Lloyd it's just a tool for chaos. Earlier, Sir Byron had casually mentioned that mastodons are overly obsessed with their children, fighting for them even if they become undead, a detail Lloyd clearly banked on for this exact situation. While a swarm of baby mastodons surrounds Sir Byron, adult mastodons surround Sir Byron. Adult mastodons look over the area from a hill, realizing what's happening. Lloyd yells at Peepodong to run, heading past the valley to hide in the forest at the end of it, with a massive herd of mastodons thundering behind them. As Peepodong and our boy speed away, knowing they're in a race against time, they glance up at the cliffs, wondering if they can escape, while his followers gaze in awe at Lloyd, marveling at his audacity. Peepodong desperately runs along the cliffside with Lloyd, one as Peepodong to go faster runs along the cliffside with Lloyd on his back, but the mastodons are catching up quickly, forcing Lloyd to scream at Peepodong to go faster, right as Peepodong unleashes a massive burst of fiery magical discharge, striking a lead mastodon monster in the rocky valley, emitting a blinding radiant pink magical energy blast. Sadly, a small rabbit-like creature gets caught in the light of the explosion and screams in pain, because of course, there's always collateral damage when Lloyd is involved. Even that doesn't stop them. Monstrous mastodons charge right through the purple magical energy and debris, with Lloyd panicked and stressed, realizing there are just too many of them. A terrified Peepodong is screaming, "What if I fire it and it doesn't kill all of them? I'm already in critical condition. I'll really die then," which is honestly a valid concern for our overworked hamster. He rolls on the ground in panic with Lloyd still on his back, startling our boy who's riding him as they continue moving frantically through the rocky, desolate canyon, with Lloyd looking back with an expression of intention, fear, and tension. Things are looking pretty dire for our boy Lloyd and his giant hamster Peepodong, who is absolutely screaming as they slide rapidly across a dusty canyon, with Lloyd barely holding on as a massive monster army closes in, prompting him to curse under his breath and activate his system abilities. Problem is Peepodong, unfortunately, can't handle the weight of both Lloyd and a baby mastodon up this hill, forcing Lloyd into a panic until he reminds himself to calm down, remember all his skills and experiences to find a breakthrough, because not doing anything is just a waste of time. Remembering his past use of discharge in the mountains, Lloyd grips his shovel, realizing that combining those experiences is the key to a breakthrough, and with a burst of cyan energy, he unleashes a flaming triple discharge attack that shoots a powerful fire beam across the sky. Naturally, his super cool attack only makes the monster stampede even harder, with fiery projectiles raining down as his shovel smokes, leaving Lloyd kneeling on the ground completely exhausted and facing an even harder charge. Totally desperate, Lloyd radiates intense purple energy, deciding to absorb mana from the baby mastodon Peepodong is carrying, thinking he'll leave Peepodong in the valley alone and absorb only the mastodon's mana, and a violent purple energy blast erupts outwards. Suddenly, a stoic, blue-haired figure appears, and Lloyd, in a moment of mad genius, realizes this is a manifestation of Javier's Javier's mana that is leveled up his mana heart skill, which he definitely doesn't want to get rid of, instead plotting to use supercharge to absorb it and level up his own mana heart. Grinning like a complete scammer, he aggressively swings his flaming shovel at this Javier-like figure, but instantly gets knocked flat on his face, only to quickly channel glowing blue mana, utterly focused on getting just Javier's mana, which leaves the nobleman looking utterly shocked. With a wild, sinister laugh, Lloyd channels the mana, but the absorption process is brutal, causing him to spit blood and collapse in intense pain, even as the system confirms his mana heart is expanding, forcing him to push through and circulate the mana even faster. Despite the rotten energy flowing through him, suddenly, a massive wave of pink energy explodes outwards, as the system announces his mana heart skill has leveled up multiple times, using the strong mana to heal the damage caused by the process, leaving Lloyd screaming in agony but ultimately slumped over, supported by an unseen hand, looking completely drained yet full of a new power as strange elephant-like beasts charge in the distance. His mana heart has expanded, and he's come out the other side changed, ready for whatever comes next. Our boy Lloyd and Peepadong are just minding their business, exploring some ridiculously rocky terrain, walking past the carcasses of some truly massive creatures, shovel casually slung over his shoulder, when things suddenly get interesting. Our boy Lloyd is out in some rocky desolate terrain with Peepadong, having just gained a new mana heart skill for undead domination. But the problem is, the system explicitly warns him it only works against undead, and he's currently staring down a massive horde of terrifying rock monsters. He locks eyes with an oncoming horde of monsters, an overwhelming wave of terrifying beasts standing his ground as they pour out of a cavern. Naturally, these things aren't undead, so he's quickly overwhelmed, screaming as the domination skill he thought he had kicks out, leaving him huffing and puffing as he runs for his life. The monsters keep closing in, giving him no time to breathe. Then, he falls back in pain as a gigantic beast tooth nearly skewers him, and he falls back in pain, caught in the chaos, hitting caught in the chaos, scabbing caught in a chaotic scuffle, desperately holding on for dear life as he grapples with one of the creatures, until he's cornered, and then even worse, before he knows it, he's basically a human tetherball swinging a monster through the air on a long cord, caught and carried through the air by one of the beasts. Our poor Lloyd is screaming at the top of his lungs, getting dragged toward a literal sea of more monsters. He's gasping for air, desperately calling out for Javier, only to get yanked himself by a bird-like creature, turning him into an impromptu human kite, who luckily hears the call and arrives in the nick of time, unleashing a powerful aura projectile into the sky. Javier, actually excited, calls out to Sirgoming, who looks about as sleepy and confused as you'd expect from a flying cow. Suddenly, Lloyd is riding Sirgoming over a massive horde, but this time, ending up tied to the flying monster, soaring through a narrow canyon like a very confused, very angry piñata. They're skeletal monsters, perfect for Javier, who charges a glowing green aura sword. Luckily, Javier Asrahan arrives just in time, letting out an intense scream as he unleashes a massive glowing green aura attack. He unleashes a massive screaming attack the canyon wall, leaving Lloyd still screaming in terror even though he's technically safe, which slams into the canyon wall with an explosive force, hoping to take out the whole situation. Massive boulders tumble down onto the skeletal monsters. Massive rocks come tumbling down, crushing a group of skeletal elephant monsters below, but then a skeletal monster's eyes glow with pink energy, triggering a violent explosion against the canyon wall. Lloyd and Sirgoming are thrown backward, and just for good measure, Javier follows up with a violent explosion of pink magical energy against the canyon wall, leaving Lloyd huffing in exhaustion, clinging to Peepodong once they're clear. Once they're safe on a cliff, Lloyd thanks Javier for saving him, but Javier just looks down with an intense, serious expression. Eventually, Lloyd finds himself lying on the grass looking up, probably wondering what the hell just happened. He reminds Lloyd that he saw everything on the way here. Javier, naturally, is staring down at him with a stern, questioning look, clearly not amused by Lloyd's antics, and asks why Lloyd is questioning him when he already knows the answer. Shouting at him, probably asking exactly what kind of trouble Lloyd managed to get into this time. Javier shouts, demanding to know what would happen to the county, the apartment buildings, and the sewers if Lloyd wasn't there to protect them, begging him to take better care of himself. Lloyd, ever the dismissive one, simply says, "Ah, so." But Javier cuts him off, asking if Lloyd really means it's okay for others to die as long as it's not him. Panicked, Javier clarifies that's not what he meant at all, only asking Lloyd not to put himself in danger, but Lloyd yells back, justifying his actions by saying that without him, those crazy undead would have threatened everyone. But our boy Lloyd, ever the passionate one, argues his case, explaining why he needed to fight a monster horde, while poor Sirgoming looks on in utter terror. He passionately declares that he is the most important person in this county because the county is his, and everyone in it is his, too. Lloyd yells, asking who will protect what's his if he doesn't do it himself. Javier looks at him, asking if that means Lloyd will continue to put himself in dangerous situations, to which Lloyd aggressively responds, of course, adding that he'll make sure he's paid the most for the risks he takes. Javier, however, remains unconvinced, maintaining that intense, stern expression, not letting Lloyd off the hook easily. Javier just lets out a weary sigh, accepting this is the way things are. Lloyd teases Javier, saying he didn't need to go to such an extent, completely ignoring the system message that Javier is now resolved to gladly die for Lloyd if he ever falls into danger. After that dramatic exchange, Lloyd and Javier start surveying their surroundings, Lloyd wondering who is behind this mess. Lloyd just stares ahead with a focused, intense expression, already deep in thought, clearly formulating his next move. Lloyd, with a focused and furious expression, declares that he just needs evidence, and he'll make whoever is responsible pay for the destruction of Namaron's barrier. This chapter kicks off with Lloyd and Javier continuing their frantic search, digging up huge trenches across the land. As Javier helpfully points out, this is like looking for a needle in the desert. Our boy Lloyd, however, is dead set on finding whatever caused the recent monster attack, convinced it's buried somewhere nearby, because they can't continue construction with dangerous variables lurking underfoot. Problem is, as they dig, a messenger comes galloping in with some surprising news for Master Lloyd, announcing that Count Cremo has just arrived from the west. Naturally, Lloyd's completely blindsided, having no idea why that man would show up unannounced, but he finds out fast when Count Cremo bursts into the room and immediately announces, "I'd like to ask you for marriage." Lloyd, sitting with his dad, is utterly dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of it, and his first reaction is a deadpan. "Sorry, Count Cremo, you're not the type I'd go for." Count Cremo, of course, leans in with a smug clarifying that he's asking for Lloyd's daughter, not him. Oddly enough, the Count is pushing for a date right away, apparently worried about some non-existent competition, making Lloyd's father almost choke on his tea as he tries to calm the man down. What Count Cremo doesn't know, and what Lloyd soon finds out, is that his proposal is just one of an entire mountain of similar marriage requests that have flooded the Frontera estate. The Count gets even more enraged, yelling about how the ceremony will be held in the Frontera estate, completely dismissing all these other letters as insincere because those families didn't even bother to visit. Our boy Lloyd just hangs his head in utter resignation, knowing this whole situation is an absolute mess. Meanwhile, Javier can barely contain his amusement, and when Count Cremo demands to know what's so funny, Lloyd just gestures to the side, asking the Count to take a look himself. See, standing next to Count Cremo is his daughter, shaking like a leaf, absolutely terrified at the prospect of marrying Lloyd. She's full-on sobbing, even declaring she'll sacrifice her body for the family. Lloyd, ever the charmer, thinks to himself, you'd think she's getting married to the Demon King, while Javier struggles to keep his own mana in check, probably holding back laughter more than anything. Lloyd, ever the smooth talker, then smiles warmly at Count Cremo, acknowledging the importance of family duty, but subtly insisting that the thoughts of those directly involved also matter. We then get a brief but sweet flashback of the daughter, who actually has a true love, a kind young man who shares her feelings, and her parents, knowing their daughter's happiness, have always supported their love. It seems her true love is the one she's always been shouting, "I love you," to. The Frontera family, impressed by this heartfelt revelation, decides to let true love win, saving the poor girl from a forced marriage. This leaves Count Cremo slumped over in utter defeat, muttering resentfully about how it's a happy ending for her not to be married to him. Meanwhile, Javier, probably still amused by the entire fiasco, is seen channeling his mana, working even more desperately than he did fighting the Jigadatan. Turns out all those political marriage requests were swiftly rejected, because the Frontera family was already playing a much bigger game. Elsewhere, the Empress, a regal red-haired woman, considers this strange development, remarking slyly that the Fronteras are like a potato. This potato comment somehow sends the Emperor into a fit of barely suppressed laughter on his throne, leading him to demand some boiled potatoes for dinner. The Empress, however, takes this far more seriously, deciding she needs to keep a close eye on who the Fronteras will choose, since they're clearly on their way to becoming the strongest family in the countryside. In her head, that disgusting old weasel of a rival will wait until she makes her move. So, she orders an envoy delegation to be formed for Asfahan, restricting all letters until it's ready, and deciding that she'll mix in a potato to the delegation as well. Back at the Frontera estate, things take a darker turn. A severed goat head, adorned with a demonic pattern, sits ominously on a table. Lloyd, his father, and mother are discussing it, confirming it was found at the incident site in the north and is greatly related to the monster attack. Lloyd looks on with a grim, serious expression, recognizing the demonic emblem carved into the goat's head. He's seen it before, recalling it from a novel illustration as the pattern of the kingdom with the Empress that turned dark. With this, Lloyd realizes he's stumbled onto something the novel never even mentioned, a new, deeply concerning piece of the puzzle. He quickly deduces that the shadowy figure who drove everyone towards death in the novel is Cannavaro. So, Lloyd instructs Sir Byron to quickly resume construction, explaining he needs it completed before he goes somewhere else for work, with Cannavaro now being his biggest suspect. Marbella, Lloyd's mother, looks worriedly at her tired husband, asking why Lloyd is leaving for work when he hasn't been resting much lately, and wondering where he's off to again.